or a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
You ready? Good morning. How you doing? Thank you for attending that banking thing. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. We'll be having just one meeting in the month of July this year. Today is July 14th, 2021. It's approximately 10:02 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman. Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
please
you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessings upon all those who are assembled. We ask now, God, that you Give our leaders your strength, your wisdom, and your direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0480, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be removed from the consent agenda and moved to the August 4th regular meeting.
What
on
page?
page 7. 21-0504, Department of HIV Elimination.
And Mr. Chairman, the only reason for that is that there's an error on the agenda item summary. Would like an opportunity to correct that, and there's not a time sensitivity to this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam COO. Any other items on the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Also on page 7, Vice Chair Hall has requested to remove an item for separate consideration. 21-0506, Community Development. Request approval to amend the Coordinated Intake Assessment System Emergency Solutions Grant and Emergency Solutions Grant COVID Grant Awards. This item removed for separate consideration.
Okay. Any others?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hausman,
Yes, I would like to remove item 0491.
what page?
It is on page 4 of 13. It is the appointment of Mike Bodker to the Fulton Development Authority.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just for separate consideration, asked to remove item 210483
What page?
at the bottom of page 2.
Page 2. What's the number again?
20483, the last item on page 2.
And Mr. Chairman, just to make sure, that was for separate consideration, not total removal.
Yes.
On my item, thank you.
Any others? Now I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended. Commissioner Ellis has moved to approve, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote
On
is open.
Consent agenda as amended.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be added to today's regular meeting agenda. On page 3 of the add-on memo, 21-0533, Arts and Culture. Request approval of 2 contracts with Hammond House Museum and National Black Arts Festival to provide expanded operational resources, educational, and arts-related services.
All right. Anything else? Any other additions or corrections? All right, then on the, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's vote. There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays to add the item. Bottom of page 7, regular meeting agenda, 21-0507, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. Item to be removed and moved to the August 4th regular meeting on page 9. 21-0449, registration and election. Request approval to award a contract without competition to provide additional poll pads and accessories. Item to be revised on page 8. 21-0509, Vice Chair Hall is removing the proclamation recognizing Reverend Dr. Herman Skip Mason Appreciation Day. And also on page 9, Vice Chair Hall has requested to hear item 21-0153 before item 21-0512.
What pages are we talking now?
9, I'm sorry, page 8. No,
Page
this will
8.
be on page 9 to hear item 21-0513 before 21-0512.
All right, anything else? Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, I would like to remove, page 12, item 21-0413. And also on page 13, I'd like to, move item 21-0529 on page 13, above item 21-0467 on page 12.
Page 12. Yeah, 0529. 05, yeah, okay. All right, any other additions, changes?
And Mr. Chairman, members of the board also need to add that the added item, Vice Chair Hall would like that to be heard before item 21-0522 on page 11.
All right, repeat that on page 11, what?
On page 11, the arts and culture item,
Uh-huh.
Vice Chair Hall would like the added arts and culture item to be heard before 21-0522.
So the item that was added to be heard at the
Yes.
same time, okay. All right, any others? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended for today's meeting. Motion to approve as amended by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please. Madam Clerk?
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
I'll continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, on page 8. Page 8, 21-0508, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, June 2nd, recess meeting minutes, June 16th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, June 16th, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, June 30th, 2021.
All right, any questions, comments, corrections? Hearing none, motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0509, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Youth Workforce Achievement Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
Everybody get here.
Well, some of y'all get on the other side, please.
Good morning, everyone. Let me let everybody get settled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to read this today as we celebrate this great group. Oh, now everybody didn't have to go down there. Yeah, let's be balanced over here, y'all. All right, thank you. All right. Whereas WorkSource Fulton, with the support of the county manager and the Board of Commissioners, provides job training programs and employment opportunities that have served 168 youth between the ages of 14 and 24 by providing mentorship, GED instruction, career exploration, virtual job shadowing, and conversations with executives in information technology, healthcare, and the logistics industries. And whereas the Career Campus Academy has been recognized as a best practice and exemplary program in the state of Georgia for providing youth with virtual access to workplace learning during the pandemic. And whereas 72 Fulton County youth completed the Career Compass Academy, earning $200 a week while exploring these in-demand industries, learning how to navigate the workforce, and strengthening workplace fundamentals to be a successful part of the workforce. And whereas these Fulton County youth have continued to work towards achieving their educational and career goals while navigating the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and 8 youth have entered into full-time employment upon successful completion of their training. So now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends and congratulates the youth of Fulton County for their stellar and exemplary efforts in working towards successful educational and employment goals, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 14th as Youth Workforce Achievement Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. Please. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Pitts and the entire Board of Commissioners for your support of workforce development, and in particular, your support of education and training for our young adults in Fulton County. I'm Yolanda Buford, a member of our Workforce Development Board and also the chair of our Youth Committee, and joining me are some of our amazing youth that participated this year in our various youth programs in the Career Compass Academy, as well as staff that leads our youth initiatives. We are just so delighted and thankful for the opportunity that Fulton County has given to our community and to our residents as it relates to training and education opportunities that are there. As many of you know, it was a hard year last year for everyone in the pandemic, but our young youths and our young adults persevered throughout having to change the dynamics of the learning platform in which they had to go through, not having the opportunity sometimes to actually go into the workforce and work on site at companies. But as a part of the partnerships that we had as a board with our community partners, with Fulton County and with various others and employers, our youth were able to have virtual work readiness training opportunities. They had the opportunity for career exploration to prepare them for hopefully finding their next career path, a new career path, or discovering what their passion would be. So I want to just say on behalf of our Workforce Development Board, our staff, our community partners, I want to thank Fulton County government for your continued support. We met all, I repeat, all of our performance measures as a youth committee through a pandemic, and we're so looking forward to many more things ahead. Thank you all so very much.
Samir, would you like to say anything? Okay. Gets that in the way.
I'm gonna stand.
Yeah.
With me being so tall, stand a little bit to the back. We want our young people to hold. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next proclamation is recognizing Sergeant Melissa Parker Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Hey. I'm delighted to read this proclamation. Whereas Sergeant Melissa Parker began her career with the Fulton County Police Department in May of 1996 after graduating from the Fulton County Public Safety Training Center, and over the course of her career worked every single police beat in both North and South Fulton County. Wow. And whereas Sergeant Parker was the epitome of a community police officer, working on and off duty to establish good community relations, especially with underprivileged children, and was known as the go-to person when it came to helping those in need, constantly networking with different agencies and departments, building contacts and disseminating lists of resources for those in need of services. And whereas Sergeant Parker was the face of the department for many years as the public information officer, working closely with the news media, and was their favored contact when they had a police-related question or wanted an interview. Melissa leveraged those contacts to assist the community when there was critical information that the department needed to disseminate about active threats, crime warnings, or services the department provided. And whereas Sergeant Parker was promoted to sergeant and was transferred back to the Fulton County Public Safety Training Center where she started, but this time as a class coordinator and instructor, teaching and guiding new generations of police officers. And after 25 years of public service, she decided to follow her passion for teaching and began a new career as a high school teacher, guiding the next generation of leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and all associated with the Fulton County Police Department commend the service and dedication of Sergeant Melissa Parker during her tenure with the Fulton County Police Department, and celebrate with her and her family on the occasion of her retirement after 25 years of dedicated service, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 14, 2021, as Sergeant Melissa Parker Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give her a hand, please.
I'd like to say something,
Okay.
too.
Go on, Chief. Well, actually, go on. Let me hear from the Chief.
Well, I hate to go in front of a police chief. Is that all right? I just want to say that it wasn't mentioned here, but Sergeant Parker also spent some time doing the very delicate work of providing security here for our meetings. Got to know you very well then. I've always been very much an admirer of your work. You're going to be missed, but we thank you very much for all of your years of service to Fulton County. So best wishes.
Good morning. Melissa came to me 2 weeks ago to let me know that she was leaving the department, and what I normally do is try to talk people out of it. But after 15 minutes of telling me how excited she was to teach, I told her that the smile hadn't left her face, and she responded by saying, "My cheeks are hurting." So although we're going to miss her greatly, we're very pleased that she's going to do something she loves, and she's actually going to teach at the high school where her two children attend. So thank you, Melissa.
Wow, thank you. It's hard to sum up 25 years of service, but first of all, I would like to thank Fulton County and the commissioners for the opportunity to serve Fulton County. I have thoroughly enjoyed all my time here. I've worked in just about every corner of the county, and I've enjoyed every place that I have worked. Again, it's hard to sum up that many years of service, and I had this all planned out when I walked up here, but it's all left my mind. But I just want to leave everyone with one thing. Always be kind, and always take just a couple of moments out of your time, or your day, to say something nice to someone. You never know what someone is going through. And you can change somebody's day, if not more than that for someone. Just take time out of your day to do something extra special or say something extra special to someone.
Put one on one side and one on the other side.
Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Erica Michelle Robinson Remembrance Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Hi. Come on around too. How you doing? Good to see you. You're so welcome. You're welcome. All right, we got everybody now. All right. This is in remembrance of a young lady who unfortunately passed away due to a tragic accident. And I just had to do this proclamation for her. They recently had a vigil, and I was not able to attend, but this is my way of showing that she will be remembered. Whereas Erica Michelle Robinson was born on August 21st, 1987, to Rosa Robinson and the late Roy Wilburn Jr. at Northside Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas Erica attended Adamsville Elementary School, Jean Childs Young Middle School, and graduated from Frederick Douglass High School in 2005, where she was a member of the tennis team, president of the Southwest Atlanta Youth Business Organization, and she was a drummer on the Douglas Deadly Drummers Squad, where she was named Elite Percussionist in 2003. Erica earned her bachelor's degree in criminology from Albany State University in 2009, where she continued her love of music as a member of the Albany State Marching Ram Show Band. And whereas Erica was blessed to travel extensively to exotic destinations, including Egypt, Thailand, Amsterdam, and India, including her love of music, Erica also enjoyed roller skating. I do too. But I can't do it because of an accident. And while she was in college, she won the Student Union Game Room Championship title in both spades and ping pong each year during her tenure at Alabama State University. And whereas Erica made her commitment to Christ at a young age when she joined the Greater Springfield Baptist Church, where she was a member of the C.E. Callaway Choir and later joined and attended Jackson Memorial Baptist Church. Now, Therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Erica Mitchell Robinson for a life of purpose and mourns with her family on the first anniversary of her transition, and does hereby proclaim July 5th, 2021 as Erica Michelle Robinson Remembrance Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Robinson, and Erica Robinson was my little sister. And I just want to say thank you to the Board of Commissions, Commissioner Natalie Hall, Fulton County, you know, just for recognizing my sister and who she was. She was a loving person. She would do anything to help anyone. And, you know, her smile was amazing. She would make you laugh, you know, and she would bend over backwards for anyone. I just want to just tell Fulton County, like, from my family, like, it means so much that y'all just recognize her, and she's just not another name just in vain. And we just have to do more in this city to stop reckless violence for no reason. You know, people should be able to feel free to go out in the city and just want to enjoy themselves, and that's it. And not have to worry about if their loved one is gonna be able to come home the same way they left. And, you know, our world has changed drastically. And I just want to say thank you so much. It means so much to me and my family that y'all just took time out your day to just recognize Erica and who she was. So, and we're from Atlanta, we're born and raised here, and we love this city. And I just want to say thank you so much. Just thank you so much for recognizing Erica. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, continue, please.
On page 8, public hearings, 21-0510, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by visiting the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 27 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Councilman Khalid, Catherine M. Robinson, Jim Martin, Amber Connor, and Daphne Jordan.
For elected officials, our rules, the time limit rather, does not apply to elected officials, but for everyone else at 2 minutes. And when you have 15 seconds remaining of your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that will be your key to sum up. Councilman?
Thank you. Good morning. I'll still try to respect the time. Councilman Khalid, bring you greetings from the city of South Fulton, Atlanta's twin city and the blackest city in America. In 2019, this commission voted to reject HUD funding to address homelessness and hunger in Fulton County. And then COVID happened. And it turned out we needed that money. And we still need that money. COVID is still happening. In 30 days, parents will begin sending their kids back to school. And as they are trying to figure out if the schools are safe to send their kids back to, they now also have to figure out where they are going to house their families, because moratoriums for evictions are being lifted. I know, as a council person, I know that we always need money for programs, and we're always looking to fill lost revenues in our budget. But this $206 million of ARP funds are the taxpayers' dollars of Fulton County, and they need that money back. And the last thing that I want to talk to you about is that in 89 days, we are going to start early voting for our 2021 elections. Now is not the time to try something new. There are people in this country, and perhaps even on this commission, that are so angry about the results of our previous election, they are willing to dismantle our entire democracy to get their way. SB 202, which passed our state legislature in March, presents an existential threat, not only to our elections board, but to the voting rights of Fulton County citizens. I was born in 1976. My family has been in America for 400 years, 15 generations. I am the first generation of my family to be born with full citizenship. The first generation of my family to be born being able to vote, being able to go to a public library, being able to drink from any water fountain in this building. And I hope that there are 4 people on this commission with the courage to say to the county and our citizens, we aren't going to let anybody turn us around. Thank you very much. South Fulton forever.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Catherine Robinson. I am Personnel Manager for Happy Faces Personnel Group. When the 2016 Civic Award was awarded to Fulton County, we were the sole agency staffing for Fulton County elections. I was responsible for hiring most of the employees that excelled in their roles. Most of those outstanding individuals have worked elections since, including during the pandemic of 2020. When negative comments are made of our organization, we do not typically respond in a public forum. Truth needs no defense. Recently, so many targeted attacks against us have resulted in violent threats against my staff, so I feel compelled to speak. I didn't come today to sway a decision. We know our value. What I do is want to correct several egregious statements against Happy Faces, a company that has modeled the very definitions of integrity, honesty, and fairness. We do not staff election day poll workers. We do not run, manage, or train any elections personnel. We do only recruit in Fulton County. We have no political affiliations, expressed or otherwise. There is, and always has been, a single owner of Happy Faces. It is not Stacey Abrams. We have been self-funded for the 25 years we have been in business. An accomplishment. Not until additional agencies were involved in June of 2020 were negative comments made. Lastly, the staffing model Fulton employs for elections by using Happy Faces not only ensures diverse, concerned citizens are working their elections, but it is far cheaper to accomplish the very goal you seek. 20%. Thank you.
Hello, Jim Martin, resident of Northwest Atlanta. I'd like to thank Commissioner Hausman for removing the appointment of Mike Bodker. to the Development Authority of Fulton County Board from the consent agenda. I don't know Mr. Bodker, and I'm not here to speak either for or against his nomination, but rather of the importance of this position and of the public understanding that. The only authority that this commission has over the Development Authority of Fulton County is in appointing its board members. And once appointed, they have unfettered authority in giving away hundreds of millions of dollars of our tax money. And as such, I think it's important to understand where they stand on critical issues, especially given recent news articles about corruption and self-dealing at the authority. It would be nice to know that new appointees are committed to reform, and by that I mean real reform and not the sort of window dressing reform that the old guard at the authority would prefer. What does real reform mean? Real reform means respecting the wishes of local governments, not just local governments such as Sandy Springs, where your friends happen to be operating, but local governments such as the City of Atlanta, whose requests have consistently been ignored by the Development Authority of Fulton County. Real reform means due diligence on proposals that are brought before the authority by developers and their attorneys, not merely rubber stamping those gifts and parroting the assertions that are made along with them. There has been a bit of an unwritten compact between the Development Authority and developers recently that is well summarized by the Sheryl Crow lyric, "Lie to me, I promise I'll believe." That really needs to come to an end. Real reform means auditing, not merely auditing finances,
15 seconds,
which is desperately needed, but also auditing past actions. Because, again, these assertions that are made by developers in seeking these gifts often bear out not to be true, and no one checks. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Amber Connor. I'm here today as a testimony to the crime and lawlessness that is plaguing our city. I was going to present numbers and statistics that show the obvious increase in crime rates, but what good are numbers when dead bodies piling up don't even seem to matter? Political horse trading has allowed for reconstituting of judicial reforms that allow a few to control the direction of this state and city for purely economic means while dismissing any need for a basis of morality. So now we are faced with a society whose younger generations hunger only for short-term gratification of pleasure and are mostly void of any spiritual connection to their fellow man, even less to their creator. But I'm not here to preach. I'm here to give my testimony. My family has lived on Sumlin Avenue, which is behind Zone 1 precinct, for 13 years. During this time, we've watched our youth get recruited into gangs. You can all say that these kids have a choice, and you're right, they do. They can choose blood or Crip. Children get picked off one by one. We have watched 15-year-old try to rob a drug house across the street from us and watch him get shot in the chest outside our bedroom window at 3 a.m. We have tried to mentor a child who worked with us in the summertime, had a bright future, was a junior working on academic and basketball scholarship. He made a bad decision to get into a stolen car with his friends and paid the price. These young kids often ask for help. They play on the streets by our house because we have cameras that make them feel safe and feel like some sense of security is there. It is obvious we are all failing them. We all know that the crime we see today is purposeful, multi-layered, bipartisan, and centers around money and control. And while intellectuals play their multi-layered chess game with their constituency, it is our babies,
15 seconds,
future generations that are being sacrificed. I'm a strong woman, as many other are. And after all the crime we have seen, our district attorney's office is in need of funding. You know it, I know it, and we all know it. Do the right thing.
Greetings. My name is Daphne Jordan. I was here to address the Board of Commissioners in 2017 in regards to slighter crimes that were plaguing us in South Fulton. My citizen-led task force collaborated with police and government officials to raise awareness about these crimes. And thankfully, the county allotted $2.5 million to address these crimes by 22 repeat juvenile offenders. Today, the crime is still spiraling out of control. It has been since 2017. throughout Fulton County. In 2018, some juveniles were known for entering an auto. Now they're pulling out guns on people trying to support their water selling efforts. In 2019, my sister was shot twice by an 18-year-old working as a security guard in her stomach by a repeat offender in Union City. She will never be able to have more children as a result of this, but thankfully she's alive. Since April of 2021, 27 new cases with youth as young as 13 years old have been charged with murder. Clearly, there is an issue with youth crimes and gun violence that must be addressed. One of the county's priority areas is justice and public safety. It states Fulton County is committed to providing the highest level of public safety services and justice services to its citizens. I'm here to ask that you show us that you are committed by providing the additional financial resources from the $200 million in COVID relief funding that you have received. Provide that to the criminal justice system to adequately combat the crime in our communities. Show your commitment by allocating additional financial resources to strengthen our criminal justice system. The crime in Fulton County is a fundamental epidemic that affects us all and our quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Walter Jordan, Melinda Logan, Joy Barnes, Pamela Howell, Donna Watts Nunn.
Good evening, Fulton County Commissioners. I'm Walter Jordan, and as my wife previously stated, I'm here to talk about the crime in Atlanta. The District Attorney Office need more funding. Me being an entrepreneur and a restaurant owner on Edgewood Avenue, Edgewood in Auburn is known as one of the most historic streets in the district. As I look at my phone right now, I'm looking at 4 different shootings that's happened since January on Edgewood Avenue. It's a pandemic. It's worse than COVID right now. Every week, someone is getting shot on Edgewood or Auburn Avenue. There's a homeless problem as well on Edgewood and Auburn Avenue no one is talking about. We're turning a blind eye to it. As I get off the exit to go to my restaurant every day, there's 4 or 5 panhandlers at the red light knocking on my doors. They don't just stop at your car anymore, they knock on your window. It has to be something done, commissioners. This has to stop today. No one wants to start a business in a historic district. What would King say about that district right now? Something must be done. We must allocate funds immediately. This is something that can't be held up. Thank you so much for listening.
I am Melinda Logan, retired educator, retired member of the Fulton County Arts Council, where I served 4 terms representing District 7. As an educator, mother, grandmother, and advocate for the arts, I know the importance of our arts institutions. I come today to speak on behalf of the Hammonds House Museum and Galleries, where I served as a liaison from Fulton County Arts Council for a period of 3 terms. It goes without saying the importance of the arts to achieve so many of the goals that are being spoken of today. We need to make sure that there are resources like Hammond's House to provide a comprehensive accounting of our rich cultural and ethnic heritage. I urge you to increase funding for Hammond's House in order that we may address the pressing concerns of education, of cultural enrichment, and of instilling pride in all of our youth and adults. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joy Barnes. I'm a resident of District 4. Your agenda item calls for the Hammonds House Museum and Galleries for a budget of not to exceed $70,000. I'm asking that you exceed that budget amount by tacking on $100,000 for a total of $170,000. I'm reaching out to ask for your support. For 33 years, Hammond's House has been a haven for people seeking inspiration, interaction, and intellectual stimulation centered on the art of the African diaspora. It is the only stand-alone historic house museum in the city of Atlanta. It's dedicated to African American art and is an asset to the cultural fabric of Atlanta. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
My name is Pamela Howell, and I'm a volunteer at the Hammond's House, and I've been volunteering there for over a decade, and I want to say how it's a valuable place, and it's a quality place that I can come and share my time and be productive in the area.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Watson, and I am currently a staff member at the Hammond's House Museum. So needless to say, I'm here to ask again, and actually to start with thanking you for your continued support, but also implore you to increase our support. At this moment, we are really in need of increase. Well, the hit we took from last year of not being open has added to the historical underfunding we've been living with for some time there. At this moment, as a result of what happened last year with the pandemic, we all know that the arts really provided a lot of sanity and a lot of humanitarian just relief for folks. And now the Hammond's House is really playing a part that's impacting the entire city, if you will. Actually, the state. We're getting visitors from as far as Kennesaw and Johns Creek coming into the West End now. Two, one, gain some knowledge about African American arts community, but also to hold conversations. We're facilitating, inclusion there. So it's very important that you guys support us and increase that support this year so we can go beyond the part-time and the reduced capacity that we have now to serve folks. And so we can now provide, additional support or additional programming to, enhance the lives and to, of course, provide value to the community. So I want to thank you again for your support and ask you again to increase that funding. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Karen Lowe, Bessie Shavers, Jack White, Julian Benet, and Bill Brazard.
Good morning, everyone. I am Karen Comer Lowe, the recently appointed Executive Director, Chief Curator at the Hammond's House Museum, and I'm here to speak to you about the importance of the museum. The Hammond's House Museum is the only standalone historic house museum that is dedicated to African American art. We were founded on the legacy of Dr. O.T. Hammonds, who was a longtime resident and arts collector here in Atlanta, and we have a stellar permanent collection that we inherited from Dr. Hammonds. The museum has been open on a part-time basis, and we are currently aspiring to open on a full-time basis, but we cannot do that without increased funding. We are hoping to offer more programming, add more staffing, so that we can work with the community that's been coming in. On this part-time basis, since we've opened our doors, we have seen a diverse group of people come through our doors of all ethnicities, people coming who have been visiting in the city now that we can travel and things are opening up. So Hammond's House is really drawing in a diverse audience. But again, we would like to increase our hours and increase staffing, and we cannot do that without your increased financial support. So thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Bessie Shavers, and I'm a proud retiree from Fulton County. I have lived in another county for many years, but my full understanding and appreciation of the city of Atlanta, and specifically Fulton County, came from working in the, but I have been a volunteer and a supporter of Hammond House for about 15 years. And after retiring, I still came into the city to volunteer. I believe Hammond House is a jewel worthy of the current funding, but increased funding. I have seen the attempts at what is being done. I've seen diverse populations come in for the lectures and for the viewing of diverse art. I appreciate what you've done, but again, more funding is needed. I believe the computer systems need updating. They need other staff to be available. And of course, to bring in more art. I believe art inspires young people in the community to see possibilities of what they can do. I believe we've heard before that art soothes the beast or whatnot, and I'm believing that when young people have an opportunity to see what is possible for their gifts, they will apply them. Thank you for your funding. Thank you for your consideration of increased funding.
Commissioners, my name is Jack White. I live in Commissioner Arrington's district. Good to see you again, sir. I'm here to talk about the Development Authority of Fulton County, which I knew very little of till recently and know a whole lot about now. Its chair, Mr. Turpeau, has been repeating the line recently that all the bad stuff happened under the old crew, and it'll now be different under the new crew. But the new crew is the same, with one exception, as the old crew. That hasn't cleaned anything up. Mr. Turpeau, Bacote, Beach, and Lamonche have rubber stamped tax breaks in the same fashion as Mr. Shaw did. In a sweet and cozy arrangement, Mr. Turpeau, as executive director, reports to himself. An arrangement many of us would like in our workplace. All these men but Mr. Beach helped themselves to way more per diems than the one per official board meeting than is the reasonable and obvious norm. We learned, sadly, and not from the board minutes, where this was not recorded, that in May, Mr. Turpeau arranged a $15,000 a month salary for himself as interim executive director and then backdated it to January 1st, a $67,000 signing bonus. He is even still trying to undermine the modest control of per diems that Commissioner Morris has proposed. No other development authority pays per diems that we know of. And in fact, Mr. Turpeau is now asking for more than even the Board of Regents, which has to travel as he does not, gets. Only 2 months ago, Mr. Bacote tried to use $25,000 of DAFC cash, thank you, sir, in the council district where he's a candidate. The excess per diems and Mr. Turpeau's salary should be repaid to the citizens of Fulton County. In 50 years as a resident here, I've been proud of much that this county has done and never more distressed than by this. And my final remark, sir, is I too am a fan of the Hammond's House. And I think I just became aware of where $67,000 could be found for them.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julian Benny, former board member of Invest Atlanta. I'm here for the Development Authority scandal that I did play a small role in uncovering. Your constituents are fed up with senseless tax breaks for projects that will happen anyway because they're in hot markets like Midtown. It's market demand, Commissioners, that drives development, not the 4% discount on project investment that abatements amount to. Needless tax breaks underfund schools and services, which actually makes an area less attractive and hurts economic development. In 2023, DFC's tax breaks will cost Atlanta alone $50 million. They result in residents paying more than their fair share of taxes and receiving less than their fair share of schooling for the kids and of city and county services, especially for those who need services most. Today, you'll ask questions and perhaps pass resolutions that nibble at the edges of the AFC's bad governance, but your powers seem minimal. You can't claw back the ludicrous $200 per diems that you never authorized, nor stop the AFC giving themselves slush funds with fees their tax breaks generate. We saw last night Mr. Turpo is fighting any control from here. The real lever you have is board appointments. The 2 school reps you put on DFC should help. Now there's just 2 appointments left. One of them is yours, Chairman Pitts. One of them is Commissioner Houseman's. Some 500 residents now have signed petitions, and numbers growing, calling on you, Chairman Pitts, to place a real reformer on the board to join other new members and turn the AFC around. And if you don't do this, it will be business as usual at the AFC. We'll soon know where you all stand on putting a reform majority on DAFC's board. We fervently hope it's with the misused residents of this city and county. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bill Bozarth. I've lived in the city of Atlanta for 33 years, and for the last 4.5 years, I've served on the board of the Atlanta Development Authority, Invest Atlanta. During all of that time, all of the board meetings, all the committee meetings, all the visits to the community, all the discussions with developers, I never knew there was any such thing as a reimbursement to a board member of a development authority. So I, like everyone else, was quite surprised when we found out not only were the members of the Fulton County Development Authority getting these payments, they were getting them in excess, as well as other abuses. So I'm sure you're no less shocked about this than I am, that it happened under your watch. Early on, when I questioned our staff about projects coming forward to provide tax abatements through the lease purchase bond that we can also put in place, I say, why are we doing this? This particular project is in a portion of the city that needs no economic boost to happen. Why are we spending public money? And when I kept pressing the staff, ultimately the answer was, well, Bill, if we don't provide the tax break, the Fulton County Development Authority will do so anyway. So we have this unfortunate situation of 2 development authorities competing with one another over who can give away the tax breaks to the developers. And it's become so commonplace, I think you know this, that it's almost like a developer entitlement program that exists. It's expected, and it's baked into the financing process of all of these projects. I know I'm almost 15 minutes, Mr. Chair, so I'm going to wrap up quickly. So my charge to you is that it's up to you to do whatever you can today in this debate to put things right. And I think one of the things we definitely need to put right is stop having competing development authorities in the city of Atlanta. And I thank you for consideration.
Will the next 6 speakers please come down? Devin Barrington Ward, Tim Franzine, Dr. Janice Johnson, Elizabeth Delmaz, and Amy Uphughes, Marcia King.
Good morning. My name is Devin Barrington Ward. I am a candidate for Atlanta City Council District 9, and I'm here to tell the Board of Commissioners that it's time to wake up to the realities that there are some folks on this commission that are intent on dismantling our democracy. There is no reason why we have not approved this contract. We need people to stay in their seats. We need people to put the political horseman trading aside. We need to stop the politics, and we need to do what is right by the citizens of Fulton County. We should not have to worry about whether our elections in November are going to happen appropriately. At the point where Richard Barron, the elections director that many of us have had challenges with, is saying that he is unsure on whether or not he is going to be able to facilitate our elections because this commission has not approved the contract that is needed to make sure that he has the resources he needs, we're in trouble. So I need you all to do the right thing by the residents of Fulton County. We deserve to have a democratic process that works for all of us. In addition to that, we deserve to have our money in our pockets. The American Rescue Package dollars are our taxpayer-funded money. It came from Washington, D.C., but it came from the taxpayers' dollars here in Fulton County. And the money is needed. We just heard folks give very passionate pleas about how crime is on the rise. And crime is on the rise because we haven't dealt with the root causes of crime. The root causes of crime are housing. The root causes of crime are the lack of youth job programs. The root causes of crime are the lack of the fact that we don't have a criminal justice system that works for everybody in Fulton County. Enough is enough. We cannot police and jail our way into safer streets. We need to invest the resources, the $206 million that's coming to Fulton County to decrease equity in the city of Atlanta, because we are the #1 city for income disparity in the country. And it's no wonder why we are the #1 right now for crime in the country as it stands. I need you all to do the right thing.
Morning, y'all. My name's Tim Franzen, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Housing Justice League. We're also concerned about the Development Authority scandal. The most galling part is the Development Authority is sitting on $8 million in the bank account. That $8 million comes from fees on $250 million. That's right, $1 billion of tax breaks that the Development Authority has doled out to rich developers in the past few years. Tax breaks that have hurt our school children and prevented the city of Atlanta from doing anything meaningful on affordable housing. We know that the Development Authority is mismanaged and self-dealing. They should not control the $8 million of ill-gotten gains, just as they should not have used other fees to pad their bank accounts, to overpay executive directors, to pay lobbyists, spin artists, slush fund grants, and all the rest. Will the commission take control of the $8 million and devote it to some good for those who need it? It should not be used for lobbyists to keep this dirty game going. It should not be used to overpay executives. It should not be used to help the Development Authority board members win elections. And finally, Housing Justice League is fighting for the well-being of tenants who are about to be evicted, having lost income and got into rent arrears during the pandemic. That $8 million should be spent rescuing families that are about to become homeless. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Janice Johnston. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to express my opposition to engaging or allowing Happy Faces temp agency to provide services for Fulton County elections. For a county election office partly staffed by Happy Faces that has been placed on probation for its unacceptable conduct of elections, that has been accused of inadequate management of voter rolls and voter residency requirements, that is missing thousands of chain of custody documents of absentee ballots, that has been charged with double scanning of thousands of ballots, Fulton County Election Office entered into a contract with the company Happy Faces. Happy Faces temp agency was and still is financially connected with Democrat political activist Stacey Abrams, which according to Ms. Abrams is technically legal, but in my opinion is unethical and unacceptable. It places our election process at risk of partisan and questionable hiring practices. As of yesterday, this Fulton County Election Office faces new charges of election conduct that is riddled, quote, riddled with massive errors and provable fraud, with an error reporting rate of 60%, with multiple falsified tally sheets from the recount prepared by someone whose name is redacted, maybe a Happy Faces employee. It is simply not acceptable at this time to use Happy Faces temp agency for Fulton County elections
15
until
seconds.
these serious findings have been investigated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Uphuse, and I have been a resident in Ms. Hausman's district since 2011. And I would like to voice my strong opposition to the renewing of the contract with Happy Faces Temp Agency to run our elections. There are several reasons for this. The election workers should be local stakeholders in the community where the election is held, not a paid temp agency. Who are the people that Happy Faces Temp Agency hires, and what are their qualifications? We've all seen the video of Ruby Freeman and her daughter at the State Farm Arena. and other videos she posted online mishandling the mail-in ballots. We are still awaiting an investigation and accountability for the numerous irregularities in the 2020 election. The citizens of Fulton County should return to having our residents work the early voting, polling, and all aspects of the voting process. We should not pay a temp agency from another county to run our elections. Happy Faces Temp Agency is headquartered in Tucker, Georgia. It's in DeKalb County, not Fulton. The only connection Happy Faces has to Fulton County is a financial link to Stacey Abrams as the secretary through the Now account. How would you vote if Brian Kemp or another political candidate had the slightest hint of a financial interest in the people entrusted with counting the votes? You must return voter integrity and impartiality to the Fulton County elections. The corruption in Fulton County election warrants investigation, and that starts with not renewing Happy Faces Temp Agency's contract or any other temp agency that has a political connection. We, the people of Fulton County, demand an investigation and accountability into the irregularities and fraud in our elections. You serve the citizens of
15
Fulton
seconds.
County. You have been entrusted to ensure voter integrity of our elections, and you have failed us miserably. You can start with returning the voting process back to the citizens of Fulton County and not renewing Happy Faces Temp Agency contract for $7.7 million. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Marcy King. I've lived in Fulton County since 1987. I was a monitor at the Georgia World Congress Center on November 15th. I arrived on time at 8 a.m. It was apparent that activity had been for the audit of the November election. Apologies, I'm nervous. It was apparent that work had already started long before 8 a.m. We were dismissed early. Work had been, the audit had been completed. This was Sunday. We were due to continue volunteering and working for the GOP, the monitors, through the following Wednesday, but it was finished on Sunday. So there was several observations that I made during my short time there from 8 a.m. till afternoon. I felt very uncomfortable. I can go back to that, but very quickly I left. I drove back to my home in Alpharetta. I didn't feel good. I decided to drive back. I re-entered the Georgia World Congress Center. There was a police officer there. I encountered Carter Jones, who works directly for the Secretary of State's office, and we had a conversation. I asked him where all these people came from, who was chosen to audit. He said Happy Faces. I said, was there any vetting as to whether or not they belonged to the Republican or Democrat Party? He said no. And the reason he knew they were from Happy Faces is that he recognized them from State Farm Arena, and many of them. He also said there were also retired librarians from Fulton County and employees from the Department of Behavioral Services. So I'm here to ask that you vote no to Happy Faces being reinstituted as a temp agency to be involved in our elections. Thank you.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come down. Julie Adams, Rosie Jackson Puckett, Valerie Eberhardt, Ravi Wyndham, Maggie Goldman, and Jewel Johnson.
Hi, my name is Julie Adams. Yesterday, newly released evidence from public records proved that 7 batch tally sheets created during the Fulton County hand count audit were falsified. You all I've provided copies of the batch tally sheets for all of you. These tally sheets falsely reported that Joe Biden received a total of 850 votes and 0 votes for Donald Trump and Joe Jorgensen in the November 3rd, 2020 election. The actual ballot images for these batches prove that the tally sheets were fabricated by one of the auditors during the audit conducted on November 14th and 15th at the World Congress Center. The question that you now must answer is, who falsified them? The signature on the tally sheet is redacted, so no one currently knows. One of the more likely possibilities is that the individual was a Happy Faces employee. The Happy Faces staffing agency supplied some of the auditors who produced the tally sheets as part of counting ballots during the audit. Happy Faces has also been named as a defendant in the ballot inspection lawsuit against Fulton County. You owe it to every resident of Fulton County to find out who falsified these 7 tally sheets.
15 seconds.
The people of Fulton County deserve to know, and the Board of Commissioners must also know before even considering whether or not to renew the Happy Faces contract. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and to my Commissioner, Khadijah. My name is Rosie Jackson Puckett, and I live at 4365 Melanie Drive, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. I am here today to ask each of you, Commissioners, to please vote for the approval of the resolution to execute the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Some of you, Commissioners, might not feel that your constituents in your districts are in need of these funds. However, I live in District 5 of the city of South Fulton, and there are residents there that are in desperate need. We heard individuals today talk about the crime. Yes, we have crime off of Old National Highway, but crime is because individuals sometimes have a lack of food, a lack of housing. There are a lot of things that come with that. But the Bible tells us in James 4:2, it says, you have not because you ask not. Well, there have been a lot of people on their knees praying, and God has answered prayer, and he has brought forth funds to Fulton County. And today we stand asking, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. We're asking all 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. We're asking all 7 to come forth today and approve these funds. I am or was a small business owner, and since I have become extremely young, my daughter has taken forth. I got you.
15 seconds.
However, we are now in a process, we're a small business, and we need the funding for our small business. Please take out self and bring in the service that you have been appointed for, and vote to approve the funds for the rescue plan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ravi Wyndham, an Atlanta native and a family member of the Hammonds House Museum. I said family member because I was raised in the Hammonds House. Growing up, my dad would take me religiously to visit the Hammonds House, and I would be so excited because I would always have such a rich cultural experience that would always leave me feeling full, hopeful, and inspired. Mostly because everything about what I would experience at the Hammonds House, I could completely relate to, as it always highlighted African American arts and culture. Fast forward some 30 plus years later, I have found my way back home at the Hammonds House Museum as the program's manager consultant. Thanks to continued support and funding, we have been able to keep that spirit of the Hammonds House alive even during the pandemic with digital programming for the entire family. And thankfully, we have been blessed to reopen our doors recently to the public, which so many Black institutions nationwide unfortunately have not or did not get to see that light of day again. The Hammonds House Museum is more than just a museum. It is a window of hope. It is a window of self-reflection, inspiration, and literally a safe space and escape from all that is going on right now. We are literally the little engine that could right now with 5 staff members, including consultants like myself.
15 seconds.
With your continued support and abundance, we would love to keep that spirit alive and growing. And lastly, if you have not had the wonderful chance to come visit us at the Hammonds House Museum, I invite you to bring your whole family and please come visit us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maggie Goldman, and I am a resident in Johns Creek, District 1. The appointment of Mike Bodker, current Johns Creek mayor, to the Development Authority of Fulton would be a mistake. At a time when the Development Authority of Fulton is under strict scrutiny over per diem payments and members being too cozy with developers, the commission needs to look very closely at each new member appointed to this board. A quick Google search of Mike Bodker unveils many ethics accusations related to developers. In 2013, the accusations caused 5 members of the Johns Creek City Council to commission an ethics investigation. Among the accusations in the 28-page investigative report are that Bodker approved a zoning change for a project on Bell Road, even though the developer was a friend who had previously allowed him to use his vacation home in Florida for free. I can't imagine what development experience Mike Bodker even brings to the authority. He's been the mayor of Johns Creek for 14 years, and yet Johns Creek is an example of the opposite of economic development. Have you been to the Johns Creek Town Center? Oh, right, it doesn't exist. Yet our neighbors in Alpharetta, Milton, Duluth, Peachtree Corners, Suwanee, even South Forsyth have excelled in the area of economic development. In the 14 years and a few failed attempts, such as a 2015 with the intention to develop a town center named The District, the buck stops with the mayor and his ability or lack thereof to build coalitions, work with the city council to bring economic development to fruition. The only thing I can see Mike Bodker bringing to the Development Authority is his apparent friendships with developers. That is exactly what we do not want on the board members at this time.
15 seconds.
Of all the people who could have been chosen for this appointment, you couldn't find one person without a history of ethics accusations and with some semblance of economic development success? Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, and especially good morning to my commissioner, 6th District. My name is Jewel Johnson, and I live at 4660 Orkney Lane, City of South Fulton. I'm here today to ask each commissioner to please vote for the approval of the resolution to execute the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. First of all, I want to let you know that I happen to be one of those small business owners, a retired healthcare professional. And I know that we have many people in the city of South Fulton, all of South Fulton, that really needs this. And I'm asking each one of you not to play the games with these people, because this might mean living or dying for some of them. So please do the right thing. And I like to say, as it relates to the Happy Face situation that we have, under the leadership of Rob Pitts, our chairman, the board has failed to renew the contract with Happy Faces. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care if it's green face, yellow face, blue face. I happen to be one of your employers, and Fulton County has many, many employers. But I happen to be one. As a mayoral candidate for the mayor of the city of South Fulton, this is a shame that you would even consider having municipalities run their own elections. Please give the Board of Elections what they need.
15
That's
seconds.
just like saying, okay, all attorneys don't need to have anybody represent them, but they do, and so does doctors. So do the right thing. Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
No further speakers in Assembly Hall. The next speakers will be Zoom participants.
How many?
I'm not.
You say, just a minute, you say 7? 7, all right. Fifteen seconds. 15 seconds. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Fifteen seconds. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, may I, real quickly? Sorry to interrupt, but I've gotten a text from said the viewing public cannot hear the virtual comments. I don't know if that's from SGTV or something else, but if somebody can look into that, that would be terrific.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. We just learned of that technical issue, so they are trying to address it now. I apologize for the inconvenience.
No. Continue, please. 15 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next speakers will be the email comments read by Mr. Carver.
And how many?
Mr. Chairman, we have 19 comments on 8 topics. And as we had discussed in the past, we will read the first of a set of comments on the topic and then tell you who else echoed similar comments.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And the rest and the entire list will be entered into the public record. The first public comment is from Rebecca Paradis. My name is Rebecca Paradis, and I'm a resident of Fulton County in District 1. There are certainly some issues to work out regarding training and supervision of Happy Faces personnel who worked the polls in this last election. However, the numerous comments about Happy Faces being, quote, proved to be highly excessively partisan and not transparent in recent elections, end quote, is completely false and not supported by any evidence. Happy Faces Personnel is a minority-owned business which has had contracts with the state of Georgia for over 20 years and contracts with Fulton County for 7 years. Fulton also utilizes Happy Faces in senior services and community development programming. It's unlikely that their employees perform well in these areas and not for elections work. The attacks on this company are purely partisan, and the company should evaluate the company on the same and the commission rather should evaluate the company on the same criteria it evaluates all contractors. The delays in approving the funding for this contract have put our elections the delays in approving the funding for this contract have put the Fulton County Elections Board at risk of not being staffed and not being able to carry out our elections in November. Our elections may fall to the responsibility of cities who are not prepared for this. Early voting starts in 90 days, and we need you to approve this contract today. In April, the Commission passed a resolution against SB 202, and there was a report from the county attorney due back in 30 days detailing any legal action the Commission can take against SB 202 to protect Fulton voters. Please make this report available to the public. Expressing similar sentiments were Rachel Marie Bartolone, Lori Randall, Davita Denton, Lisa Skyer, and Michael Barron.
The next set of comments are in support of the American Rescue Plan. My name is April Shepperson. I am a resident of Fulton County in District 1. I support Happy Faces personnel who worked the polls for the last election. I support the maximum of 1 hour of public comment time, and I am against appointment of Mike Bogert to the Development Authority of Fulton County. I would like to elaborate on my support of the implementation plan for the American Rescue Funds that Commissioner Abdul Rahman submitted that was approved months ago. Fulton residents need these funds now. Do not continue to block what could be a lifeline for our community based on biases and political jockeying. Vote yes today. Thank you. Others who support similar comments are Andrew Randall of Fulton County District 1 and Melody Kelly of Fulton County District 2.
The next comment is in support of board public comment. The comment is from Adam Bornman. I'm happy to see that the June 16th meeting, a majority of the commissioners agreed to keep in-person, virtual Zoom, and written comment permanently, and not only because of the pandemic. I request that you provide at least 1 hour of comment to accommodate these methods. If you only offer 30 minutes, it's possible that in-person and Zoom comments could take up that whole time, leaving the already shortened version of written comment out of the session. I am confident that a maximum of 1 hour will easily accommodate all three forms of public comment, and if written comment is cut off after 1 hour, at least some of the written comments will have been read. Also echoing similar comments is Rachel Marie Bartolone.
The next comment addresses fighting voter fraud. My name is Leslie Mullis, and I am a Sandy Springs resident in Fulton County, District 2. I am writing today for three purposes. In the June 16th meeting, a majority of the commission agreed to keep in-person, virtual Zoom, and written comments permanently, but limit the time to 30 minutes. That is not going to be enough time when there are agenda items with major impact to the citizens of our county. The ability for citizens to make public comments and have their voices heard in our governing process is a fundamental right. Not some voices or most voices, but all voices. Limiting the comments or being too cumbersome or one shows the lack of respect for the people you represent. The time for public comment needs to be not less than 1 hour. My second comment is regarding Happy Faces contract approval. There is no evidence of Happy Faces personnel being highly partisan in recent elections. Happy Faces is a minority-owned business working with the state of Georgia for over 20 years and with Fulton County for 7 years. The commission is attacking and withholding approval for their contract purely for partisan reasons and is purposefully jeopardizing execution of future elections. I am greatly disappointed with the continued efforts to feed the narrative of election fraud. After 2 electronic recounts and 1 full hand recount statewide, numerous lawsuits filed and tossed out of court due to lack of evidence, I urge any commissioner that is giving a voice to election fraud narratives, either directly or indirectly, to stop. If we want to restore the faith in our elections, then the first step is to tell the truth. There is no evidence of fraud to be found. My final comment is to ask for a yes vote for the implementation of the American Rescue Dollars today. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has carefully crafted a plan to consultation with commissioners, attorneys, and Fulton staff to implement the very priorities that were approved in March. The plan ensures those with the greatest need will receive relief to keep their homes, keep their small businesses and operations, people keep employed.
The next public comment is on the library system from Donna Lawson. It would be such a pleasure for Commissioner Rob Pitts and my servant leader for District 5, Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., to actively participate in paying attention to a few discoveries made under their leadership within operations of our wonderful county. If time permits, I will list some findings that should be major considerations for further investigation and an outcome report prepared immediately. First on the list is the suspicious mail that was and is circulating from the office of the county attorney. Kay Burwell is aware. Commissioner Arrington's Library Board Chair Representative, D. Chip Joyner, has apparently been privileged to use the stationery of the legal department. That certainly seems unacceptable. It is my understanding that he is not an employee of the law office. However, a final determination and conclusion has not been brought forth due to the lack of delivery of a proposed certified letter and an acceptable reasoning from Mr. Joyner. Therefore, the suspicion remains. In addition, and in brief, I believe that the executive director for the FCLS, Gail Hunter-Holloman, and the voting library board members agreed to position our county in an ongoing and demeaning state of intentional liability concerns with insensitive patron and staff safety and security assignments. These library board representatives and the executive director, Gail Hunter-Holloman, decided that the patrons should aid in cleaning the reserved rooms in the libraries. What a setup for frustrated patron/staff behavior possibilities at a minimum. In this critical time of COVID-19 and coronavirus pandemic panic realities, the energy put forth to even discuss such a threatening behavior was harmful. What kind of mindsets do we have representing the intelligence of library services? It is not welcoming as the new online video invites us to return to the facilities. What a hypocrisy of the upper management, inclusive of but not exclusive to Rodriguez, Gillum, Snotty George, etc.
The next set of comments address the Hammond House. I am reaching out to ask for continued support of Hammond's House Museum in West End, Atlanta. This comment is by Heidi Boykin. For the last 7 years, I have served on the board of trustees for the Hammond's House Museum, and I have seen the integrational impact this institution has made on the surrounding community. Since it is the only standalone historic house museum in Atlanta dedicated to African American art, my hope is that you see the importance of this wonderful institution. Hammond's House Museum has so much to give and share. With your financial support, it can continue to be an asset to the cultural community of Atlanta. Others with similar comments and in support, Aisha Jeffrey Cease and Irma Kennedy.
The next comment is on the Fulton County Development Authority from Harvey Goldberg. My name is Harvey Goldberg, and I'm a resident of Fulton County in District 1. I am against the appointment of Mike Bodker, the mayor of Johns Creek, to the Development Authority of Fulton County. During his time as mayor, he's been investigated at the direction of his own city council for ethics accusations. I believe that the Development Authority is currently undergoing scrutiny for its own issues, and it does not make sense to appoint a new member who has a similar history. As a resident of Johns Creek, I was not impressed with the lack of economic development. We have wanted a town center for some time now, and it never happens, while cities all around us have nice restaurants, shops, and outdoor centers. We are having trouble keeping young people in Johns Creek once they graduate, in part because of the lack of economic development. Based on Mike Bodker's history of ethics accusations and lack of experience in economic development, I oppose his appointment. Uttering similar comments were Carrie Smith.
The next comment addresses Board of Commissioner actions. The comment is by Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, Commissioners. This public comment is sent out of frustration and much disappointment. First, the raise given to the county employees of 3.5% instead of $3,000 showed lack of appreciation for them putting their lives on the line to keep the county open during COVID-19. Second, I, along with hundreds of other Fulton County citizens, want to know, what does this commission plan to do with $20 million of our tax money awarded as pandemic funds since you disapproved Commissioner Rockman's proposal? As I restate the citizens' tax dollars of $20 million. I have been coming before this board since Commissioner Bruce Bannister, and never have I been so disappointed in the actions of the Fulton County Commission. The days of caring what the citizen needed, deserved, and have paid taxes for appear to be over. As a proud 48-year resident of South Fulton County, I have been forced by your past actions to call on citizens to hold this commission more accountable by calling your offices frequently and watching these meetings more closely. I implore this commission to use tax dollars of the thousands of Fulton citizens that spent to help the homeless. The rental moratorium ends July 31st. Do you even care what will happen to the children and families who will be homeless? Commissioner Hausman, you are a member of the board and should hear us.
That is the final of the emailed public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
On page 9, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 21-0511, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. As we've done in previous meetings, I'll provide a summary, but today I'm going to ask Matt Kallmeyer, who's coming to the podium, Anna Roach, and Sharon Whitmore to summarize some of the major sections. So we'll not be going through every slide, but we are going to spend a little bit more time because there are some significant changes from the last report. The most significant change is the sustained rise in cases, hospitalizations due to the Delta variant. Also, with 99.5% of all COVID admissions coming from unvaccinated individuals in Fulton County, the urgency to make progress on our vaccination strategy is paramount. The vaccination strategy shift to a mobile-centric model is fully implemented with about 2,000 per day in capacity. We have 10 mobile units touching 40 locations every week, and we've administered 35,000 vaccines from those mobile units as a part of the over 500,000 vaccines Fulton County has administered from our sites. We continue to lead with 61% of all adults 18 and over with at least one shot. We also have 51% of all eligible with one shot. But we still have a race equity gap, and that remains the focus of our communications as well as our mobile sites. And you'll see significant take rate from people of color in the information that we provided to you. We're also excited today to report on the progress of our emergency rental assistance program. Now, having completed a review of 80% of the applications, we have an operational model that will allow us to fully distribute the total funds, not just the first tranche, in the next several months. And we plan a second phase opening August the 2nd. So we now believe that we have an operational model that's working quite well and better than any that we're aware of. The most significant use case in the overall plan that is before you is the court backlog case. I just traded messages this morning with Chief Judge Brasher, who we have his full support for this plan, having met with him a week or so ago. And the expense projection for that plan now is $75 million. More than the $61 million that our initial estimates were, which is an increase of $14 million. The vaccination program also has an increase of $14 million because we anticipate going well beyond the September 30th date when all of those costs were fully eligible for reimbursement by FEMA. These three cases, the emergency rental assistance, vaccinations, and the court backlog, represent over $140 million and close to half of all of the funds that are in our program. They also hit the three pillars of health response, operational stability, and community support. We have lowered our reserve amount to $46.9 million and made adjustments to other programs to accommodate these most recent changes. But it shows clearly early in a 3-year plus cycle that being financially prudent would argue for maintaining some reserve. Also, I think it's prudent to realize that, again, unlike CARES, this is a multi-year program. We have expended, though, however, $33.7 million to date. We've begun the Project Orca, which is our code name for the court reduction program, the recruitment, the technology orders, and the space selection. The Vax Up campaign that hopefully you've seen, and certainly we believe our citizens are seeing, is being implemented. I've already talked about the mobile sites being fully operational. Our CSP contracts, which was one of our primary efforts in the community, are now being reviewed for sub-recipient terms. This is a term of art that the federal government places upon providers if they are doing a lot of the service to the public and not just functioning as a contractor. So we can address that, and I'm sure Kate Burwell can help explain that requirement. And of course, last, our employee performance payment, much appreciated and approved by the board, was made in the last week, and an additional vaccination incentive program is being finalized. If you walked in the front door this morning, you would also see a vaccination site, which we have established here at 141 Pryor. So in addition to that, what we are now really focused on and have provided in your document is a summary of each one of the programs with KPIs, current status, and next steps. And this does represent our recommendation as senior staff for the plan before you. We've received feedback that you'd like to see more speed and progress, and we're fully committed to doing so. We continue to meet daily at the very senior levels to clear obstacles that come up in this plan. We also meet twice weekly in a joint structure with the Board of Health and Emergency Management to review progress. We have a very intense focus on vaccinations, court backlog, and ERAP, as I said, as well as many other efforts as we're now returning to normal operations. But most of the planning and the pre-clearance work has now been done, so it's focused on execution going forward. And we plan to publish dashboards at an overall level as well as at each program level to allow you to track progress, but also the public. And I have fundamentally no doubt that Fulton County will continue to lead in all dimensions of COVID response while remaining in compliance with the federal guidelines. So, Mr. Chairman, if acceptable, again, we will have Matt very briefly pick a couple of slides, Anna Roach pick a couple of slides, Sharon pick a couple of slides. We also have Jessica available for any comments on communications, Dr. Rochelle on ERAP, and Alton Adams on Project Orca. So we are very much at your pleasure in terms of covering the rest of this.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Kalmar.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matthew Kalmar from Emergency Management. Instead of picking one or two slides, just want to go ahead and touch on some statistics that are very important for everyone. You heard the county manager initially stated. I want to pause here and just go ahead and make sure this resonates with everyone. According to Department of Public Health, over the last 2 months, 99.5% of all hospitalizations have been due to people that have been unvaccinated. 99.7% of all fatalities have been due to people that are not vaccinated. Let me repeat that again. 99.5% of all hospital admissions are from people that are not vaccinated. 99.7% of all fatalities are due to people who are not vaccinated. Please let that go ahead and resonate for a second. Census tract information continues to show that 85% of our new COVID infections are reporting in areas with the lowest vaccination rates. We're trying to do what we can to get those mobile crews out there to address those. And we are starting to see some progress on our equity programs and that, and you'll see that through the slides in the deck that you have. What is of concern? 7-day averages. They are starting to go up. Our hospitalization numbers are up to 68%, cases are up to 52, and our percent positive rate is creeping up closer to 3%. It's still in a place where we can actually use our epidemiologists to continue to do contact tracing, but is getting something of concern. The Delta variant is something that we are watching. Please make sure you look at the death rate inside there. While it is down, please remember, as we've told you in the past, it's a lagging indicator. 3 to 4 weeks later is when we start seeing some changes when it comes to fatalities. Getting to our vaccination efforts, When it comes to the percent of individuals, the county manager said that, 18 years and older, 61% of our population has received one dose that is eligible for that, as well as 57% are fully vaccinated. So we're continuing to go. They're continuing to look through the data, the State Department of Public Health, and continue to raise that number for us as they refine the information that they have inside their systems. So we are continuing to see increases in that every time they have made updates. Our fixed and mobile program has vaccinated over 512,000, done over 512,000 vaccines administered, and our mobile program is about 35,000 thus far. When it comes to our 12 to 29-year-old group, which is actually the majority of under-vaccinated individuals in our community, we're starting to see 41% of those individuals taking advantage of the vaccination. GICC did close. I want to go ahead and pause here for a second to thank the City of College Park and their mayor for the gracious generosity that they actually had opening that facility to us to be able to support the citizens of South Fulton. We were able to vaccinate 66,138 individuals at that site, and we actually had a very good partnership with CHOA, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, to go ahead and vaccinate the youth through that program as well. With the closing of that, we wanted to make sure there was still another opportunity for those people of the city of, in the areas of South Fulton to take advantage of vaccinations. So we opened a site at the Stonewall Tell Road, 5710, which is across the street from the annex. And we are open Tuesday through Saturday, as well as we have some evening options as well until 8 p.m. at night. And all that information can be found on the county's website under the VaxUp page that Ms. Corbett monitors and manages. One thing the last two things is what we're doing with the school system. I just wanted to highlight that. So Atlanta Public Schools, we have actually have a partnership with them to vaccinate their contractors, faculty, staff, and students on 38 schools during the week of August 9th. So we'll be going around to the different locations. They're welcoming us into their programs. Parents actually go ahead and sign the waiver forms for their children. The school system will allow the children to go ahead and get vaccinated during the school day, as well as any of the other adults can come throughout the school day to take advantage of that. With Fulton County Schools, we're actually partnering with them at Banneker High School and North Springs High School on Saturday, July 31st, to go ahead and offer vaccinations to their community as well. So I'll pause here for any questions.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are we as far as our rate for communities of color? What is the percentage that we have successfully been able to vaccinate?
So on slide, I believe is 9 inside your deck, ma'am, you'll actually see the percent vaccination that we have actually had over a couple of weeks period. And the data is still slowly coming in, but you'll see that when it comes to the most recent category for there, it looks like we are actually, and I apologize for my poor eyes, almost 30% for the African American community during that time, our Asian community, just shy of 10%, in our Latino community, about 6%, ma'am. And there's still an other and unknown that we're waiting to get categorized from the state's data.
And so I do have a concern, and I'm open to any obstacles that you all may be having. I've been looking at the tracking of this for the last 90 days, and it does not look as though we're getting a lot of tracking on it as far as communities of color. So I am concerned as to what we are doing as Fulton County. Is it working? Is it not working? Or are we taking the opportunity to think outside the box? Because I have had mayors as well as city council people, especially in that city of South Fulton corridor, even though I am excited that we do have it at the Stonewall Tell, but driving them there to Stonewall Tell seems to be a challenge. And so I just would like to know, based on your information, what's working and what's not working.
Well, I will say there's one thing that you just said that actually causes me to have a little bit of excitement. If there's people that are telling you they want to go ahead and have vaccinations, please help us. We are seeing a drop in the amount of individuals that want to sponsor us to have mobile vaccination sites. It's very confusing to us. We think that some people may have gotten to the point of fatigue, or they just think that we're past this. We're not. So if there are people that are coming to your office, please pass that along to us, and I'll do my best to reach out to your chief of staff to find out some of those locations. But we agree with you. The only way we're going to move this needle is actually getting the trucks to these locations where people are actually doing other activities and catching them along the way. So while this data that we're showing you today includes a lot of the state data, there's a lot of things that we have from our mobile program that we can actually share with you in your office that show a little different story of how we're actually getting a larger portion of our Black and brown communities actually are meeting targets with that program. So I'd love to be able to show that to your team.
I appreciate that. I offer and accept a collaboration because I think oftentimes in the African American community, we have to take it to them. You are competing with misinformation. You're competing with individuals that are getting information off of the internet. You're competing with information who are scared. I have actually had people from all districts to call and ask me about their children, ask should they get their children vaccinated. And so I'm more than happy to be accommodating. I just think that we may be at a lull, but that is my perception with the African American community. We may need to work just a little bit harder, but thank you for all the work that you all do.
Thank you, ma'am. I look forward to working with your team.
All right.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just a quick question for Mr. Kallmeyer. I think I saw some numbers the other day, and I think these were state numbers for kind of like the top 3 sort of age categories and however the breaks were. And it looked like basically, you know, kind of in the state of Georgia, in like 85 and up, and I think maybe going down to about 65, that the vaccine rate percentage uptake was in excess of like 80-85% for each of those categories. Do you have the numbers and those sort of top 3 bands for Fulton County?
I'll have to go ahead and refer back to my notes. I don't believe I have that with me, sir. I do
Okay.
apologize, but I'll provide that to you and your team.
I mean, there's 61% and 57% that we're showing is significantly higher than sort of the state percentages, correct? You know, so I mean, that's certainly a very positive sign. I guess, you know, kind of as we're thinking about sort of you've noted, I guess this 12 to 29 group that's where we're trying to specifically really concentrate our efforts in addition to, you know, our initiatives around communities of color, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So slide 11, sir, did have a snapshot of the state's dashboard, but if you look at our 3rd bullet point on there, you'll see our higher numbers. So when the state does report their numbers, they look at the total population, they don't look at the eligible population. So that's something we always try to showcase to y'all as the eligible population.
Okay.
This is what we're trying to meet.
All right. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the seating arrangements because we were originally seated in a different way as far as our commissioner staff and county executives. And so with the numbers dropping and we took the barriers down between ourselves and everything, when are we moving back to the original seating arrangements for the county executives and county commissioner staff? Is that a question for, yes, in the BLC meeting, is that a question for Mr. County Manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Could we, if we could, we have the next section being reopening, and we are going to discuss an incident within our employees, and I think it'd be appropriate at that time to discuss all of the BOC directives across the board.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, I forgot to go ahead and actually remember there was slide 14 that I want to just direct you and your team's attention to. So you'll see that is specifically for our mobile efforts right there. And the African American community, once again, with our mobile team, 45.10% of is what we're actually reaching with that particular effort. So the mobile effort is doing much better than what we're seeing at some of our fixed sites. And that's what we're really looking at. Does it make sense to keep as much resources in the fixed locations or put it more towards our mobile effort? So we have an additional 3 street teams that the Board of Health has put out in the downtown metro area that are actually just foot soldiers getting out there, touching people and trying to have get them to understand why it's important. And then we also have our 10 mobile units that are out in the community as well. So that slide will be able to go ahead and answer some of the questions that you just posed to me, ma'am.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
All right, anything else? If not, Madam CO.
Slide 23, please. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, as the manager stated, we'll hit a couple of highlights in the reopening section. As you can see, we are still trending green on our reopening indicators and gating criteria for reopening, although we are still at a downward trajectory of our 7-day average of positive cases. As Matt stated, there are some concerning news around the rise in cases over the last several weeks, as well as some unknowns with the variant, but we are comfortable that we're proceeding, albeit with caution, but we are proceeding with reopening our government. Next slide, please. We debated including the information about our vaccinated employees, too, in particular, that did test positive for COVID-19, because we didn't want to discourage anyone from becoming vaccinated. But I think thanks to Matt, who reiterated the point that vaccination works. And the most important thing to take away from that is that while it's not 100% solution to our COVID-19 pandemic, it is effective. And it is effective against hospitalizations and death for those who choose to be vaccinated. All that said, we did have an incident where vaccinated employees did become positive. That did create some concern within our operating departments. And so DREAM's response was to immediately implement a mask requirement for its employees. I don't want to get into what kind of situation we will get in if we lose a huge component of our Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, who serves us on a daily basis. And so for their protection, we have asked that they go back to requiring masks when they are interacting with the public. And so in terms of our countywide response, we are going to also implement a mask requirement for our employees' protection when they are in common areas and they are interacting with the public. We'll hear more about increased incentive efforts as a part of that county response as well, and then we will be using our communication tools to reinforce social distance practicing for the safety of our employees. If you could go to slide 27. I'd also just like to take a moment to highlight our before and after of our employee wellness incentive program for vaccination within our employee population. Kenneth Herman and his team are leading this effort. And as you can see, our applications have increased to 2,560 for today's report. At the last meeting, it was at 2,291, which is a change of 269 applications, so progress there. That progress is also reflected in the approved applications, which is at 2,353 today. At our last board meeting, it was at 2,102. And that brings our overall known vaccinated percentage to 52% of our employees as a result of their participation in this incentive program. And that is up 5% from the last time we reported it. It was at 47%. Next slide, please. Just wanted to touch on this slide to make you aware, commissioners, that we are in our final phase of reopening. Our most significant highlight from that is our senior centers on July 12th, open for in-person services at our facilities on an appointment basis, and that went very well. Happy to report that. And there are several slides within the deck that provide updates on activities, reopening activities within that phase 4 reopening category as well. If you could just go to slide 32, please. And the final highlighted point that I'd like to make is around emergency rental assistance, commissioners. We had a total of about 10,000 good applications, or total applications, that we ended up with overall in emergency rental assistance. And I am truly proud to report that at this point, we have adjudicated through our efforts 8,282 of those cases. And that represents approximately $7.36 million in payments made from our allocation to constituents for utility and rental assistance. And we look forward to bringing the remaining 1,762 applications to a close within the next 1 to 2 weeks. And that represents a significant surpassing of our original target of it taking 8 weeks to complete review of the submitted applications. And all of that information is good, but it's a lot of numbers. But I think it's quite nicely illustrated on this line chart, which shows the significant improvement in the number of disbursements for that program made since we implemented our improvement plan, which became fully implemented on June 21st, when all of the additional resources became in place. The last thing I'd like to say on this particular slide is that what's not reflected is tomorrow's payment, Thursday's payment, which is projected to be at this point approximately $2.2 million worth of emergency rental and utility assistance paid tomorrow, and that'll be our highest number to date. We've been trending at approximately $1.1 million per week, and for the first time we'll be at $2 million. So proud to report that update to the Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. And so finally, just wanted to provide the Board of Commissioners a preview of our plans for Emergency Rental Assistance 2, affectionately called ERAP 2. We are moving to a primarily outsourced model for ERAP 2. If you recall, the pillars that we outlined for you when we originally described ERAP 1 included the application, several steps within the adjudication portion, and then payments being the final section of our implementation plan. Well, we do plan to retain the application portion of that continuum, but we do plan to outsource the remainder of it. We found from our experience with ERAP 1 that where we saw much of the delay was in the actual adjudication as well as some portions of the payment process, and we believe that an outsourced model, as reflected by the improvements that we put in place over the last several weeks, is a better way for us to deploy the funds in ERAP 2. And so we are in the process of working with purchasing to finalize the procurement for a provider in that regard. But most significantly, we plan to reopen our application portal on August 2nd. It is eagerly anticipated by our constituents who continue to be in need. And so we are going to work to transition the vast majority of the lift to our provider, but we will plan to open the portal on August 2nd. What I have challenged the staff to do is expend the funding that has been received already from ERAP 2 within 60 to 90 days, and we're going to be working diligently to even outperform that target. And when I refer to the funding that we have in hand already, specifically, we received a total, or we were anticipating a total of $42 million from the federal government for emergency rental assistance. $8 million was from the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and another $24 million was from the American Rescue Plan. What we have in hand is the $18 million from the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and another $10 million from the American Recovery Act, so a total of $28 million. And I'm really going to be targeting expending that $28 million within 60 to 90 days. And so that's our projection. And again, I'm proud to report our progress on emergency rental assistance. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm open to any questions, and we have the rest of the team here.
All right, thank you, Madam CEO. Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Hausman, and Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. I thought you had some questions.
I already spoke. I was never removed after I spoke.
Okay, but I thought you were gonna. Okay. Yeah, I thought you had a question you were gonna ask when she gave her report. They asked you to wait. That's it. You're done. Okay? All right, Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so you just reported that we have 28 million in this category for rental assistance in-house at the moment, correct?
So far.
And we have distributed to those in need of rental assistance, how much?
Just over $7 million, Commissioner.
All right, and then the cost we have incurred to develop this process and do the work, what is that figure?
So far, we have our allocation of $18 million. We did use the percentage that is allowed by the federal government for administration, but we also incurred additional expenses to expedite the adjudication. And so as a team, we decided that $5 million worth of allocation from the American Recovery Funds would also be added to the $2.5 million in administration from the 18.
All right, so my quick math says that we have, and I'm terrible at math, so on the fly. So what do we have left in that category, the rental assistance bucket?
What is remaining for administration, or what is remaining
In
for?
total to utilize?
So if you take the $7 million from the 16 that we had that was outside of it, approximately $8 million.
18 million.
Yes.
Okay. So are you finding that we're having more success with the current process? Or I guess I should ask it this way. How many applications have been approved out of the ones we received?
So the total number of cases that were paid is 1,296. We had a significant number of cases that were either out of county or within the city of Atlanta. That number was 6,305.
Okay. And then we have about 1,000 left, you said?
That's correct, 1,296.
Okay. One of the things that was discussed at NACO at length was the Treasury's willingness to take comments. Are we supplying these comments with what we've faced with trying to organize this to Treasury?
So I wouldn't say that we've had a direct communication with NACO, but we are escalating our concerns about adjudication and the compliance requirements to several stakeholders. We participate in a regional discussion led by the ARC. Those concerns have been articulated to that group, which consists of the 11 direct recipients of those funds. I've also communicated directly our concerns with the state DCA. And more importantly, we have talked with the offices of Senator Ossoff, as well as the offices of Senator Warnock, and discussed our concerns directly with their staff.
Okay, well, that's great. I would also request that you do go directly to the Treasury website. I believe the deadline is tomorrow to make those comments, but they are very interested in the experiences of counties throughout the country. We're, as you know, not the only ones facing these issues, and they're willing to take a hard look at making some adjustments if necessary, but I think it's important that we participate in that process directly rather than going through outside partners and not miss the window, which I do believe closes tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I may have another question in a moment. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yes, Madam CO. What is the application process is closed, correct?
For now, yes, ma'am.
When did it close?
It closed on April 15th.
And what percentage did we have processed and paid out at the time that it
I'm sorry,
closed?
March 15th. We were open from March 1 to March 15th.
And what percentage of the applications at the time that it closed, what percentage of the applications were either fully processed or in process?
On the date that the applications closed, I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure what percentage were adjudicated at that time on March 15th.
Okay.
I mean, we were in the process of collecting them. They had been received within our system, but I don't know on that date how many we had evaluated at that time.
And so at this time, even though we don't know what percentage at the time that we closed that had been processed or in process, what percentage now do we have that are done? I just want to, for transparency's sake, if you could repeat that for me.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Again, we had approximately 10,000 applications, and we have adjudicated 8,282. Now, again, that includes those that have been approved and paid, those that have been denied, those that have been withdrawn, as well as those that are duplicated. So that is the total number of cases that there has been a decision on one way or the other.
Okay, so we stopped taking applications. We closed it out March 15th, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
We closed it out March 15th, and today is July 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have approximately almost 2,000 applications that need to be processed or either in process?
Correct, and we do anticipate those will be completed within the next week or two.
Within the next week or two. Okay, and so the amount that we've had, and give me that amount, I'm not real good with math, just like my comrade here, that amount that has been approved is
Yes.
what now?
Yes, ma'am. So the amount that has been paid to constituents to date is $7,368,000.
Okay. And so that amount that has been paid ultimately was for applications that was taken up until March 15th.
That's correct.
There's no applications that have been taken in since March 15th, correct?
That's correct, and we're very eager to reopen the portal on August 2nd.
Let me ask you this. First of all, let me commend, because I have, the thing that I do like about the effectiveness of my office, I have constituents that call and they email and they say, hey, I've gotten approved. So I commend you all's office for that. Right now, where are we in trying to close the gap, so to speak, and from the time they apply for it to the time that it's ultimately approved? Now, I know it's a lot of factors that come in place, but if you can just kind of give us an overview of where we were versus where we are now.
I am going to ask Dr. Rochelle to help me answer that question because she lives and breathes this on a daily basis. But I will say, in addition to the improvements that we have put in place that will essentially guarantee a quicker adjudication process, I also want to highlight the fact that we have lots of learnings from the administration of ERAP 1. And now we'll leave our application portal open longer, because what we've realized from the original set of applications is that many were not good applications. And so we got through them very quickly and learned that we shouldn't have been nervous about the 15,000 applications because the quality of them weren't as good as we thought they was. But that is a learning, and we'll correct that going forward. But things like that are equally important as the actual proactive steps that we've put in place as a part of our improvement process. But I'll let Dr. Rochelle get a chance to tell you what she and her team have been doing.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. Commissioner, one of the primary factors that has allowed us to see the significant spike in our ability to adjudicate the applications quicker is simply manpower. We've had the 70 additional reviewers that were added on June 21st. We have had the ability to use some of the proxies for our income and some of the other improvements that we've just learned along the way. And some of it is just training, that when this process started, no one in the country had ever run this particular program against this set of guidance and principles. So all of those factors taken together have given us the confidence and the ability to simply get through the applications quicker. We've also done much more by way of outreach to constituents, following up with them in between time. So for example, they're given a certain number of days to present their information back to us. We've taken much more time to continue to follow up with them, to ask if there are other ways we can help. We have contacted the magistrate's office, who has been really a great partner in trying to mitigate an unnecessary eviction. And so all of those factors taken together has really helped the team to see the improvements that we have seen.
Thank you. So my hope is that since we have been closed to taking applications, when we start back taking applications, it sounds to me that the process will be a little bit more streamlined. And like you all have said, even with the quote, good applications, because you know, good applications to you or I may be different to someone else. And so I want to continue to partner with you all and give you feedback. My biggest concern when we were back in March was the length of the process that it was taking. And when we know with the moratorium ending and we may have more that are displaced, I know personally for me, my objective is to not only you all have what I consider good applications, but a more streamlined time, which it looks like you all are doing. So thank you for that.
Anyone else at this time?
Yes.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Arrington?
I want to ask about mortgage assistance. I know we're going to be getting eviction rounds started back up on August 2nd. Will mortgage assistance be running alongside that?
So it's a good question, Commissioner, and the CFO and I were just whispering about whether or not we had gotten any information from DCA about the $300 million they received for mortgage assistance. And we have not gotten any guidance on how they plan to implement that program. They are having public hearings, it looks like at this point, but we haven't gotten any guidance on how that funding will be implemented at this time. We have not begun any mortgage assistance from the American Recovery Plan in Fulton County, primarily because of what we've seen happen with emergency rental assistance. The guidance is very clear that we are prohibited from duplicating funding, and so there's a lot of complication with the state having a set of funds on ERAP, Fulton having a set of funds, and the inability for us to basically ensure that we're not duplicating funding. So what we want to make sure we do prior to implementing a Fulton County mortgage assistance program is somewhat be in lockstep, or at least be fully aware of what the state government is doing with their funding, so we don't provide duplicate awards to recipients.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So just a quick question, Madam CEO, an observation more than a question. You know, at the height of the pandemic, we were following the science. And the science now seems to be suggesting that things are going up, getting worse, and the worst may be yet to come. Is that accurate? Am I interpreting what I'm hearing accurately?
Yeah, I wish Matt were still here, but I do believe that. Oh, hey, Dr. Paxton, thank you for that.
Are still very low. We are definitely seeing an uptake, not only in the US and in Georgia and those bat states which are really getting the brunt of this, like Missouri and Florida and some others, but we are seeing an uptake now in our own case rates. Our percent positivity rate is now rising a little bit to somewhere around the 2% rate, which is better than it was in the past, but still worrisome. It's also estimated that the Delta variant, which you've all probably heard about, which is the more transmissible and arguably more dangerous variant, is rising in the state. The latest estimate that I heard yesterday was that it probably accounts for somewhere right now about a third of all the infections taking place in Georgia. We don't have confirmation of that yet, but it's rising very precipitously. So that combination of things is all very worrisome and means that we need to stay on our toes because we are set up for resurgences, most particularly among the unvaccinated. As Matt has pointed out to you, it is the unvaccinated that are really suffering from this, and it can be expected to keep on suffering.
So if that's the case, I mean, should we be basically maintaining the status quo, or should we become more aggressive again with respect to who comes into this building? Require everyone to wear a mask, number one, and number two, should we be more aggressive with respect to our employees? I just heard this morning where hospitals are now requiring, not asking, not pleading, their employees, if you're gonna work here, you're gonna be vaccinated. Otherwise, you don't have a job. That may be a little extreme, but I'd rather be more aggressive at this point.
We're certainly taking a more aggressive posture with employees for the protection of our workforce, and still in the spirit honoring the board's action that was taken at the last meeting. You know, part of the complication is, you know, the CDC says one thing about masks.
Just one second. So,
yes, sir.
But for the board's action, what will your position be?
But for the board's action, I think that we would be well served in continuing with a mask requirement. The temperature taking is something that our Board of Health has told us is not effective, so I support eliminating that. But I don't see anything wrong with a mask requirement, particularly for the protection of our workforce.
I'll come back. Commissioner Hausman?
Well, I mean, what we passed was to follow the CDC guidelines, which does require that if you're not vaccinated, you should still wear a mask. If you're vaccinated, you don't have to. So I think we have a good handle on which employees have been vaccinated.
We do not, Commissioner.
Well, we certainly know which one's got the incentive.
We do not. The Department of Human Resources receives that information and holds it very tightly because of the fact that it contains medically sensitive information. I do not have access to his list, and it is an honor system that we are on with respect to people's choice to wear a mask. We can assume that those who are masked are vaccinated because that's the rule, but we actually do not know. I've heard anecdotally from Dr. Paxton that even in her office, she is aware of unvaccinated individuals who don't wear masks and had to address it there. So,
Okay, and if I recall too, that we required that if you were in a health division in the county, then you would still be wearing a mask. That
Yes,
is
ma'am.
being enforced, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner House, but just to specify on that one, what we decided upon was that people who are in the clinical parts of the health department would have to wear a mask. I was talking about people I have seen in the non-clinical areas, the office areas, who were not naked, who I knew were unvaccinated, were not wearing a mask and had to be told to go put their mask back on.
Okay. Thank you for that, Dr. Paxton. So the report that Mr. Kalmauer gave us with I believe 97.5% of those hospitalized are not vaccinated. And the death rate was 99.5, or I'm saying that oppositely. Only 0.5 of those vaccinated have had a death situation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's what Matt
Okay.
reported.
So again, we're trying to incentivize our community. One of those incentives, of course, would be to go back to normal life and not have to wear a mask. And so I can certainly appreciate the sensitivity of knowing officially who has been vaccinated, who has not. What is the percentage that we have given of our employees that the incentive bonus? We do know that figure, correct?
I believe it's at 52%. Kenneth, do you know that?
That's
is
correct.
52.
Okay, so then you could assume, just on that data, that almost half of our employees should be still wearing a mask to work.
Yes.
Okay, is that happening?
I don't know the answer to that question. And again, there's no way for us to verify whether or not the person who has a mask on is the vaccinated versus not.
And I hear you. I think it's incumbent on us to communicate to the employees that if they are not vaccinated, they must wear a mask, and if they don't, they are significantly accelerating their risk factors. But to penalize those that have done it, I have a problem with that. I think that there has to be a gradual way that we can resume our normal life. And one of the benefits of getting a vaccination is to no longer be required to always wear a mask. Certainly understand hospital settings are different, health clinic settings are different, but it's to penalize those that have gone to the lengths of taking the vaccine versus emphasizing to those that have not the risks, I think is not a fair situation at all. And it doesn't send the right message that we believe in the vaccine, because I think we do.
I certainly agree with you that we do, Commissioner. I might phrase it differently than penalizing the employee. It's really for their own benefit, and which was the reason we put the example in the slide deck about the vaccinated employees who did become positive. It is not a 100% solution, and this is really for everyone's benefit. And again, I think you're correct in that we might want to consider not doing it in certain areas. In other words, where there are fewer than 3 people in a room, or certain areas where it's safe. But again, we believe that for our employees' safety, wearing a mask is a minimum requirement that would protect them in the workplace from becoming infected.
Well, I do think that data that we got today about the significant impact, positive impact to getting the vaccine on anyone that perhaps would get the COVID virus is something that we should strongly be communicating, not only to our employees, but to the public. I think that's really good information. But I do think that if we're going to continue to encourage people to get the vaccine, they definitely need to understand the benefits. And those that decide to take the risk should take appropriate precautions. I just think if we should not add to the mixed message that the vaccines work. And if we go back to requiring people to wear masks throughout our building, we're going back to a mixed message. We're not sending the message that the vaccines work and that people should take advantage of the opportunity to get one.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I agree with my colleague in this case, because at some point, if we are truly trying to get back to normalcy, and I'm fully vaccinated, but there are businesses or situations that I go in and I put my mask on, even though I am fully vaccinated. And so I hear what the chairman is saying. I am concerned the numbers are going up, but at some point, I think we have to leave some of this to self-discipline, because we're never going to get back to normal, what that is in anyone's purview, but I'm afraid that I feel like we're sending mixed messages. And so I would offer that the message we send is what percentage that are not vaccinated, that are hospitalized, that are losing their lives. And, you know, if you are vaccinated, it's okay to put a mask on. I mean, I wouldn't put it in that layman of terms, but what I'm saying is, I think as a body here, we have a duty to try to be as crystal clear as we can on a message to the public, while also understanding that we need to allow self-discipline. One only needs to even look in this room ourselves. We have people wearing masks and we have people that are not wearing masks. So I think at some point, if we are truly trying to get back to a normal society, we need to put clear, concise information out there and allow the individual to hopefully do what they need, what they determine to be best for their situation. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
I was approached by many of my constituents who they trusted that they could tell me that they were not vaccinated and they were not going to get vaccinated. And they asked that I be a champion for them and speak for them in saying that their bodies belong to them, that they should not be bullied into what to do with their own bodies. They need to be able to make a decision for what they want to do. And this is a free country. This is America. It's supposed to be free. These people not only told me that they were not going to get vaccinated, but there were many of them who said that they had antibodies and they were not going to get vaccinated. And so they have a right to do what they want. And I was reminded that there are plenty of people in America who have never been vaccinated because of their religious beliefs and other beliefs. And they're not going to get vaccinated because of that. So I agree that we do need to mask up to keep people safe. The vaccinated can carry the virus and be asymptomatic, but pass it on to others who are not vaccinated. And so I think that's why it's important. If the doctor's offices think it's important to mask up, I think that we should see the importance in that. They are the doctors. So let's keep everyone safe.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just in listening to this, just a thought came to mind that just offer up for consideration. You can do with it what you want to do with it. You know, we've come out with a policy that's consistent with CDC guidance and, you know, largely in line with what, you know, everybody else is doing. Our vaccination rate, I guess, that we know of, you know, in our employee base is about 52%. One suggestion is to have a memo come out from the county manager, go to all employees, get a read receipt, stating what our policy is, that if you're vaccinated, you're not expected to wear a mask, but it is our policy. If you're not vaccinated, you're expected to wear a mask. Put some of this data in here about the high rates of vaccination, of contraction amongst the non-vaccinated, so that they're aware of it, and that if you choose not to wear a mask, then you're doing so at your own risk and putting your own self at risk. But the policy of this government is what was outlined. And just put it out there and reinforce it. And also make the encouragement, you know, folks to, you know, avail themselves of the opportunity to get vaccinated. So that's just a small suggestion I'd offer up for consideration.
All right, anything else at this time? Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ellis. You said a lot clearer what I was trying to say. So if that needs to be in the form of a motion, I'm happy to make that motion to write the memo that was just suggested by Commissioner Ellis.
Was there a motion?
I mean, if you want me to put it in the form of a motion, I can. I mean, I don't know if it needs to be, or if you're just comfortable with doing it.
Unless you're just going to tell us you were going to act on that request.
I think we've got a great opportunity to not only do that, but as soon as Kay approves the enhanced incentive program to become vaccinated for our employees, which I think we're on the cusp of being able to do that, we can do both. So we can remind them of the risk and the policy, but then restate the incentive. And of course, by providing a vaccine site right inside the front door, we can largely remove, certainly for this complex here, the issue of inconvenience.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
I just personally don't think we need a motion for this, based on what the county manager just stated. I think that's something that can be implemented without a motion. That's just my opinion. I don't think we need a motion for this.
Okay. All right, and then, Madam CO, I'd ask you a question regarding our libraries in general, but specifically about the central library. And my question was quite direct. Is it open or is it not open? Because I'm hearing that different groups are having events there and scheduling events. Is that true or not true? So if it's open, we need to know, and the public needs to know.
So the Central Library is not open. We are planning for a late September reopening of Central Library. At this point, we do have a certificate of occupancy for the Central Library. However, the facility hasn't been commissioned yet by our PM team, and that includes reviewing the installations and ensuring certain things for warranty purposes. So no events should be taking place at the Central Library.
Should be.
Should not be taking place. However, there are employees at the Central Library. There are contractors at the Central Library. I believe meetings with employees have been taking place and can take place at employees, but I wouldn't say members of the public during this commissioning phase should be allowed at the Central Library at this time.
All right, I'll double check what events that I'm told have been taking place there and get back to you.
Okay, okay.
All right, continue.
Yes, sir. I think at this point, we're going to ask Sharon Whitmore to overview the planned financials.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. If we could go to slide 36, please. I plan to just review 2 slides and then hand it off to Mr. Adams to share with you some information on the court backlog project, and then to Dr. Rochelle for a brief update on the additional funds to our CSP partners. The slide that is before you now is the standard summary slide that we've prepared to inform you of the allocations that we have in our consolidated COVID response plan. If you look at the plan changes column between June 16th and July 10th, you will see that there are a number of items identified as changes to the plan. In the emergency expense reserve fund, we reduced the allocation that we had set aside for the payments to employees because the actual payment was closer to the $10 million amount. Down in the green section of the report in the American Rescue Act funding, we have realigned some of the recommendations in order to fund the additional cost for the backlog project that Mr. Anderson spoke about in his opening remarks. We needed to increase it by $13.5 million. We did so by reducing the funding that we had originally allocated for mortgage assistance and small business assistance. In addition to that, we had to move about $14.2 million for vaccination support out of the bucket that we had originally set aside for FEMA reimbursement, as we do not expect to be able to file for reimbursement for costs that we will incur beyond the end of September this year. And then we also identified a bucket of resources for a community vaccine incentive program as well. That totaled $1.7 million. On the far, so those are the changes that we've made since our last presentation. On the far right-hand side of the slide, you'll see our year-to-date expenses in each of these categories. $13.8 million from the Emergency Expense Reserve Fund, $2.3 million out of the local fiscal recovery funds from the American Rescue Act, and then $7 million from ERAP 1, and again, this was as of July 10th. And then lastly, we have expended about $10.7 million in funds that we expect to receive FEMA reimbursement for the total of $33.7 million. And as the manager indicated in his opening remarks, we are still retaining a $46.9 million reserve across all of these sources of funds. And that's intended to be able to support the expenses that we're incurring currently on the vaccination program and have been incurring should the FEMA reimbursement fall through. So we wanted to make sure that the resources that we did designate and spend for FEMA, that we had a reserve in place to cover those should the reimbursement not come through. The next slide that I wanted to share with you is on page 39 of the deck. So if we could move to slide 39, please. Thank you. I just wanted, in the deck, we've provided an update and a status report on each of the use case scenarios that were presented back in mid-April. I'm going to just run through the highlights of those. You can see the details in the deck, and then I'm going to turn it over to Alton and Dr. Rochelle to cover those two programs with you more in detail. So from a highlights perspective, I think I've mentioned this previously, but I wanted to reiterate it, that we did receive the first tranche of our local fiscal recovery funds back in May. That was $103.3 million. As I just covered with you, we've expended 33.7 out of all of our resources that we have available for the COVID response. The court backlog project, we've commenced recruitment. We have technology acquisition and site selections in progress. We made our employee performance payments on June 30th. The Mercedes-Benz vaccination site has concluded, and we've moved now into, as Matt indicated, our mobile unit deployment phase. We have also begun to implement some of our Vax Up campaign initiatives in the community. We have the pandemic proofing consultant in place, and they have completed their initial assessment. And then Dr. Rochelle and her team are now finalizing the subrecipient compliance terms on our community service partner contracts. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Adams so he can share with you his slides. And I think we need to move on to slide 49.
Mr. Adams?
If we can we back up 2 slides? Great, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioners, Alton Adams, Deputy CEO for Public Safety and Justice. Just a little bit of background, and then I'd like to give you a brief update on what we have dubbed Project Orca, which is our COVID-19 case backlog project. We started working on this in December of last year, when we started to look at the accumulation of the cases as a result of the closure of our court system. As you are aware, we did keep some things going via a virtual platform, particularly first appearances. But in terms of actual criminal cases and jury trials, those ground to a halt. And as a result, we have what I describe as unprecedented accumulation of cases that we need to get after in Fulton County. In terms of specifics, if we can go to the next page, please. One more. Thank you. To give you a sense of scale, the total number of cases by court system, approximately 34,000 for Superior Court, almost 40,000 for state, and for magistrate court, 132,000 cases. So more than 200,000 cases that have been impacted as a result of the reduction in our ability to have trials over the last 15 months. Next slide, please. The recommended approach and the way we are proceeding to address this accumulation really is twofold. One is a pure expansion of the capacity of the system itself. So our plan is to add 20 additional courtrooms or satellite courtroom locations. Some of them are going to be satellites, some are going to be courtrooms that have been mothballed in the courthouse that we're going to be reopening and refurbishing. We're going to be looking at how we can maximize the existing courtroom footprint. So on any given day, you may have a courtroom where the judge is in fact not having court on that day. We're going to look to utilize that as efficiently and as possible. And perhaps most significantly, we're going to be adding 300 plus staff to basically stand up and expand this capacity over the next 3 years. And as part of that support required, the need for technology, not only for these individuals, but to supply the additional courtrooms that we're going to be standing up. The second part of this effort also includes some productivity improvements and enhancements to the way we do stuff today. And there are a number of those that we've already began, including, for example, the triaging of cases and focusing on cases that impact the jail, for example, or criminal cases or cases that, in fact, the DA wants to bring to the grand jury as quickly as possible. So there is some triage already underway. But additionally, we're going to be extending our court hours. So we're going to be doing, I'll call it evening court, I won't call it night court, but we're going to be using some of our satellite locations in particular to address DUI cases and the like with the solicitor and the state court system, so we in fact can rev up our ability to deal with some of those. We're going to have some additional litigation manager training, because the litigation managers at their heart are the ones who are in fact able to manage the calendars for the judges and allow us here again to achieve some productivity gains. And then things like improving processes and technology that allow us to do things like real-time case dispositions by the clerk are going to allow us here again to improve the throughput of the existing system, all the while adding some additional capacity as I described heretofore. The next page talks to the budget. And as the county manager indicated, we initially indicated it would be approximately $61.5 million. We have, the number has changed largely because there were some additional benefits that we had not anticipated in our first budget. Our current budget calls for a spend over the 3-year period of $75 million. And 90% of that in the way of individuals, people who are going to be hired and who will be with us for 3 years helping to address this particular situation. Every single one of our agencies is going to get enhancements, or going to get money to be part of this process. And I think it's important, to point out that in addition to having started talking about it in December of last year, we have been meeting with individuals from each one of the various agencies. This is, in fact, a plan that has been developed in conjunction with representatives from all of our departments in the justice system. And in fact, it won't work if you do it any other way, because you have to have the ability to have the DA, for example, hire investigators so she can get cases going. And then we've already started hiring jury services people so they can start planning for the jury trials. And then at the same time, we have to make sure that public defenders have enough people so they can go in and support the increased caseload. So it is very much like I think the term we use, probably overused, is an orchestra. But for this to work, all of these instruments have to play together and work together if we're in fact going to be able to move through the system as we're targeting. In addition to the people, we've allocated funds for technology. That technology includes individual laptops for the individuals we're onboarding, as well as technology required for the courtrooms that we are in fact going to be bringing up as part of this effort. We're going to require some leasing and furnishings. Some of these are in fact placeholders. So for example, the lease and furnishings is an estimate because we haven't quite finalized exactly which courtrooms we're going to be doing which. So for example, we've looked at potentially using 3 locations at the Central Library. Well, we've got to figure out exactly how we're going to use them, and then we can figure out how we're going to use technology. We're looking at some other options in terms, like I said, of bringing some courtrooms out of mothballs. Well, some of them are going to require significant technology enhancements. Others are going to require just a little bit of work around the edges. So some of that is, in fact, in work in progress. But at this point in time, some of the things that we had to do to get going the CFO alluded to this, we have begun the postings and we have begun the hiring for the roles that we had identified in July. And then for July, we had identified about 83 roles that we wanted to get after. So we have started the postings and we've started the interviewing for those. We have, in fact, ordered the technology, and we actually have a backfill because the technology is going to require, it takes 90 days right now to get the level of computers, Dell computers that we need, so we're going to backfill from some of the other technology that we had allocated for other purposes within Glenn's organization. And then finally, in terms of the space, we've identified the near-term space areas that we want to focus on. The 6 courtrooms in the existing courthouse, some additional properties that are owned by Fulton County, and then finally, at some point, we're going to be looking at some other peripheral areas that we can expand into. So that's where we are in terms of the budget. And next page, please. In terms of timeline, as I mentioned, we've started the process. We've been actively planning and working on the implementation phase of this. I think it's fair to say that we've ramped it up since we got Treasury guidance that this is something that we could move forward with. So if we were operating on Warp 4 before, we're now operating on Warp 8 in terms of getting after some of these things. Our goal is to have this entire system up and running in October. Now, we've also started other things, right? So we've already started the triaging. We've already started looking at software that can help us manage the calendars as we move forward. So I don't want to give you the impression that everything's going to happen magically on October 1 and we're going to start there. We've already started ramping up, but our goal is that October 1, we want to be able to be operating at the level that will allow us to start reducing these cases at the target that we've set. And finally, next page. As part of this process, both from an operational management, ensuring that we, in fact, are tracking at the way that we want to and achieving our objectives, as well as the requirements in terms of federal reporting as part of spending these funds, we are developing a very detailed list of KPIs that we're going to track to. Those are going to be a combination of operational KPIs. In other words, what are we actually doing on a day-to-day basis that allows us to keep track with the expenditures, with the number of people being hired, with the technology deployment, all the things I've mentioned, but also what we describe as outcome KPIs. Because ultimately, the measure of our success is going to be, one, are we reducing the accumulated cases? Are we, in fact, starting to achieve and get closer to the court processing standards that we continue to track? And then finally, are we having an impact on the Fulton County jail population? Because we know that, obviously, we have a number of individuals in jail that have been impacted by the slowdown in the court system. So that's our current plan. Happy to stop and answer any questions or expand if you would like.
Thank you, Alton. And we will go to the questions. I'm going to skip myself in the absence of the chair right now and go to my colleague, Commissioner Bob Ellis.
All right, thank you. Just a couple of questions. In terms of, and I think really kind of the centerpiece of what we just heard really is, this should be the centerpiece of use of our American Rescue Plan funds, given many of the comments we've heard, and as well as sort of clearly sort of the indicators you put up on the page about the significance of our backlog and then what that means for all of us operationally. So I applaud the efforts on the plan that's been outlined here. Question, I know that a heavy part of this plan is going to be dependent upon getting a decent number of people on board fairly quickly, right? So both, I guess, sort of a question for our HR partners and our manager and finance. Do we feel like, with sort of, I guess, our blessing of the moving forward with this, that you got what you need to, accelerate the process and not hit hurdles with the onboarding of people?
Commissioner, if I can, before HR weighs in, I think you've identified probably the biggest risk. I think our risk is not that we don't have enough money, particularly for 2021. I think our biggest risk is if you read about, we all have friends who are trying to hire people. I think our biggest risk is, can we get these 300 people hired in 4 months, given everything that's going on? So just to respond to that, I do think that is probably one of the biggest concerns is, can we in fact ramp up at the pace that we've identified?
Okay, all right. But in terms of just sort of a process and that sort of thing, we've sort of thought through kind of an idea about how we can accelerate getting people onboarded.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, we spend a significant amount of time during these conversations with the Alton and the Orca team, navigating those pitfalls that are associated with our normal hiring process. And we believe with the recent changes that we made to some procedures and with the enhancements to what we're going to do with some HR support that's also going to be supporting the Orca process, that once we find the candidates for those positions, we should have no problems getting them through our system.
Okay. And I think, going back to that slide on page 51, just kind of put that up there, I guess sort of the magnitude of looking at these numbers. And I guess we heard things about, kind of investments in certain areas. I don't know if we can put that slide back up there.
Can we go back to slide 51, please?
Yeah, I just think, these are pretty strong numbers, I think, for people to understand, and it's not just a one-shot deal. This is a 3-year time frame, or close to 3-year time frame in which we're looking at. So this is a fairly significant and monumental, sort of undertaking and investment in kind of all aspects of our justice system. I want to also just shift back to Sharon's presentation before Alton made his remarks. I think, it's a great overview of kind of how you all have gone about thinking about how we were going to implement our response and what the different initiatives that we were going to undertake were. And as I'd indicated sort of, I think, at our last meeting, I think we've done a great job in terms of the process we went through with the CARES Act, and I think the way that you've outlined it going forward is in line with that, and if not even stronger. And rather than sort of continue to add any question marks about whether or not we have a plan, I think we do have a plan. I think it's been sort of clearly outlined here, and I'm going to move approval for the expenditure and implementation of American Rescue Plan funds as outlined in this presentation beginning on page 36, and that the manager bring forth adjustments and modifications to the plan as necessary based on changing needs and issues, and that the progress be reported on to this board minimally once a month, and that we have discussion on it once a month. So that's my motion, and I hope that my colleagues will support that so that we can be clear to our citizens that we do have a plan and that we're actively working it and will be actively working it.
I'll second that motion.
I have a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I had a question, and Madam COO and CFO and Mr. County Manager, I had an email sent to you to ask you what were those areas of the overall county ARPA funding plan, also called the COVID response plan, and Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's resolution. And can someone please speak to what you stated so that it can be public record?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. The difference between the plan that's before you today and the resolution that was included in the add-on package are three items. The first is mortgage assistance. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's resolution asks for $32 million to be directed towards mortgage assistance. It asked for a small business assistance program of $10 million and a nonprofits rescue assistance program of $10 million. So those are the three primary differences. In my, Vice Chair, I wanted to say in my response to you last night, for the mortgage assistance number, I gave you 22 million because that was what was on the resolution that was in the posted agenda package, and the version that's in the add-on package this morning is back at the $32 million level. So I wanted to make sure that I clarified that with you.
Okay, and so what we see here on the Consolidated COVID Response Plan, page 36, which Commissioner Ellis referenced, is mortgage assistance is on here, but was it removed?
Yes, Commissioner, and the funds for it were moved into the court backlog project.
And why was it removed? And why was it removed?
It was moved into the court backlog project to support the increase in the increased cost estimate in the court backlog project.
Well, earlier I thought that Madam COO referenced the fact that we're prohibited from duplicating funds, and so we're looking at the mortgage assistance from a different lens of what is the state government doing as it relates. Is that correct?
It is, and that's, as we were looking at how we could fund the additional cost of the court backlog project, that was the very reason that we landed on feeling comfortable that we could shift the funds out of what we had set aside for mortgage assistance, in knowing that the state has a program that they are preparing to launch.
No, just that the state level of funding is over $300 million compared to our 10.
Okay, and is that going to directly impact Fulton County constituents in a way that we can ensure that our constituents are taken care of as far as mortgage assistance?
So again, Commissioner, we don't have the details of the state plan, but we expect that they have to apply this statewide because there was no, like ERAP went to separate funding jurisdictions, there was not an equivalent allocation for mortgage assistance from the federal government to individual jurisdictions in Georgia.
Okay, so they're going to receive all of the money and then they have to make a determination, they have to handle it from there. It's not going, they're not going to directly fund us.
That's correct.
Okay, but we are going to have mortgage assistance.
That is correct.
Just want to be clear to our listening and viewing audience. And you have small business on here for 4.5 and you removed that. Can you explain that? Why was that removed?
Vice Chair, as we had our discussions around this and we were looking at the use case plans that we had for the small business assistance program, we had not built out yet a real plan around that. And again, felt like recognizing the need for the court backlog project and the board at the last meeting having signaled that you really wanted us to move forward with that. We felt like we could make an adjustment there, and we expect that we may see some changes as we receive reimbursement from FEMA. We do expect to receive some reimbursement. We're just not sure how much. And so we expect that we'll be able to, as we receive the reimbursements, free up some of what we have sitting in the contingency to put back into other programs as we move forward. So this was our thought process around those two particular items in order to be able to support the full ask on the court backlog program.
And also the nonprofit rescue assistance, that has no number whatsoever on it. But in the email you sent me, you said 10 million. So why is that not being addressed?
That was not an item that we had specifically funded in our initial recommendations to the board. And so the nonprofit assistance fund has always been something that would have needed to been an additional add-on in order for us to meet the amount that was in the commissioner's resolution.
Okay, and so let me just make sure we're all clear. So there's no stipulation on us being able to utilize this funding for small business and nonprofit organizations. Is that correct? We can use this funding for those two areas.
Yes, both of those areas would be allowable uses as long as you follow the guidance around, qualifying entities.
Well, these are two specific areas where we use CARES Act funding, and the need has become even greater because the COVID-19 pandemic hit people hard all of 2020 and continues to, and people need to be rescued. Our small businesses and our nonprofits are the fabric of our communities. We know that because we give grant funding to our nonprofits to help Fulton County provide the services and programs that we provide to the community. They enhance us. So I would like to see those things actually in the plan. I don't want to see them removed or not addressed at all. They need to be in the plan. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment for us to at least continue to have those things in this plan so that we can address them. I think that's too. As well as arts, absolutely. You know what? I forgot all about the arts. I thought I saw it somewhere, but absolutely the arts. We're going to address some of that today as well. So,
Yeah, and if you listen to what I was just to go back and a piece of what I said was for the manager to bring forth adjustments and modifications to the plan as necessary based on changing needs and issues. And I certainly have no problem if the manager wants to bring forth with us recommendations related to nonprofits or the arts or small business, as the opportunity for the types of programs emerge that could be brought before us and the funds are available. I certainly think we should entertain those. So.
And Commissioner Arrington, your mic is off, but Commissioner Arrington said, and veterans, I agree as well. And are the youth in here? I see childcare, but are the youth in here anywhere? Because we need to make sure we address the youth. We want to make sure our plan is comprehensive in everything that we do.
One thing I would note, yes, Commissioner Hall, is that, we
Can
did.
you speak up a little bit, please?
We did in the, in our $8 million associated with our safety net services for CSP, a number of those programs are specifically oriented around youth,
Right.
So it is, as well as some of the other groups that we're talking about. So there are, things that are built into there.
I forgot, we did allocate that extra funding.
Right, and I think, also to note too, is like, there is a reserve here. Eventually that reserve will be brought down, right? As those needs and issues emerge in some of these different categories we're talking about, certainly would be places that we should consider expending funds. So.
All right. I think that covers everything. This can be considered a comprehensive plan, and I just want to ensure that, I deal with facts and not fiction, and I want to ensure that our listening and viewing audience know and understand that no commissioner on this board has refused and sent back any funding. The funding is coming as allocated by the federal government. We are receiving it. And as a board, we are allowing our county manager to do his job, to provide a recommendation to us with the assistance of his staff. And we are making those determinations on where this money should go. And we are sending it into the community, rental assistance program, and everything else. So just to bring some clarity, because I heard a lot of constituents today under the assumption of some false information, thinking that we are turning away money and we're not.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, well said, Vice Chair Hall. I appreciate those comments. I would agree that small business assistance is extremely important right now, and so I would request that be risen up to a level of urgent action as well. Mr. Manager, as you develop your plans, I do think that the Small Business Assistance Program is crucial to getting things back on track quickly. But I do agree that we have a pretty solid plan here, and while the court backlog project may not rise to the level of a lot of awareness out there, when you hear folks come before us and express their concerns about the level of crime in our community, we can't ignore that. I think we all recognize the situation that's out there and the dire need we have to make sure that our streets are safe, and our part of that is very significant. So I'm very pleased to see that that is a high focus, but I do really strongly feel that small business programs are also very, very important. Mr. Herman, you talked about the hiring process and the large effort that's going to be required, and we certainly understand that. I just want to reiterate that I heard you say that your staff and your team recognize the urgent nature of this and that they will work with all speed as much as possible to make this happen, and you've communicated that to your team, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. We always hear stories about things taking a while, and sometimes it's just a matter of something maybe getting pushed to the side unnecessarily or by accident. So I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes that this is very, very urgent.
That's correct. We are taking this project as seriously as anything we've undertaken in recent history.
Very good. And then finally, I just want to say that, again, this, of course, was a big part of the recent NACO conference, talking about the various needs and the various programs and the various things that different communities are facing. Not everyone's the same. There are broad categories of uses based on individual community needs, but the advice that was given, and I think that the public needs to hear this, that these funds are to be used or allocated within the end of 2024, but we have until 2026 to actually spend these funds. But the advice was to move with caution as things can change, and to, as much as possible, do programming that has lasting impact. And so I feel like we have a plan that does all of those things. And I thank the staff for coming up with such a solid plan. And I look forward to working together as things do change to make any necessary adjustments. But I think this is a very solid plan.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
The mortgage was in the RIP plan as a policy directive. The actual plan that was passed gave initiatives from this body for mortgage assistance, small business assistance, nonprofit, and arts. And I see that all of that has been stripped out. And so here again, rescue, R-E-S-C-U-E, R-E-S-C-U-E, R-E-S-C-U-E. What we're doing today as a body, we're telling, because what I'm looking at here is $75 million. And so what we're telling our listening audience is we need to take care of the court situation, but the actual homeowners who have waited patiently don't need assistance right now. And so we're not sending the correct message, because as a policy directive in the RIP, we said that these were focus areas in addition to what the county manager buckets of what he would be doing. And so I will put forth to this body that what has been presented goes against what was passed by this body. Because as a board directive, we
put those focus areas in for a reason. Here again, mortgage assistance. Here again, small business. Here again, nonprofit. Here again, arts and culture. And I would submit to this body that you are undoing something that already passed. Now, I don't know about the people that's sitting here, but we have mortgage assistance that needs to go out yesterday. We're sitting here saying, wait to see what Georgia is going to do for Fulton County. When has Fulton County waited for Georgia to take the lead on anything? And so I would say to you, one, I'm not sure how legal this would be, considering we have already passed a resolution with focus areas for one. For two, we have mortgage homeowners who could not apply for rentals, who could not apply for utility assistance, and we're still telling them to wait. We have nonprofit organizations, everybody on this commission, and I will say the ones that I know for sure, Commissioner Arrington and Vice Chair Hall had nonprofits that they put forth that did not receive funding because it was exhausted. Or we had nonprofits that were underfunded. And so those nonprofits that are the lifeblood of Fulton County to help our citizens are being told to either take a little amount of money or don't get money at all because someone decides that they want to play politics. People are hurting. People are having to give up their homes. These are tax-paying constituents in Fulton County that have been waiting patiently for some help. The nonprofits have been waiting patiently for some help. The small business owners have been waiting patiently for some help. We have moratoriums that are ending. And so I take issue with two different things. Are we telling people that we've got to choose to deal with the court backlog or help our mortgage holders or help the utilities or help our nonprofits when that comes to $75 million? Why can't we do both? And more importantly, why are we gutting a resolution that has already passed for focus areas? So I would say at this point, I would like to make a substitute motion to adopt the RIP plan as it already stands because it actually takes care of everything. And more importantly, yes, it does. It gives the county manager, if you would read it, it gives the county manager the right to be able to pick and choose what is the priority and what would be in compliance or not in compliance. But to strip out mortgage assistance, small business, nonprofit, and arts, we did this in March. We approved it in March. And how legal is it to to gut something that we've already passed with 4 votes? So I would say to the county manager, if we voted on 4 areas of focus and they're being stripped out, how legal is this?
Was that a substitute motion, Commissioner?
Yes, substitute motion, please.
Is there a second?
But wait, there's something wrong because we just added all those things. We didn't remove them.
True.
We just added all those things. They're in the plan, the consolidated plan.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. It looks to me from what I see, we removed them.
No, we just we had a whole discussion up here and added them back. I asked Commissioner Ellis if he would take my substitute motion to add them back into the consolidated
So I can
plan.
understand, would you mind repeating it? Because that's not what I understood.
Can you please tell her what the friendly amendment was officially?
The friendly amendment added in the nonprofits, the small businesses, arts,
youth.
youth,
Mhm.
veterans.
Yeah.
And the mortgage assistance?
And the mortgage assistance is being done by the state and
So
funneled
the
down
mortgage
into
assistance was
Fulton
not added back
County.
in?
There was a whole discussion on what is happening with the mortgage assistance program. I just want to give clarification where clarification is due, because I don't want to be loud and wrong. And, you know, just because you say something over and over doesn't make it true. So let's stick to the facts. And the facts are we added all those things, and every one of those things is being addressed. And as a body, I'm sure everybody is going to vote for us to do all of those things. We can call a vote right now.
I was
All right,
waiting for a
all right,
second.
here's where we are. We had a motion on the floor to approve that has a friendly amendment attached to it. Commissioner Abdul Rahman now has a substitute motion, which he just described. Now, is there a second to her substitute motion? All right, fails for lack of a second. Now, back to the main motion, which is to approve, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Houseman. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open.
I'm sorry. Sorry. There were? I thought that was over.
I'm sorry, I was trying to just bring some clarity.
All right, Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Morris. We're back to the main motion now that has.
Okay, thank you. Can we
Yeah.
go back to slide 36, please? One that our CFO was talking about. Thank you. Can we go back to slide 36, please? The one that our CFO was talking about. Madam CFO, can you tell us how much have we already spent in rescue funds? Or what does this chart anticipate that we will, have we spent in rescue funds, and are we planning to spend in rescue funds?
Commissioner Arrington, in the green section of the chart is where our American Rescue Act funds are presented. It's a total of $205.5 million that's allocated. That includes the funds that we receive for the local fiscal recovery funds and the funds that we received for ERAP 2. That's what those two are. And out of what we've been allocated, we have actually expended 2.3 million of that thus far.
Okay. And the plans are, I guess, as outlined, to spend the rest over the next 12 to 24 months?
It's actually spread through 2024, and to Commissioner Hausman's point that she made, you have to incur the obligations by the end of December of 2024, and then you have an additional 2 years to spend. So if you have a contract in place for something by December 31st, 2024, then you have 2 more years to spend against that.
And just as a reminder, what happened with our CARES Act funding? Did we expend all of that, or are we still in the process of expending those funds?
We did fully expend our CARES Act funds by the end of December of 2020.
So the sky is not falling. There's no, because as I understand it, there are people running around telling people that if we don't pass a specific plan, the world is going to come to an end. Is the world going to come to an end, or you think we're going to spend this money?
I think we'll spend the money.
There's a fable called Chicken Little. Chicken Little ran around telling people the sky was falling. We have someone running around telling people that the sky is falling, that this money won't be spent, that it won't be spent in the proper way, all because people don't want to spend it the way they want it spent. The sky is not falling. That is called fear-mongering. The sky is not falling. We're already spending the money. We have plans to continue to spend the money. So anyone telling you that the sky is falling because they don't get their way has lost their mind.
Commissioner Morris?
I'll be very quick. I really got in the queue to address one of the first comments Commissioner Ellis made about all this process about an hour ago. And it goes to his question to Mr. Herman about assistance to get these positions filled. I had a meeting with the district attorney yesterday who was quite concerned about the processes and the, for lack of a better term, it's not her term, the bureaucratic issues associated with getting these positions filled quickly. And it occurred to me to think about that earthquake in San Francisco where they expedited the rebuilding of the bridges that collapsed by waiving a number of procedural rules and that sort of thing, and then the speed with which the DOT repaired the I-85 fire here in Atlanta. If there are any things that we need to do to suspend because of the emergency nature of this court backlog, if there anything that would be helpful in that respect, I think it would be terrific, County Manager and Mr. Herman and the County Attorney, to bring those to us, things that we might need to waive to accelerate the onboarding process.
Yeah, because the DA is telling us the opposite of what you just said, Mr. Herman.
Yeah. So my comment, not to make any judgments about who's right, but if there are any things we can waive, that would be terrific.
Okay. The motion is to approve. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you want to be heard again?
Please. Just a quick question, just one quick question. To the county manager, how do you present a plan that goes directly against a directive that was given in March?
I don't believe we did that. The way that we tried to address each one of these is in the following way. For mortgage assistance, we believe that that will be addressed by the state program, hence, and if it is a $300 million program, 10% coming to Fulton County would be equivalent of $30 million. In terms of small business support, and this could be refined further if this was the will of the board, we had put in $5.2 million into small business loans, which we have a provider, we know how to do. It also gets leverage for additional funds, so it's probably the equivalent of $8 or $9 million, and then in job training, $2.7 million. So in our view, that was the response to the small business directive. In the CSP program was how we viewed supporting nonprofits. Of course, that's an $8 million allocation. And then most importantly, which I think Commissioner Ellis's friendly amendment, or the friendly amendment to Commissioner Ellis's program does, is the reserve itself. Today is 46.9. The reason that that number is at that level is that we have 41 million in expenses that are FEMA related. As those expenses get approved and are reimbursed by FEMA, then that 46 million is available for all of the things that were just outlined in that friendly amendment. So in our view, we did come back with a plan consistent with the direction.
Okay, well, I just, Chairman, I just want to go on record with the listening audience here. Sometimes when you speak power to truth, sometimes you have to stand alone. Because I am the commissioner that gets out in the community, because I am the commissioner that sometimes spends 12-hour days, I didn't just pull any of this information out of the sky. We have homeowners that have been waiting patiently. We have homeowners that have been waiting patiently. We have nonprofits that have been waiting patiently. We have business owners that have been waiting patiently. If you want to call me rabble-rouser, if you want to call me loud, if you want to call me not along to get along, I take that as a badge of honor because I was hired by Fulton County taxpayers. And I say again today, how do you undo something that we as a board voted for? And all I can say to this is I hope that we all as a body understand elections have consequences. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall.
Like I said, don't be loud and wrong. And I personally don't like anybody to lie on me, and especially lie on me publicly. And don't bring receipts, because everything I do is going to have a receipt to it. And just because you say something over and over doesn't make it true. And you can't say you want to collaborate in public but not effectively communicate behind the scenes. So we need to move forward with a comprehensive plan for the county, which includes everything, and this includes everything. The mortgage assistance will be addressed, as was explained. The state is getting $300 million. Is that correct, Mr. County Manager? I want to make sure I'm quoting facts.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said 10% of that is how much?
10% of that would be 30 million.
Which is
that-
what
that
you
we
expect
represent.
for us to get.
Yes, ma'am. because of
Okay, and let's just
population.
do a little correlation between that and the resolution. That's about the same as what's being asked for in the resolution. We're not addressing what the needs of the community are. And then you said, and I know this to be fact because I voted on it and requested it along with my colleagues, that we use $8 million to ensure that we fund all the additional nonprofit organizations that were approved, but unfortunately we ran out of the CSP, and let me be clear what that is, Community Service Program grant funding, before we could actually allocate it to all of the approved nonprofits. But the $8 million was approved so that we can go back and ensure that we do fund them. So the statement made a little while ago about me bringing forward some nonprofits and them not getting funded is untrue. They will get funded in that additional $8 million that we voted to allocate toward the CSP. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, all right. All right, just want to make sure. So we have a consolidated plan to spend the American Rescue Plan Act funding and to most definitely address our communities, to address rental, mortgage, youth, veterans, everything. We have my motion, my friendly amendment is on the floor. We are addressing everything. So that being said, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
In other words, it's just the acorn, not the whole sky.
All right, guys, let's vote, please. The motion is to approve with the friendly amendment.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk?
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
Would you say 5 yeas and? What?
You didn't
Mine
record?
did, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Mine's a yes.
Okay, so that'll be 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, motion is approved. All right, it is 10 to 2. I'm going to entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session. We have
So
issues in
moved.
real estate and litigation. Let's vote, please. Madam?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
items from executive session. Madam County Attorney.
Good afternoon. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation that were set forth in items number 1 and 2 on the executive session agenda?
So moved. Second. Let's vote, please. Actually, Vice Chair seconded it.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Is there a motion to settle the quiet title action that is City of Hapeville v. 525 King Arnold Street et al., which is a Fulton County Civil Action Number 2020 CV 338515, by allowing Dream to accept the parcel of land that is the subject of the quiet title, grant an access easement to Hapeville, and authorize the chairman to execute all necessary documents.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to settle the condemnation action, which is Fulton County v. M&J Lou Inc., with respect to the Stonewall Tell Road at Butner Road dual roundabout, Fulton County Civil Action 2017 CV 296453, and the settlement calls for payment to the property owner in the amount of $520,000 with authorization for the chairman to execute all necessary documents.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to authorize settlement authority as requested in item number 6 on the executive section agenda?
All right, again, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement negotiated in the case of Estate of DeMonte Ware v. Jackson, which is civil action file number 2016 CV 278728, in the amount of $850,000 with authorization for the chairman to execute the settlement documents?
All right, motion to approve, again by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve settlement with Eric Carl Harper and Mwenge Kwesi in the case of Harper v. Fulton County, which is United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia, civil action file number 121 CV 01207?
Again, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk.
And
the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
That was it. Let me just note that that last one, the amount was $98,274.58.
Okay. Any others?
That's all I have.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Back on page 9, item moved up by Vice Chair Hall, 21-0513, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
Which item?
On page 9, 21-0513.
Okay. And what's your pleasure? All right.
I have a-
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis, and Vice Chair Hall has a question.
I have a question. Okay, so we received a memo dated July 9th, subject emergency procurement notification, stating that the memorandum provides a list of emergency procurements for the county for the period June 5th, 2021 through July 2nd, 2021. But I don't see these emergency procurements on the report, so I was just trying to figure out, are these different from the emergency report that's here on the BOC agenda? Do you know what,
Turn your mic on, please.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner, they should be the same items. It's just on the report that I provide, the EPO notification report I provide to you. I have to provide prior to the board meeting. So it should be the same agenda items.
Okay, so this one is just to show what the
I also include on that one the participation.
classifications? The only thing okay, so this one is just showing the classification.
Correct.
Certification in
Correct.
the memo and not the source?
Right. So one, I provide the EPO notification. I provide you all, at your request, the minority participation, if any. And then on the EPO, that is the emergency list that is listed in the agenda for ratification, it does include the source.
Okay, so is there a reason why we can't just put this in one document that's presented to the board so that our constituents can know all the information?
Sure.
Yeah, because there's only one field missing on either document. So consolidating it would probably just add a field to the.
Yeah, I'll try to get it all on one
Okay.
table.
All right, and so my other questions are, so what made these an emergency? For instance, security upgrades for 4700 warehouse site. Did something happen that caused an emergency need for security upgrades that we didn't hear about?
Chief Yates is here to help.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, Wade Yates, Chief of Police. The 4700 location is where we are storing all of our COVID things
Right.
and
Right.
doing testing and all that. And so we've been trying to get a camera system in there. Since we started that operation, it's just taken a long time because of some
Oh.
IT upgrades that were needed. And so we're manning it with armed security currently. And so we need to pay the armed security. That's why that item's on there. And the other items are all the cameras that should enable
Okay.
us to back out the armed security.
Okay, great. So we just needed, it took a little longer than expected.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so on the next one, it says provide media buys that include radio, digital, billboards, limited print, and text messages into targeted low vaccine uptake communities to address the health disparities associated with COVID-19. I thought this was something that we had approved to do anyway, especially when we got CARES Act funding and we started having a need for it.
Yes, ma'am, this is just the next installment, basically, of that ad campaign. So we've already done, I don't know if Jessica's not here, but I think we'd already spent $1 million last year. The plan is to spend another $1 million this year, so this is one tranche of that.
Okay,
With the same firm.
and why is it an emergency and not just a continuation of what we've already done?
Do you know?
Because the initial request was via the emergency authorization. So we amended the emergency authorization using these funds. So the initial approval was via emergency authorizations, so this was an amendment to that.
So we amended the initial emergency operations
The
to
emergency-
include this
Yes.
under that.
Yes. Because it's a continuation of the Vaxxed Up program.
Okay.
Yes, and this was just for the media buys for that.
Okay, do we have any more media buys that we need to consider emergencies?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check with Jessica Corbett.
Okay, Mr. County Manager or Madam CFO?
Vice Chair, I do believe that Ms. Corbett does plan some additional communication
Yes.
effort later this year, rolling into first quarter of 2022 as we continue our effort to reach the hard-to-reach populations
Yes.
for,
Yes.
for vaccination. So we do expect to see some need for increases, which we would plan to bring back much the same way as what we've done previously.
Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for, in addition to the fact that it was mentioned earlier that we do have an increase in COVID cases and deaths because of the new variant, and I'm assuming we're going to need to do some serious communication about that as well. So thank you for that. And then the rental of portal hand washing stations for the Fulton County Board of Health, did they need additional ones all of a sudden, or what happened there?
This was an addition of the hand washing stations that they needed to go alongside with the portable porta potties.
Porta potties?
Yes.
Great, okay. And I'm assuming the security guard services, because you just mentioned what you mentioned. And then on the last item concerning the emergency rental assistance program, it says to increase the number of adjudicators for EARP to 72 and to extend existing services for an additional 8-week period. But how many will be hired to get us to that 72?
So we added 72 adjudicators to the 30 that we previously had.
You added 72 to 30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you actually, this is not to increase the number of adjudicators up to 72, it is actually to hire 72.
That's correct.
Okay, so the language is just off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, I'm just looking at the form. I think it would be helpful if there was some designation in here about which fund this expense is coming from, now that we have multiple funds that are helping us. I know you've got the emergency rental assistance broken out, but I don't know if everything's totally expended from CARES yet or not. As we go forward, I just think it would be helpful for us to know where the money is coming from.
Commissioner Hausman, on the version that's actually in the agenda package, we do include the source of funds. We identify them by acronyms, EERF for the General Fund Emergency Expense Reserve Fund, ARP for
I'm not seeing it here, so.
Yeah,
I know you are, so.
So that's what, to Vice Chairman's comment earlier, I think if we put it all together and the document is the same, what we submit to you in the memo is actually what we present on the agenda. It'll have all of that combined. It'll tell you the MFBE status as well as the source of funds that we're using.
Yeah, and for the benefit of the public that may not look at multiple documents too.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? If not, let's cast your vote, please. The motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, and I forget who the second was. Let's vote. Commissioner Ellis.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0512. Okay, Commissioner Arrington, passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
21-0512, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman has a question. question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. I do have a concern about this, and my concern is we continue to extend the emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and the county manager for COVID-19 related purchases. And I know we are not trying to tie the county manager's hand, nor the chairman, but if we are trying to get back to normalcy, what is considered emergency? And also at some point, I would have a concern as to continuing to give that power when, in other instances, we are saying that we're getting back to normal, we want to be normal, we want to do business in a normal fashion, but we continue to extend the emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases. I want to go on record saying that I do not want to hamstring or handcuff the county manager from having to make purchases that are well needed in between the meetings. But at some point, the question has to be raised as to what point do we cross the board, give the resemblance of being normal or trying to get back to the normal expectations of business. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Can we get an explanation behind why this is needed? Yeah, I don't know if that would be K or...
Well, Commissioners, if I may.
Or, okay, yes, please.
So let
Can
me just
everybody
start by
speak up?
saying.
I mean, you probably ate too much. Everybody's. Let's go.
I'm sorry, I thought I was speaking into the mic.
Time, so let's get some energy.
Okay. The emergency procurement process designation only waives the formal procurement process, such as advertisement, pre-bid conferences, addendums. Purchasing has ensured and maintained a competition by soliciting from multiple providers when we have to utilize the emergency procurement. Throughout the pandemic, purchasing has continued to do our routine procurements. We've done over 400 procurements. We continue to bring those routine ones before you. We do them through our process. It's only those that are related to the COVID-19 that we have to do through an emergency. As you all know, we have competed with the state, other businesses, other jurisdictions to get some of the services and some of the equipment that is needed for the county as it relates to COVID-19. We work very closely with Matt and the Board of Health in identifying those. We do go through a competitive process. Those vendors are not going to submit a bid to us. We have to go to them and we have to negotiate those terms. We have to negotiate how it's going to be shipped. For instance, gloves was a perfect example. They were coming from everywhere. And so we had to make sure where they were coming from, what the product looked like. So there was a lot of things that we've had to go through. So I want to assure you that we are going through a competitive process, albeit it is not our normal procurement process for those COVID-related purchases that we have to have.
Thank you, Madam Purchasing Director. And based on the language of this resolution, we initially put this in place because the governor literally declared a public health emergency in the state of Georgia, and that was the reason why we put this in place. Is that not correct, Madam County Attorney?
Excuse me, what was your question?
We initially put this in place because the governor of the state of Georgia declared a public health emergency in Georgia. Is that not correct? Because I'm seeing the language in here.
Yeah, well, that was one of the reasons. Remember, the Board of Commissioners had its own declaration of emergency, and the president as well, Health and Human Services as well, World Health Organization as well. So there were multiple declarations of emergency.
But this one in particular continues to state it's based on the governor. It doesn't state any of those other things that you just mentioned.
Yeah, well, the governor does have a declaration of emergency currently. It's not public health, but it has to do with economic recovery. So the governor does still have, and I believe the language in that is similar in that it does talk about the pandemic, and instead of talking about it in terms of public health, it talks about it in terms of economic recovery.
And
So there
that's
is still-
currently,
Yes.
currently in place?
Yes, that's currently
Does
in
it
place.
have an expiration or a deadline?
Yes, the governor's only allowed to have an emergency declaration for 30 days, so that's why he renews it every 30 days.
Okay, and so what is the current one?
The current one, the last one expired on July 1st, so I would anticipate that this one, if he did it for 30 days, it would expire at the end of the month.
Do we know that to be the case? Because you're saying if,
I can look
you know,
was-
I'm particular, as they call me, I need the facts.
Matthew Coleman from Emergency Management. So it was on the 1st of July that the new one went out. There was 2 declarations. One dealt about economic recovery, the other one actually.
Speak into the mic,
I'm sorry,
please.
I apologize, ma'am.
That's okay.
There was 2 that came out. One was dealing with economic recovery. The other one dealt with making sure that there are certain portions of the population that can still continue to vaccinate during this COVID period. So it may be outside of their normal scope of practice, but they included some of those things inside the language. So it's a carryover of some of the things that we saw in the public health state of the emergency, but they came into another state of the emergency that was allowing these folks to continue to vaccinate during this time period.
All right.
And if I may, one of the things I did bring to the board's attention in the past, we'll be eligible for 100% FEMA reimbursement up until September 30th. So it behooves us to go ahead and marry up with the federal timeline with our declaration as well. So as long as we say that we're in a response mode, it helps us in our efforts to go ahead and seek 100% reimbursement for any COVID response activities that we do have. If we let it lapse, it'll be a harder chance or harder process for us to go through this process to be able to say, yes, we would like to receive funds for these particular activities. So this simple act would allow us to just be a little bit, have a better footing through this recovery process.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Matt.
Yes,
All right, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. I need a second now by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0328, registration and elections, request approval of a statewide contract to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, is there a motion? All right, I'll move approval. Is there a second? All right, properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions or comments? If not, cast your vote. I'm sorry, just a minute. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hausman. Motion is to approve.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know we've had a lot of discussion on this, so I'll be brief, direct, and to the point, maybe a little bit more direct than I would normally be. Mr. Barron, thank you for being up here. I got just a few questions for you. You sent a memo to us on July 8th. Within that, you make a statement that the BRE had directed you to come up with alternatives in case this item was not approved by the BOC on July 14. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare alternatives?
Yes, we do have some alternatives. Our plan B is to use human resources, have them do the recruiting. That process from tomorrow would probably take about 4 to 6 weeks to get everyone on board, which would put us about a month behind of where we want to be.
Okay. So, all right, so you have alternatives, but also note that last week you sent out a memo to all the municipalities basically implying that if this item didn't pass, that they were all going to be on their own running the elections.
It's not an ideal situation to be.
I didn't ask if it was an
where-
ideal situation. You sent that memo out, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. And that was not authorized by the BRE? That was your choice to send that out?
The BRE directed me to send something out to all the mayors.
Telling
to let
them that we were
know
not going to conduct the elections if we didn't pass this item here.
that was a possibility, yes.
Well, your memo doesn't say it was a possibility. It says that if we didn't pass it, basically you guys are going to be out on your own.
It is, right now, we're still at a situation where if it doesn't pass, we have to rely on a county process to get through and get everyone on board. That is going to put us behind.
I understand it would put you behind. You've known this item has had some challenges and resistance for some time. The BRE directed you to come up with some alternatives. You said you were coming up with alternatives, but yet you turn around and you send a memo out to all the municipalities saying that, hey, guess what? If the BOC doesn't pass this, you're on your own. That's what it said.
Yes, that is what it said. And we did receive, after I sent that, we did have a meeting with Human Resources, and I did learn of a new category that we have, which is a full-time limited term option to go forward. And we can use that also in the future.
Well, that memo you sent out to me sort of borders almost on insubordination to make that kind of statement and to say, oh, I'm going to basically hold everybody hostage on the elections if I don't get my way. That's the way, the appearance that comes across,
and that's,
at least to this commissioner and to a lot of other people in the public.
And I told the Board of Registration and Elections in my meeting that was going to be probably the case, that we would have a very difficult time getting ready for the election.
But they did not tell you to send something out saying that, hey, guess what, we're not going to conduct the elections.
They told me to send something out that warned everyone of the ramifications, yes.
Well, it wasn't a warning. It said if this didn't pass, we're not going to do the elections. That's what the memo said.
Essentially, there is a good possibility that if we run the election and we're 6 weeks behind from where we are now, that it is going to be difficult to make that happen.
Okay, all right, I've heard enough. I just want to say this, okay? And then there's a lot of stuff around this whole topic that's, there's conspiracy theories, there's this, that, and the other, right? But there's also the piece that comes down to we create our own crises time after time after time, and it's under your watch. Here's a quote today. This whole discussion started when he had these findings which said we are overly reliant upon temp personnel and we need to reduce that. You brought forth no plan for us for that in terms of how that was going to take place. So here we are, sitting here at the last minute, again debating this issue, and there's basically a gun held to our head that, oh, if you don't pass it, we're basically all the municipal elections, we don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off, okay? Here's a quote again, here's a quote for Carter Jones today. It's Fulton failing to follow proper election protocols again, referencing sloppy practices. Time and time again, your actions reinforce that we have a limited ability to scenario plan and develop alternatives, and instead we choose to create our own crises of our own making and blame others for your own shortcomings and your management deficiencies, and it happens time and time again. And put the conspiracy theories aside, the people of Fulton County generally are tired of it. They want effectively run elections, not a passing of the buck. I don't normally do this in terms of criticism of folks, but that memo you sent out basically smacked of, I don't care what people are recommending to me, I am going to choose to do what I want to do, to heck with everybody else, and I'll hold everybody hostage if I don't get my way. That is inappropriate. I have nothing more to say.
Commissioner Hausman?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, and I feel exactly the same way. I would like for you to respond to that.
I sent the memo exactly as I told the BRE that I was going to send it, and I warned them of that. They told me
Interesting.
to
I talked
send
to two members. I talked to the chairman and another member when I started getting calls from mayors that wanted to know what in the world was going on, and they were unaware that it was going out.
I talked to Alex after that.
After you sent it or before you sent it? Because he was unaware when he got a phone call.
He was not aware when I sent the memo, but the BRE was aware that I was sending a memo to the mayors.
Well, they don't recall it that way, okay? They don't recall it that way. So we received a lot of public comments this morning on this topic. I just, for the record, want to say that I have received 60 emails against going forward with this plan for the host of reasons we've outlined over and over and over again. And so seriously, it's very, very alarming that you would be instructed by your BRE to come up with a Plan B, but you send a memo where there's no Plan B included in it. I looked really hard to try and find where that Plan B was, but I didn't see it.
At that point, we were still formulating Plan B. There was, when I sent that, the mayors and the municipalities needed to know what could possibly happen if this item does not pass.
Well, you didn't indicate to them that you were going to send a Plan B or formulate a Plan B before you sent that out to the mayors, that got them all worked up about the possibility of having to conduct an election that they're not prepared to do. So it was definitely a slap in the face to our partners, our cities, that we've worked very, very hard to have positive relationships with. Okay, so some of the comments in these emails that I've gotten on this topic since our last meeting have raised some additional concerns, and one of which is that they only hire minority workers. Is that the case?
No.
Okay, so just for the record, I think it's incumbent on us to try and have an election staff that reflects the population of our county. And in case people don't know what the population of our county is currently, it is African American, 44.5%. It's white, 45.5%. And Asian and other is almost 8%. So I would certainly hope if this passes, and I would assume that it will, just based on everyone's here, and we're going to vote on party lines more than likely, that in fact the workforce from Happy Faces reflects the population of Fulton County. Can you work towards that goal?
We can make that request of Happy Faces, yes.
All right, and then I also have been told by multiple people that they have tried to get employment through Happy Faces to help with our elections, and they have never been contacted, gotten a call back or anything. Can you make sure that anyone that contacts Happy Faces, should this pass, is at least given the courtesy of being contacted and discussing it?
And if we get names from commissioners or recommendations, we can forward those names along for consideration to Happy Faces.
I mean, even the folks that came up here and spoke in favor of this said that they wanted problem-free elections in Fulton County. I mean, we've been using Happy Faces now for what, through the last 3 cycles?
Since 2015.
Yeah, we had a big national dust-up this time, but we certainly have not had problem-free elections since we've been using Happy Faces. And you know it, and I know it. And then I just have to say, you know, even the hint of a conflict of interest with a political entity involved in a company that we're going to use to staff our elections office gives such a bad impression to the voters of Fulton County. I don't know how you can stand there and even remotely make this recommendation based on that alone, notwithstanding the monitor's report that talked about sloppiness, mismanagement, lack of concern by the workers and the job they were doing. I mean, that's all bad enough in itself, but just the appearance of a conflict in this area, it's just unacceptable.
What is the conflict?
That the company that we are contracting with has a business relationship with a high-profile political candidate.
That accusation against them is wholly untrue. They have no relationship whatsoever. They're 100% owned by the chairman of their body. They do not have any of these now accounts. We don't know where this came from. Happy Faces doesn't know where it came from. They have been receiving death threats. They're losing their top recruiter because of it. They're putting in surveillance. They don't even feel safe in their offices.
It's public record, so I mean, we're not going to debate that. It's public record.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let's go to the memo. And this talk about a Plan B. I thought there was a Plan B in here on page 2, where you're speaking of Carter Jones, the SEB monitor from the state, and his recommendations, and then a proposal that you said we, and I'm assuming that means you and your team, have for the BOC. Is that not the Plan B, or is that, am I?
Carter, in all of the conversations I've had with Mr. Jones, he has he recommended that we reduce our management, that we increase our management, middle management in the department, because he said we got stretched so far thin last year because we were trying to manage 12 places with the same number of staff, that he said we needed to take probably $500,000 to $1 million of what we would give to Happy Faces, and then have and put that, invest that into middle management staff and other staff that come from Happy Faces, that we were able to retain their institutional knowledge that they gain over a year, like a year-long cycle. So that is one of the things. Part of those items went through the consent agenda. Some of those management that we worked with Human Resources over the last several months getting the PDQs ready, those were approved by the BOC this morning. We are looking at doing either a hybrid model next year or going to having Human Resources take over the whole ball of wax going forward. It's going to cost the county more. Next year it would be $18.8 million to do the full-time limited term versus about $14.3 million if we used a staffing agency. For the remainder of the year this year, or for this year, it would be about $7.1 million to do that versus about $5.5 million to use the staffing agency.
Okay, so I think you're in combat mode. So you didn't really answer my question. You answered part of it by elaborating on your plan, but my question was, is this not Plan B?
Yes.
Okay, because you were asked earlier by my colleague why you didn't have Plan B, and I read this and I had assumed that that was Plan B, but you never made any clarification that this is Plan B, so I'm trying to make sure that that's what it is. And then you just elaborated and went into detail about your Plan B, and you literally read from the memo, so you just confirmed in addition to that that this is Plan B, but you never responded to what he was saying and to let him know that Plan B is in the memo. And then I just want to say that, since the Board of Commissioners has the authority to approve a recommendation from the Board of Registrations and Elections to terminate your position, that kind of makes us your bosses. And I would say that, before you make any major move, you would want to consult your bosses before doing something like sending an alarming memo out to our mayors, and especially such an alarming memo as that. So this discussion that you said you had with the Board of Registrations and Elections about the letter before you sent the letter, did this discussion take place during the board meeting?
Yes, we had a lengthy discussion during the board meeting about that.
Okay, so do you take minutes during that board meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so then that would address what my other colleague was saying about people don't recall what was said exactly or what they said exactly, or if they heard you correctly. If you could provide the minutes to the board meeting and we can see what everybody said exactly, and we could actually see what you said and the fact that this discussion did take place. And it wouldn't matter if they remembered or not because we have meeting minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'd like to see those meeting minutes.
Okay.
Just to get some confirmation. All right.
Excuse me, I think the entire board would like to see those minutes.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, please. Anybody on the board? I'm not restricting anybody from seeing it, but I know I do. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Whew. All right. So at this point, can you just tell me what is the current situation at hand? And what does the future look like if we do not approve this, this agenda item?
Human Resources now they've drafted position, all of the position descriptions for all of the positions that we would have to hire for through the county. Those will go out if the item fails today. And then we will have to go through the Human Resources process through Fulton County to make sure that we get everyone hired. That process is a little more lengthy than what it takes for Happy Faces to do it. They have basically a short-circuited process, how they have people that are on standby and ready to go. What we'll have to do, Human Resources we'll have to get the requisitions, they'll have to post them, we'll have to have the posting time, then we get the registers, and then we have to do all the interviews. We have to do all that in-house. Human Resources is committed to getting us 12 people to help with those interviews. Some of the interviews we'll be able to do in a group format, and some of the others that we're going to have to go through and do them all in person. And that's going to take quite a bit of staff time to do that.
Okay, Mr. Kenneth Herman, can you tell us how long the human resources process takes from the time you said you would have to post if this doesn't pass, and how fast, like, what does that process look like? What's the length?
On general, on average, we average anywhere between 45 to 55 days from the posting to the time the person is actually in the seat. What we've discussed with Richard and his team, and what my team have developed, is an extremely expedited process where the postings will be out for a minimum of 3 days. Those individuals who meet the minimum qualifications will come in, and we'll do a group interview for those positions that make sense, the group interview. And then that same day, once they, and the group interview kind of takes on the life of an examination, for lack of a better term. That same day, if they pass their exam or that group interview, they move straight into training that same day. So in essence, if this works, we could get him that pool of individuals that meet that criteria for the group interview probably within 5 to 10 days from the time the posting has closed, which is extremely fast for what we're doing. But again, the key thing is we have to find the candidates that meet all of the criteria that I think SB, I forgot the number, 202 has put on us, where they have to reside within Fulton County or neighboring jurisdictions, and make sure we meet all of those criteria as well.
So that could take a little bit longer.
Right, those anomalies are there, but once we find the individuals, it's from within 10 days. We want them in Richard's shop doing the formal training.
Okay, so let me make sure that I'm clear. The original process can take 45 to 55 days, but with your expedited process, it could take 10 days, except for you do have to try to ensure that they they live in Fulton County.
Yes, or neighboring jurisdictions, I think.
Or within the jurisdictions, right. Okay. And how long could that take? I see the county attorneys.
Well, Commissioner, whenever the applicant applies, they provide us their mailing address or their physical address, so that's how we were able to verify that as well. So,
Okay.
but I was just providing that as these are the kind of things that we would also have to check for this group of individuals that are coming in to help the elections team and the election process.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Hausman, please.
Mr. Herman, how many people have to be hired should Happy Faces not be renewed today?
And Richard, please keep me honest. For the November election, we have a number of 472 employees for the November election, and for the 2022 cycle, 467. And we're hoping that for the 2022 cycle, some of the same original hires from 2021 will be again rehired for 2022.
And so we're talking about approximately 500 people
Yes,
that would need to be hired.
Yes,
in
Commissioner.
order for us to, for the election to take place, should Happy Faces not be renewed?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Almost 500 people.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Barron, is it safe to say that you and I have had some rough run-ins from
Yes.
day one?
Yes.
So let me ask you this question. What duty do you have to the municipalities to let them know that there is a chance that Fulton County may not renew Happy Faces, given what Mr. Herman said, almost 400, almost 500 people, and we know from the labor reports that employees are scarce these days. I just want to ask you, what duty do you have to the municipalities to let them know if it doesn't pass?
Well, we do their elections every year, so if we have a supplemental staff that are suddenly gone, and at the time that I sent out the memo, it was still a 45 to 55-day process. Since then, we've met with Human Resources, and we think we can shorten that, but that is a lot of staff for us to hire. So it's only prudent to let the mayors know that we're at risk of being behind when it comes to preparing for the election, or that we may not be able to conduct the election.
So, Mr. Barron, would it be prudent to say you have a duty to let the municipalities know
Yes.
that there is a risk because some of the municipalities may not be prepared to handle their own elections?
Yes.
So part of your duty is to let them know what could happen. Whether you had a plan B or not, it is your duty to let them know. That's what
Yes.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay, having said that, we know that we are in a different situation. This is not a situation that we have had before. We've had to deal with some external things, the pandemic, and a lot of other things. But more importantly, I think in the sake of transparency, when we are moving on stuff because of a big lie, and then we go to try to put policy in place because of a big lie, I think we have a duty to let the municipalities know, because it is an extension of the SB 202. We know that the SB 202 passed, we know what it required, and we know that people would be affected by it. So I say this, I am a size 2 Sports Illustration model. Now, I can say that all day long, but everybody can look at me and tell that I'm fluffy. So what I say to you, sir, one, I commend you for under fire. We have not always agreed. And in the future, we may not be here. Someone else may be here. But I think it's important that we let, in transparency of the viewing audience, know the best thing we need to do is to pass this and make sure these municipalities have fair access elections. I have had people from one end of Fulton County to the other call me. I have had mayors call me. I have had Happy Faces employees call me. I have had calls for and against. But what I do know, if we do not pass this, we are being just as bad as the Jim Crow racists that want to affect this election. So what I say to you, and I say to this body, and I say to those that's listening, pass the Happy Faces. Let us review this again and see if some changes need to be made. Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner Houseman, do you have?
Yeah,
anything
just
to
a
add?
couple more comments. I would suggest to you that memo was pure politics, designed to try and put pressure on the commission to change it. It was some kind of threatening action, so I didn't appreciate it very much, but I've already said that. And I would also suggest to the commission that should this not pass, and we post openings for these jobs, we will be flooded with people willing to help. There's been so much attention paid to this. I don't think we'll have any problem whatsoever finding adequate people to cover these positions. And then in my discussions with the county manager about potential options, should this not pass, and developing a Plan B, is it not true that there could be a special designation, Mr. Herman, seasonal employees or election worker employees that could commit to a certain number of days per week, perhaps during early voting or whatever the function might be, that would not have to rise to the level of getting benefits? There are other ways to approach this. Is that not true?
Yes, they are, Commissioner, but the category that we settled on is the new category that Richard talked about, which is a time-limited category, which we created specifically for the court backlog, which goes along with the benefits packages that the county offers.
Okay, but we could in fact set up some that do not require benefits. Is that not true?
Because of the fact that
Since
these
they
employees...
are temporary, short-term positions.
Right, but because these employees will be working a minimum of 40 hours, the ACA would require us to provide them with benefits.
Well, again, I think you'll be flooded with so many folks that you could probably have staggered 3-day-a-week employees, perhaps. I just encourage you to look outside the box here and figure out a way, because there's a lot of interest and a lot of community members that would really like to participate that have been shut out. So I really want to say that there's another way to do this. We're making this way too difficult. We're kind of being lazy to depend on a temporary agency that has so many negative connotations to it. Doesn't make us look good to keep talking about this forever. So I hope we don't pass this. I'm not naive enough to think that that's a real possibility, but I'm still hopeful.
Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, I'd like to call the question.
Second. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk.
You have to put your motion in to call the question. This is on calling the question? Yes, ma'am. Call the question. It's on the floor.
Yeah. Yes.
And the vote is open to call the question.
Come on, guys, let's go. That's the main motion. Calling the question, vote yea or nay.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Now, on the main motion, which is to approve, you wrote it, it was unanimous.
Okay, with the commission, Vice Chair Hall is unanimous.
All right, on the main motion, which is to approve, let's vote. I can do this quicker than this machine.
The vote is open.
Has everyone voted?
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you. Next item.
Bottom of page 9, 21-0514, Finance, request approval of resolution authorizing the advertisement of the proposed 2021 millage rate for the general fund of the calculated rollback rate of 9.33 mils, advertisement of the 5-year levy history for the general fund, the required public hearing date, authorizing the chairman to sign the pending appeals for properties other than public utilities form, and authorizing the county attorney to petition the Superior Court of Fulton County for immediate and temporary collections of 2021 taxes if it becomes necessary.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions or comments? All right, none, let's vote.
If in fact this does end up being the millage rate, will it not in fact be the lowest millage rate that we've had in a long, long time? Hakeem?
Yes, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Yes. This will be the
Do you know
lowest.
how long? Has it ever been lower?
Not that I can recall. I don't recall ever being lower than this. Sharon?
I don't either, but we can go back into our old CAFRs
way back
and
into-
look back and tell you exactly,
Yeah, all right.
exactly when.
I just think that's significant.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0515, tax assessor requests approval to award a contract without competition to identify unreported aircraft for valuation of ad valorem tax purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote. Madam Clerk?
And one moment. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously. On page 10, 21-0516, real estate and asset management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide hazardous waste disposal services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any questions? None. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. 21-0517, real estate and asset management requests approval to amend an existing contract for a required GDOT traffic study of Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0518, real estate and asset management requests approval to increase spending authority to cover the cost of immediate replacement of out-of-compliance fire pump controller.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any questions? None. Let's vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0519, real estate and asset management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide cleaning services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Cast your vote, please.
And the motion passes unanimously. Page 11, 21-0520, real estate and asset management requests approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide scrap metal recycling services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any questions? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0521, real estate and asset management requests approval of a recommended proposal for pre-construction services for the new Fulton County Animal Shelter facility.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. The next item is the add-on item moved up by Vice Chair Hall. 21-0533, Arts and Culture requests approval of 2 contracts with Hammond House Museum and the National Black Arts Festival to provide expanded operational resources, educational, and arts-related services.
Our motion to approve by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Hall. Vice Chair.
Accidentally hit the button. I'm not speaking.
Okay, Vice Chair.
All right. I'd like to make reference to the previous resolution that we passed that initially Hammond's House and National Black Arts Festival were a part of, and that was item number 21-0460. And on that resolution, for those of you who do not have a copy of it, it states that we were requesting approval of 4 contracts: a contract with Hammond's House Museum not to exceed $70,000, a contract with Chattahoochee Nature Center not to exceed $200,000, a contract with Johns Creek Community Arts Center in an amount not to exceed $185,000, and a contract with National Black Arts Festival not to exceed $50,000. And today we heard from a lot of the constituency. We've also heard from people who frequent the NBAF and Hammond's House Museum and those who work there as well, and have heard that COVID-19 has impacted them significantly, as we can see across the arts and culture community, that everyone has been impacted. And I do want to just increase these to at least be fair in our allocation and contribution to the arts and culture community, to at least be the same amount as its counterparts of Johns Creek and Chattahoochee Nature Center. And so I would ask that we consider amending this so that they are in line with the allocations that we have given to the other art centers and the Nature Center. So that would mean that Hammond's House would literally get $130,000 to bring them up to the same amount as the Chattahoochee Nature Center, and NBAF would get $150,000 to bring them up to the same. And that is my my amendment to this resolution.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I wholly support those increases and the equitable nature and the equity in which you're trying to receive those, or trying to make those entities equal the amounts of the others. You have my full support.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, I just want to make clear that the 200 for Chattahoochee Nature Center actually is combined from the former Cochrane Mill Nature Center located in South Fulton, when that closed 3 years ago after the unfortunate drowning that occurred there. And the Chattahoochee Nature Center assumed the responsibility to serve the South Fulton area. So while it looks like a large amount, their duties are quite large. I'm not opposed to considering additional funding for any worthwhile group, but I'm not sure that in this particular case, what's proposed would provide equity, because it is a service that's provided throughout Fulton County. The reality is that the Chattahoochee Nature Center itself, that funding is really $100,000 that goes towards that center, which, by the way, we own the property and we have a long-term lease with them. So I just want to make sure that that's on the table. I'm not saying that I don't think that these other entities are not worthy of additional funding, because they more than likely are. But if in true fact you're going to be equitable, then I would suggest that there needs to be an increase in the Chattahoochee Nature Center to, in fact, make it equitable.
All right, Vice Chair, you have another comment?
I just want to remind everyone that we have given an increase to both of these organizations in the past, because they have significantly been unfunded repeatedly. And this time we are looking at the fact that we have had COVID-19 and they desperately need these funds in the arts community. And these are two major organizations in the community. National Black Arts Festival and Hammond's House are known across the nation.
Commissioner Morris?
Just a question. Again, I'm familiar with these organizations. They do terrific work and deserve all the funding that's appropriate. Where would this funding come from if we accepted this amendment and increased these amounts?
We would start, I think, with looking inside the arts budget itself for any salary savings that we could use and realign for this purpose. And then outside of that, we would have to look elsewhere in the budget to move funds either from contingency or from some other source that's determined to be available.
Do you think there is salary savings in the Arts and Culture Department?
I think there will be some salary savings. I don't have that calculation in front of me right now, but there should be some salary savings that we could tap into.
There's been quite some time where we had a vacancy at the director level as well as the deputy director level and a couple of other positions in arts. So I'm not sure there is sufficient to fund everything, but there should be some salary savings generated.
Plus we're selling the arts.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
While in theory, I do agree with this, my only concern is we have QLS just reopening, and I know for a fact they are underfunded. And so while I will support this, I'm concerned that sometimes our priorities are not always in line, because clearly with the seniors coming back into the centers, and it's not just the center QLS, we want to make sure that our seniors have adequate funding. And so I would ask that, even though I will support this, that we do not pick and choose what's just personally important to us, that across the board, that we look at the need, and the need has been expressed to me by QLS, that they are $100,000 underfunded. And so I was just waiting to see what could be worked out, and I'm hoping with the county manager's office that we will be able to work out something. But I just want to go on record that I do understand the equity that my colleague is talking about, but I also understand that the arts is very important to us. The Hammons House is very important to the community, but we need to make sure that we extend that feeling across the board, especially with our seniors, because I would hate to see our seniors not get that additional funding that they need.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, if I recall, this item included 4 items, and we approved 2 of them at the last meeting. We approved Chattahoochee Nature Center and Johns Creek Arts Center, and then left these other 2 items because Commissioner Arrington was not in attendance. So my request is, and I can't recall the numbers and I don't have it in front of me, just to make sure that Johns Creek Arts Center is also treated equitably. And to bring that back at the next meeting, please, so that we, unless you can tell us right now, because if we're going to be equitable, I think we need to be equitable.
I read them already. I have the resolution right here.
Can you tell me what it said?
Yeah,
please?
I'll read it again. Request approval of 4 contracts. A contract with Hammons House Museum not to exceed $70,000. A contract with the Chattahoochee Nature Center not to exceed $200,000. A contract with Johns Creek Community Arts Center in the amount not to exceed $185,000, and a contract with National Black Arts Festival not to exceed $50,000 to provide expanded operational resources, educational, and arts-related services to the citizens of Fulton County.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to include Johns Creek Arts Center and making all of them the same?
I just did make them all the same, because Johns Creek is at $185,000. You want to add $5,000 to them to make them $200,000?
To $15,000, would it not be?
$15,000 to make it $200,000?
To make it $200,000?
That's fine with me, yeah, that's fair.
Thank you.
All right, that's
Okay.
a friendly amendment. That's accepted.
So the final amount should be Hammons House, an additional $130,000, National Black Arts Festival, $150,000, and
Wait,
John,
an additional 150 or 150 total?
additional $150,000, because we're taking every one of them to $200,000 so that it's fair.
I got you. I just want to be clear. 'Cause
Yes.
You said that it's an additional 150.
Yes, sir. An additional $150,000. And then let's not forget Johns Creek Community Arts Center gets 15,000 to bring them to 200,000. So all four would get 200,000 total. Thank you. You're welcome.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to support this, but I'm making an observation right now. I've heard two things. Equity, they should be equal, and also based upon need. All of these that we're funding, giving us additional money, they do not do the same things. They do not serve the same number of people. So I think this can get out of hand if this trend continues. In fact, I can guarantee you that Commissioner Rockman's already mentioned QLS, which is not arts, but I'm certain that others, when they hear what happened here today, they will be coming forward. And if we're going to be consistent, can't say yes to some and no to others. You hear me say this all the time. It's easy to say yes, but it's hard to say no.
But don't forget that, but Mr. Chair, do not forget that we have, for the arts, contract for services grants, and that is why I asked for this to be moved and heard before we do the contract for services, because we are awarding grant funding to some of these same nonprofits again. So let's be clear, they're getting money also through contract for services, and let's be clear that we have our community service program grant program that funds youth, seniors, disabilities, economic stability / poverty, and homelessness. So we're giving money out to these organizations in other places as well.
Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, continue, please.
Page 11, under Arts and Libraries, 21-0522, Arts and Culture. Request approval of a contract, the fiscal year 2021 contracts for services program funding recommendations.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Ellis and Vice Chair Hall. Strike that. Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Hall.
I'll be brief, and I want to be consistent on this, particularly in light of the last conversation we just had. Part of the reason I voted no, I think for maybe the past 3 readings of the contract for services, since we're talking about equity, the distribution of funds for the contract for services has been underweighted in the northern part of the county for quite a long time, and continues to be with these recommendations. There's about $1.3 million in recommended funds that would be allocated to different organizations, and according to the packet, about 10% of that would be benefiting 35% of the population or so. So, you know, to Chairman Pitts' point, you know, equity is often in the eyes of the beholder. And, you know, if we weren't going to modify this, I don't think we should have modified the other. So it is what it is. I think we've made a little bit better outreach to some of the organizations. I realize we have new leadership coming in. I hope that there'll be further outreach into the North Fulton communities. And in addition, some of these organizations which sought funding, the amount of funding that they sought and the amount of funding that they were granted in this, you know, was undercut significantly versus the ask. And some of the folks that didn't even ask for, you know, much at all, where we're trying to build stuff in terms of emerging arts and so forth, trimming those folks down to just getting scrapped. So I'm supportive of the efforts that we have here, but again, I think our process is flawed and there's not equitable distribution across all the districts of the county. And that's not anything new for me. I'm being consistent on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Houseman?
Yeah, I agree, and it's unfortunate, and I looked at some of these that are partially funded. In fact, all of them are partially funded, and I wonder if, in fact, the program can even happen with the amount of funding that we're given based on what they asked for. So I'm just really unclear on how we arrive at some of these numbers. But, you know, when a program asks for $25,000 and they get $3,500, I don't know how in the world they can do the program. So are we giving good money for something that's really not going to even be able to happen? And then my second question would be, have we done an analysis to make sure these are all still viable organizations? They've been through a lot. Are we sure that they're still able to continue operating when we're issuing these grants?
All right, can anyone respond? It's a great question.
And if they're in trouble and they're struggling, then we need to know, we talked a lot about recovery money going towards the arts. I haven't heard much about how that might work too, so that's part of my general question.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And to answer your question, many of them are struggling, but they're still surfacing. And so with the programs that they have, some of them have had to scale back due to lack of funding. Our funding for this year was cut because $320,000 was cut from 2020. I think that went to the relief fund. So when the council and all the people that came together to vote on it, they had to make adjustments to clear that. So some of them are struggling, but we hope that they will move forward.
And so there is no effort when you don't look at this geographically at all, do you? You're new, but we've talked about this for years.
Right. So in terms of how we reach out and let people know about what we have to offer, there's so many means of how we communicate. We communicate through the library, through media, through press release.
I'm talking about in your scoring when you go to award the grants.
You say that again?
Do you have any geographic component to the scoring to figure out how much to give the grantees?
Commissioner, no, there is no geographic criteria for the scoring. However, there is the Arts Council that's involved with scoring. They also assist with outreach. And for the public, the Arts Council is a voluntary board that is staffed, or the volunteers are appointed by the commissioners. And so they do help with the outreach in the community. But to answer your question, there is no geographic component.
Well, I hope y'all can just really see the unequitable distribution of these funds throughout our county. Now, granted, the major arts community is located in Atlanta. We all understand that. But it's still, there's a lot of area outside of Atlanta that's not equitably served. And it's disappointing, and we can do better than that.
Well, as we move forward, as I've been making my rounds to meet with commissioner staff, I want to make sure that I meet with everyone so that we can sit down and start strategizing some targeted approaches to where we can reach the masses.
I welcome that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you. Okay, so first, this reminds me of the community service program grants where I recall, Dr. Rochelle, that we had a discussion about the funding not being adequate enough to spread out across all of the approved nonprofits that came through the application process. And I believe you told me that, you were trying to at least fund as many as possible, so you kind of stretch the money out to fund as many as possible. Is it safe to say that that's what you tried to do this time as well?
Yes, ma'am. From the deliberations that the Arts Council held, they really did try to serve as many as they could. We saw an 18% increase in the number of applications.
Okay. So that being said, I did notice that if you turn to the recommendations packet and go to the second page, it's not numbered, but it's basically the table of contents. And it says at the very bottom, list of eligible unfunded applicants, page 94. And then if you go to page 94, I do want to point out something that needs to be corrected, though, because the title on page 94 says CFS applicants not recommended for funding, whereas the table of contents says list of eligible unfunded applicants, and that is considerably different. So is it safe to say that this is actually the list of eligible unfunded applicants on page 94?
I'm pulling up
You gotta
that.
look at it, check it for me.
Yes, ma'am. We had a total of requests. We had 190 applications, and we had a total request of 3.4 million. We had eligible that are not funded, 86,655. Those that were ineligible based on their responses on their application, $144,750. And we had one withdrawal, 50,000. So the combined total is $281,405.
Okay, so this page is incorrect then, because it says 231,405, and you just said 281,405.
Yes, ma'am. I believe the document you're looking at did not include the withdrawn application for 50,000.
Okay, so $281,405
Yes,
is
ma'am.
what would be needed to completely fund all of the eligible applicants.
No, ma'am.
Additional, you need more than that?
It's 3.4 million if you wanted to fund them at their request.
Okay, so help me understand, what is this page 94 and 95 then?
So the number of, the amount that we were unable to fund is 86,655 within the $1.3 million envelope.
No, I'm talking about as a total.
As a total.
What's the total number that you were not able to fund that were approved applicants?
86,655.
Total.
But that wasn't the request. That
No.
was just,
No, I think
Okay.
you're not understanding me.
yes, ma'am.
Forget about the amount of money that you had allocated for this, because we already know that's not an adequate amount of money to cover all of the applicants that were approved. So just as a total, how much money would you need to fund all of the applicants who were approved, but they did not get funded because you ran out of money?
It is the 86,000.
It is only 86,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So knowing that, then what is this page 94 and 95? Because not only does it say in the table of contents that it's the list of eligible unfunded applicants, but then on the page, it has a totally different heading. So is the heading on the page correct and the table of contents incorrect?
I'm scrolling to that page, and it's page 94, Commissioner.
94 and 95, because
Okay.
94 has the title, and it's a full page, and then the rest of it is on page 95 with a total dollar amount.
Yes. So on page 94 and page 95, those organizations are combined with those that are eligible and not funded, and those that were not recommended for funding because of the quality of their application. So their application did not meet the criteria.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you combine ineligible applications with eligible ones that were not funded.
Yes, that is what this page does represent. It represents both categories, ineligible because of the quality, and then those that were eligible, but funding was exhausted And so therefore, they did not receive an award.
You did them a disservice. That should have been separate from those that were ineligible, because it makes it seem like they were ineligible as well when you're actually saying that they were not. They were actually eligible. So
ma'am.
it should have actually been separated from this. And this table of content, the last item needs to be corrected with the correct title. So you're saying that all we need is $86,655 to fund those eligible applicants who did not get funded?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Okay.
that's 18 of them.
And that's 18 of them? Okay, so I would like to make a amendment to add that money and go ahead and fund everyone. It's not even in the millions. And then I also would like that, I've heard this even back when I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner, that we are not equitably addressing all of the arts, arts and culture nonprofits across Fulton County. And I've heard this raised before by Commissioner Hausman. And so in the past, I heard that, it was offered that a list of arts and culture nonprofits be provided by those commissioners in those districts. And for me, my nonprofits, they come to me and they tell me what they do and everything in the community, because I'm out in the community all the time. And I have the uniqueness of being entirely inside of the city of Atlanta. So we have an MPU system that was set up by the late Mayor Maynard Jackson. So it makes it very easy for me to get into my communities. And so my arts, and you already know this, I immediately will send them directly to the director and staff in the arts and culture department so that they can connect. But if there needs to be some, the commissioners know their districts better than anybody, so can they just provide a list of arts and culture nonprofit organizations so that you know who they are, and that will lessen the time that it would take you to try to figure out where they are and who they are? I think that would help speed up the process, Commissioner Hausman and Commissioner Ellis. And then I do think that we need to adequately put in whatever number there is of that into the list of contract for services so that they can also get the information.
Let me ask, do you have some unreadiness? You want to hold it?
No, I want to just make sure we add that additional money, the $86,655, to go ahead and fund the eligible applicants that didn't get funded. That's my ask. And let them provide those nonprofits they keep talking about that we're not covering.
Okay.
I asked, that's what Dr. Rochelle said. It seems really low, but.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to cover today, some really substantive issues. And let's not, spend an hour on $86,000. So is that what it is, $86,000?
I can't imagine that's all it is based on what I did.
Is this it?
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. I think we need to look at, since you, Vice Chair, you did say earlier, if I'm not mistaken, because we are here, you said it was nonprofits that were funded, but I said there was nonprofits that were underfunded, or it was
What?
exhausted. And so I agree with you.
Don't quote me unless you know what you're talking about.
But I'm not quoting something that you didn't say. In fact, I'm agreeing with
You
you.
want to, is the court reporter here?
But what I'm saying, Chairman, what I'm saying is this.
Okay, thank you. Tell
The
her to
reality is we're
rotate.
underfunded. That's the reality. And so to my colleague that I'm crossing the aisle and agreeing with is that it's more than $86,000. And my colleague over here is saying it's $3 million. So I would think that we need to hold off on the amount and not put an amount in until we get a actual number, as opposed to piecemealing it. That's what I am saying.
I agree,
Thank you.
But I'm
glad
going
we
off
agree.
of, yeah,
So
we don't
happy.
always agree,
Ladies,
but
please.
Dr. Rochelle, can you provide that? That's why I'm asking you.
Yes, ma'am. So the two numbers are 3.4 million is the total request that every organization made.
And that
was-
includes unqualified applications, is that correct?
No, that's just the eligible applications. The total request was 3.4 million. As the Arts Council attempted to fund all eligible applications within the 1.3 million, they exhausted the 1.3 million before they could fund the remaining 86,000 in requests that they had approved. So for example, if Organization A asked for 50,000 and the Arts Council approved them for 10, by the time they got to that approved amount, they had run out of funding. And so that is why there are two amounts, 3.4 million if you wanted to know what was totally requested. They had to fit that 3.4 million of request into a $1.3 million envelope. And when they did that, they still could not fund $86,000 when they pared down that request.
All right, Commissioner Arrington, still want to be heard?
Again, I'm in support of the 3.4 million. I want to do the same thing we did with CSP, just fund the whole thing. So, you know,
That's fine, let's do it.
sounds like a friendly amendment. Mr. Chair, we're ready.
Well, y'all
Call-
gonna lose
call the
me.
question.
The approach, no, seriously, the approach that this is really getting ridiculous, the way we're doing now. If we're not ready to move forward on this, we ought to hold it, if it's not time sensitive. But is it time sensitive, Dr. Rochelle? Well, you hesitate, that means no. And I'm gonna take it as a no, so your motion is to hold. All right, I'll
Can she
second.
answer? Can she answer though, please?
It's sensitive from the perspective of just getting the funds to the organizations.
Yeah, as the recipients, is it sensitive?
All right, there's a motion to hold, I second it, let's deal with the motion to hold. Cast your vote, please, the motion is to hold. Madam Clerk, let's go.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, could you please make the motion to hold?
She made it.
She made it.
Okay, now would you please?
I made a second.
You have to press the button.
Wait, come on, y'all.
Okay, and now the vote is open to hold. Okay. And the motion to hold passes unanimously.
All right, next item.
21-0523, Library, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide newspapers, magazine, and serial subscriptions.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Any questions or comments? If not, cast your vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize, Tanya. On 0522 and Vice Chair, was there a specific reason or additional information we were holding the contracts for services for? Is there any additional information you'd like for us to provide in the interim?
Lots. They were all over the place.
Commissioner Morris is going to know where it's going to be funded from.
Yeah, and I'll second that, yeah.
We're
Okay,
Madam Clerk, let's go.
so I'll answer that.
On page 12, under Health and Human Services, 21-0524, Community Development, request approval of a substantial amendment to the Department of Housing and Urban Development Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grant to identify the projects to receive federal funds to support projects and activities for low to moderate income citizens.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Questions, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Ellis.
I just had one question. There was, what is it? This line that says CDBG budget area, public service, description, fair housing activities. What exactly is that? Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson. Your mic is,
There we go. My apologies.
no problem.
The fair housing, that represents fair housing.
Speak up a little bit, please, sir.
That represents fair housing training and education sessions. It also represents landlord-tenant mediation around fair housing as well. And these are activities we'll issue a request for a proposal.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Hausman?
First of all, welcome to Fulton County. I don't think, can you just introduce yourself real quick?
Certainly. I'm Stan Wilson. I've been here about 4 weeks now, and I'm the Community Development Director.
Again, welcome.
Thank you.
There was a comment made this morning, seems like yesterday, but I think it was this morning, that we are not in the CDBG business anymore in Fulton County. This obviously is not the case. I just wanted to state for the community's knowledge that in fact Fulton County is still administering CBDG grant money, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Welcome, Mr. Wilson. You may not be the right person for this question, but I'll ask it anyway. And then somebody could assist you if you don't know the answer to it, because this predates your tenure with us here. I know one of the items, and I'm fully supportive of this item, one of the items that's noted here, I believe, is a sewer project, and I seem to recall last time we had a sewer project that was CDBG related that we sent the money, and then we found out that we didn't exactly have things set up rightly, and we didn't get the CDBG money, or we had to pay for it ourselves. So can somebody just fill us in on terms of the changes to the process to assure that kind of everything we see in here, but particularly that one, since that was the one in question, or type of one in question, that definitely meets it, and we're not going to run into issues down the road. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Yes, so the changes in the process, we have conducted technical assistance training with all of our cooperative agreement cities to ensure that they understand the procurement requirements and the documentation that is required to be in the file before we issue their notice to proceed. We have had training on notice to proceed. We have conducted many more in-person visits to the sites to ensure that the site actually exists and that this is, in fact, a real project, so to speak. So the staff has taken many measures to ensure that they are following the appropriate guidelines. We've also increased our technical assistance interaction with HUD based on the learnings from that previous situation.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions or comments? Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Cast your vote, please. Let's go.
Open.
This thing is slow today.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0525, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority to provide home-delivered meals, meal delivery, and nutrition counseling for Fulton County residents aged 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Any questions? Hearing none, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Commissioners' action items, 21-0466, request approval to amend the Board of Commissioners procedural rules for meetings, specifically Rule 6, agenda preparation and public comment.
All right, you'll recall I put together a committee of the board here, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Hall, to work on this, and you're ready with a report today, recommendations? Vice Chair, I'm not Vice Chair, but which one of the three of you is going to make it? All right, substitute motion, well, there's a motion to hold. Is there a second? All right. Is there a second? I'll second. Second? Yes.
How about if we hold it till the end of the meeting and we then want to take it up? If it's the will of the
All right.
board, we take it up.
We hold it till, is that okay? All right. All right, motion is to hold until the end of the meeting. Is there a second for that? I'll second. Let's vote. Madam Clerk? Where is this thing? I'm gonna throw this thing in the river. Is it? Can I do this with a voice and we can save about another hour? Is it working? All right, let's do this. The motion is to hold until the end of the meeting. Those in favor say aye, opposed no, it's held. Next item, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Speak up, please.
The next item moved up on page 13, 21-0529, discussion, Development Authority of Fulton County, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, at the last meeting, I was asked to contact the Development Authority to have them appear at this meeting to make a presentation if they chose to do so, but more importantly, to answer any questions that the board may have. Mr. Turpo graciously agreed to be here. He is here along with some of his board members. So, Mr. Turpo, would you come on up and then bring anyone with you that you have with you?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I provided a PowerPoint. I don't know if you're able to pull it up.
Are we able to? We spent a lot of money on this new assembly hall.
Mr. Chair, it's good. Fantastic, thank you.
Who's with you?
I'm
Introduce-
sorry. With me, I have our treasurer, Sam Baco, and our secretary, Kyle Lamont, Senator Brent. Board member too. Board members as well.
She's up here.
Hey, Joanna. and Board member Joanna Potts. Senator Brandon Beach sends his apologies for not being able to stay. Again, thank you for having us here. Thank you for supporting the Development Authority of Fulton County during this trying time while we're cleaning up and implementing policies. Sorry, let me start again. I apologize. Y'all have some long days, and I really appreciate your service. Thank you for supporting the Development Authority of Fulton County Board of Directors during this difficult time, especially as we have had to concentrate on implementing policies where none existed and cleaning up questionable practices. We know you're busy and may not have had time to read all of the updates we send you, so I ask for your patience as we take a few minutes to talk through some of the changes we've been making since November of 2020. Slide, please. Again, we have new leadership, myself as chair, Brandon Beach is our vice chair, Sam Baker, our treasurer, who's been doing a fantastic job, as well as Kyle Lamont, who's been doing a considerable amount of community outreach. Currently, I'm serving as the interim executive director. However, it is apparent that serving as both chairman and interim executive director is a political and public distraction, keeping the Development Authority of Fulton County from moving forward. I informed you on Monday that I'll only serve the interim executive director position through August 31st. Our accelerated timeline to select an interim executive director began on Monday, and we expect to have a full board vote based on the top 2 to 3 candidates well before August 31st. Senator Brandon Beach will be leading this search as he has done for the North Fulton Chamber, as well as the North Fulton CID. I am truly grateful for his willingness to move this along in such a timely manner. Again, it was never my intention to serve as both chair and our interim executive director. But when asked to do so, and with the support of my board, I agreed to step up. New board members, such as Joanna Potts. We appreciate you and others for stepping up and agreeing to work, and I know that you'll be bringing a valuable perspective to our work. We have new policies and a new focus. Slide, please. Slide, please. Slide, please. Slide, please. Per diem policy, we created a new per diem policy in November 2020 and updated June 2021, defining and clarifying activities that qualify, a uniform reporting and training, post per diem logs for each board member quarterly. Matter of fact, that was a recommendation from Commissioner Morris at 6 months, but we want to be even more transparent. Transparency.
Half the time. Let's try it again, Mr. Turk. Okay. Will it be recorded?
Hello, testing. Perfect, thank you. A few updates were made in June, and we are in agreement. Slide 3, start over, okay, sorry. No per diem policy was in place when we were elected as officers. Immediately, we put one in place to reform some abused past practices while continuing to allow the DFC to focus on economic development, well before the media coverage began. A few updates were made in June, and we are in agreement with some of Commissioner Morris's proposed recommendations today. Publicly sharing the per diem of each board member, with ours being quarterly, his recommendation was 6 months, but we want to be even more transparent. We have asked every board member to file a Fulton County personal income financial disclosure with the clerk. I've done so as well. So has our treasurer, secretary. Senator Beach has filed one with the state, but is also complying with the suggestion that he do one for Fulton County. Other updates include clarification on what official DFC business items qualify for per diem. While the policy has outlined qualifying events as board meetings, committee meetings, and requires certain time thresholds, the Development Authority of Fulton County refined the policy to require more specifically defined activities that would qualify. A creation of a per diem approval form as an exhibit to the per diem policy so we're uniform in our reporting, and creating standardized per diem description language for the reporting events. I have shared this with the BLC. Specifications in the policies that any board member receiving a salary from the DFC is ineligible for per diems, as had already put into practice with my role as interim executive director. Slide, please. We have a new focus. More investment and development south of I-20. The map you see there is taken from the DCA. The shaded areas are areas that have 50% or 51% less income, moderate income. There are other maps we're looking at dealing with the poverty rate as well. These are the areas that have been left behind and more development needs to be focused. We want to focus on true quality workforce and affordable housing. We hear a lot about affordable housing, and it's necessary, but true quality workforce housing is essential as well, because it's that missing middle, and we want to try to address that issue. We want to create housing so we can do community retention. There's no reason that someone grows up here, but then they can't afford to live here. We want to address those issues. That's where our focus has been. I also am excited because the South Fulton regional mayors are excited that the DFC wants to spur quality development while focusing on the need, as I said, a true workforce. And a lot of them were sorry that they could not attend today, but they were at a municipal conference. I think there was a signing that had to be rescheduled, but we have provided you a letter of their support. So we have been reaching out, building partnerships. I'd love to thank my team for that. As I said, Senator Brandon Beach could not be here. So as we transition to this next slide, Sam Bako has graciously taken that over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also good afternoon to the commissioners. And as mentioned, I'm Samuel Baycoat, and I serve as treasurer of the Development Authority of Fulton County. I have since November of last year, and I'm pinch hitting for Senator Brandon Beach to discuss, next slide, please, to discuss what we call the Central Economic Development Partner, that is us with the state. So as you can see on the slide there, that the state relies on a partnership. Next slide, please. That is the slide? That was the slide. Okay, pinch hitting, okay, that was the slide. Okay, the state relies on a partnership. It can certainly go back, okay. So I don't speak to the slides then. I'm getting my script here handed to me as I pinch hit. Again, the state relies on the DAFC as a critical partner in granting incentives. And those incentives are used to attract, of course, business to Fulton County and the state of Georgia to help those businesses create jobs and expand the tax base in particular, and in some instances even be able to lower the millage rate, which is a good thing. That's helped the state of Georgia become a state that's considered #1 in business. Now, the authority's ability to work across, I'm going to call it city lines, is great because it then serves as a single point of contact for these cities and global corporations, and becomes a way of creating coordination between the state, the cities, and the global corporations so that there's no overlap, so that the global corporations can have one-stop shopping, and as they're developing their business plans, again, one-stop shopping with the Development Authority of Fulton County. Now, the most important, I would say, tool that's used with the state, it's called the REBA grant. These are, it's a type of incentive program that the state of Georgia utilizes to provide financial assistance to induce and assist companies to relocate, expand, or construct projects in Georgia. I believe these are some examples of previous slides. Yeah.
Mr. Baycoat?
Yes.
Mr. Turpo?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think we're very familiar with the operations of the authority.
All right, well then, we'll go ahead and
Yeah.
move forward quickly.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll move over. I know you guys know what we do for TEFRA bonds and nonprofits. So next slide, please. We just really wanted to quickly, we just got these estimates in from Ernst & Young, just give you a snapshot. Current taxes collected in 2020 is $335,000. Anticipated taxes, new tax in year one is $8.8 million. Tax anticipated over the 10-year incentive period is $122 million. Overall impact over $1 billion. We're putting together the meeting now, scheduling so we can give that reporting for EY to you in the coming meetings. Slide, please. Getting to the heart of the matter, per diem. It's not realistic to say that no one at Fulton County knew a per diem or stipend was being received by the Development Authority board members. We are working with your legal department to find documentation about when the per diem was officially authorized, but this could have been 25 plus years ago. We've recently shared a 2011 memo with documentation that the BOC was well aware, as the legal department and others, and at that time, the payment was noted by a per meeting, not per day payment. With the rates, our rates are posted on the Fulton County website for years, along with other board receiving per diems or stipends. Slide, please. What you see is a sampling of the various board payments to various county boards, ranging from $250 to $105, just as a point of reference, as well as the Fulton County Board of Tax Assessors. They have a stipend of $1,500 a month, just to put everything in perspective. Slide, please. Moving forward, the BOC determines the amount of the per diem. The DAFC, it has not processed any per diems and has halted once it became aware that there was confusion, and we would not want to do anything that would be in contrast to the Development Authority law or any state statutes. Board members shall be paid a per diem for each day. Based on Development Authority law, board members shall be paid a per diem for each day or part thereof spent in the performance of their duties. These duties include board meetings, board trainings, site visit, outreach, and so much more. I mean, we have working committees such as the MBE and strategic initiatives. A lot of times we get compared to Invest Atlanta. We have a staff of 3 people. We, again, have a staff of 3 people. We truly have a working board. So we are not coming once a month to a meeting and then stepping away. We are on-demand services. When an economic development opportunity has to close and bonds have to be issued, we have to be there on demand. We put a lot of time and effort to foster strong economies and create even stronger communities that the residents and the future residents of Fulton County deserve. I've given you a copy of this PowerPoint as well as all the backups of the new policies that we put in place. I will have to admit, prior to new leadership coming on board and learning about some of the operations, it was indeed loosey-goosey. I am not here to defend any bad past practices where there's no defense. Not doing that. My team spent their time looking forward to service those that have been underserved, moving forward and breathing new life into this authority. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to continued relationship with the Board of Commissioners and Fulton County for the betterment of the residents of Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turpo. All right, questions? Yes, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen, for being here, and thank you, Mr. Turpo. I do recognize and appreciate the progress that has been made. I started raising questions about the DAFC when I first got elected, and Mr. Pitts and I went and visited with the former leadership and got you all putting the agendas on your website an hour before the meeting, and fact sheets and everything else, and you started doing public comments. So the board was very responsive to our efforts on transparency. We made the progress of giving the school boards, for whom this board spends 50% of its investments on their tax dollars, giving them seats involved, and all that's been great. And since the questions have been raised, you all have done a lot to be responsive to some of those concerns, and that's very appreciated. The truth is, of course, that the public has totally lost confidence and trust in DAFC and its leadership. I mean, that's just a fact. And it'd be great if that slide were still up there that you let's put up, because basically what it appears is that this board is terribly focused on the money that you all can put in your pockets from your per diems and, in some cases, salaries for jobs. And it's so unlike, I know you drew the analogy to, or a contrast to Invest Atlanta. It's got a big staff, but it does an awful lot more. It has the TADs to administer, and a lot of that staff administers that TAD money, those TAD grants. It has loan programs that the general fund of the city gives to it to administer. So it's staff that does the bonds for title and the TEFRA stuff is probably comparable to the board of DAFC. But to suggest that that's not a working board is absolutely not the case. I've been on that board now for a while. Mr. Bosarth and Mr. Benet, who were here this morning, been on that board. We all are on 3 or 4 or 5 committees. We all visit the sites on every project we do, and we get absolutely zero in the way of per diem or compensation. They do it purely, those citizens do it purely as public service. And as I've said before, I'd just as soon set the per diem at zero for the board. But I understand what the state law says that we'll set a per diem, and there's enough confusion. I think we ought to set a per diem. But I thought the $105 per meeting, comparable to the Board of Regents board that oversees billions of dollars, and the MARTA board, our representatives on the MARTA board, received the $105 per diem. And so that seemed very appropriate to me, and all the ancillary work leading up to that meeting ought to be covered by that per diem per meeting. To put that slide up there suggests again that basically what's driving this board are these per diem and the dollars you're putting in your pockets. And that's what's got the public so upset about all of this. So I urge you to try to give that up, that argument up. And I guess the rest of the trust issue, quite frankly, is had not Julian Benet done his Freedom of Information request and turned it over to the press, I'm confident, no offense, that under this current leadership, there would be no way we would know any of this had been going on. I don't think it would have ever been made public. And that's a shame, I think. Just to just show you a little extent of the lack of public trust here, just saw a tweet this morning from Senator Jen Jordan, quote, "Formal investigation needs to be opened by the Georgia AG into allegations of graft and corruption. Because right now, FCDA," she got it wrong, "seems more interested in finding way around new controls than answering taxpayers' questions. Millions of taxpayer dollars in its control with no real oversight." So, I've been working hard to make this board work with transparency, doing what's right with respect to the jurisdictions. I thought it was interesting that we saw in the press that when Sandy Springs says they don't want apartment buildings to be subsidized, you don't do it in Sandy Springs, but when Atlanta says we don't want you to do deals in Buckhead and Midtown and the Beltline where the hottest real estate in the region, you ignore them. And I think that's going to be a problem for you, a continuing problem for you, and I hope you do something about that. I got a ton of questions. I'm not going to, for one reason, I've got to pick my grandson up at the airport in not too long, and I'd love to get to the legislation that's on the agenda. But according to the AJC in June 16th, Mr. Topo, you would receive the fourth largest amount of per diems, only less than Shaw, Jolly, and Metz. But their totals were for 7 years, and yours were 4.5, i.e. $45,000, about $10,000 a year, about 50 per diems per year. That I assume was for all the things that Mr. Shaw used to be doing for these per diems.
Your assumption is incorrect.
I'm assuming committees, signing
Your
documents.
assumptions are incorrect.
All right.
I'm ready to explain, but you can move forward with your soliloquy.
Let me ask one related question, then I'll let you answer that question. Did you at any point receive more than one per diem in any one day?
Yes, I've received over the 4 years 8 times. But when I joined the board, I was told I would get a separate per diem for separate work because I had board meetings and then I had committee work. And since it was a per meeting situation and it was my first board, I thought it was acceptable. I still think that while questionable, now I questioned it. And since it was questionable, I wrote a check right back for the full amount, which was, I think, maybe $1,800. But as soon as, so I did it over, but it was, again, board meetings, MFBE committee meetings. The practice had been for years, going way back, separate events such as committee work was a separate per diem, and I followed that along.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Shaw told me when I met with him that when this practice was in effect when he joined the board 26 years earlier. So it has been a long time practice, and I guess it's unfortunate that some folks didn't realize right away that just wasn't right. You all have a crisis management advisor. Who is that?
Well, first of all, let me go back. And part of the information that you have in your package is 2011, the survey of boards. And the practice was well documented by the BOC that it was per meeting. Okay, so first of all, I want to say that. Also, I want to make sure that we don't gloss over that in November 2020, prior to this press coverage, when we found out that this practice was being used and it was questionable, we immediately changed that policy. Okay, so prior to everything else, we're focused on moving into the future, restoring the development authority, focusing in those areas that have been underserved. And so I didn't spend a lot of time looking backwards. I was trying to take the development authority with my teammates and move it in a better direction. I'm sorry, again, what was your question?
Your crisis management advisor?
Well, we have a PR manager. And basically, they also, during this period where things were unfolding, also served as, provided us with some crisis management because we did not.
And who is that?
Ann Lerner.
I'm sorry?
Ann Lerner.
Ann Lerner.
Jackson Spalding.
At Jackson Spalding. And how much are you paying them?
I don't have that in front of me.
Is the treasurer?
Well, I was about to say, we were probably about $250 an hour, I believe.
You pay by the hour?
Yes.
All right, and there was news stories about your lobbyists. Who
We have one.
Who do you have now?
We have one lobbyist, Ohio River South. Ohio River South.
Ohio River South.
And
That's Howard Franklin?
Yes.
So you're not using, what is I squared?
No.
Okay. When did that end?
We took them through the last legislative session while we were ironing things out. We ended that service, I believe, in March, April.
Great, thank you. And you had one other at one point, Theron.
I believe that was 2 or 3 years ago. Some limited engagement was prior to me being in leadership.
You're
I
not
wasn't
currently engaged?
No.
Engaging Theron? Okay. So you have the one. I'll try to wrap up.
And he's been doing an excellent job helping us do outreach where outreach was never done before.
Okay.
So we know what our communities need.
The board appointed you interim executive director on May 18th, according to some information. Is that right?
That is correct.
But they backdated your salary to January 1st?
Yes, so that goes back to the $45,000 you were talking about. Basically, most of that amount was when I became chair in 2020, and Al Nash was retiring. I ended up working just about every day from November, December, January, February, May, weekends. Let's just put it this way. So that was at $200 a day through the holidays, working on with my team what the budget's going to be, how are we going to right this ship, how do we move it forward. So they've taken all these numbers, okay, and have distorted what I've earned from the Development Authority. Signatures, no. One meeting here, one meeting there, no. Hard work. And I never said or never tried to make it seem like I didn't think Invest Atlanta wasn't a working board. I was just saying that we need more staffing, and that's another thing we need to focus on.
Well, I've asked a question about backdating your pay to January. I still don't understand what's that got to do with the $45,000.
Well, the amount that, you said you were asking or insinuated that I was getting money the same way that the previous chair got money, and that isn't the case. So that was the first thing, because the part of that 45 had been returned, because when they backdated it, when they backdated revenue to me for being the de facto executive director, they deducted that money. So I just want to make sure that people don't think
Deducted
that I
45,000 or deducted?
No, I would say somewhere between 15 to 20, I believe.
In effect, per diems between January and May 18th?
No, wait a second. I'm not sure the number between January through March. It might have been about 8,000. 8,000 for that year. There was more. I actually sent a full detail to all the commissioners about a month or two ago, breaking that down.
I don't remember.
I will resend that to you for clarity.
All right.
Okay, because I don't want anybody to misconstrue.
So at the time of the decision to backdate the salary to January, it was after the current executive director, Al Nash, was no longer with the Development Authority. We made that effective minus any per diems that he had received through January to May 18th, to your question.
Thank you.
And the basis, I assume, was that he had been working full-time.
He had been already acting in the role.
In a full-time job.
In a full-time position.
Okay. Right now, I understand that the authority has about $8 million in the bank. Is that about right?
About 7.
Okay.
Those are strategic reserves.
Yeah. And someone suggested pointing out about equivalent to about $250 million of tax abatements, just based on a 1/8 of 1% fee on the deals. I'd love to know a little bit more about, well, first of all, we heard so much today about needs for affordable housing and other things, which arguably is some economic development aspect to all of that. I'm wondering if some of that $7.5 million or something might be focused on some of those needs. It would be something worthwhile.
Mr. Morris, absolutely. We have initiated a strategic initiatives plan, which I chair, because I firmly believe that it's time to diversify what we do at the Development Authority. The problem is we haven't been able to get to the work because we've been mirrored in scandal that was oftentimes done before leadership that is currently standing before you. So I fundamentally agree it's time to diversify what we do at the Development Authority.
Great, great. And I guess part of that diversification was this decision to allow each board member to have a $25,000 amount to invest in projects in their commission.
Basically, let's talk about that. So last year, we matched the county to give the ACE loan fund to help get people deal with the COVID loan, the loan process, small business loans. And we thought, well, we need to be doing more with our money, looking at what we can help doing grassroots campaigns across the county. And we want to do it from an equity position. So we came up with a budget. That budget was divided up in $25,000 each. However, it was merely a recommendation so that every board member could possibly seek out projects that could be benefit to the community. But at the same time, there was no policy in place before. We had policies where things we like you guys have given to Chattahoochee Nature Preserve, but there was no policy in place, okay? So we decided, let's go ahead and create some policy, get some guidelines, do more grassroots outreach, and it wasn't given to each board member because each board member was challenged to come up with worthy nonprofits or other projects that we could use these funds to spur economic development and then bring that back to the full board to vote on.
Okay. I'm told that that doesn't appear in any minutes at this point. Does it? Was this a decision by the executive committee?
No, the
or
executive,
the full
the
board?
executive committee, all right, well, it may have been discussed during the budget meeting, but the executive committee drafted the policies and shared it with the board.
Okay. Of course, as you've seen from the press, that it doesn't look good, Mr. Baycoat, who's running for office, to use this. I'm just saying, that's the perception. It's part of the problem you all have here.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I was just saying, certainly Commissioner Morris, we know each other, go back many, many years. We served together on
Yes,
another
indeed.
board, Common Cause, and so you know I think you know how I am, integrity and ethics and all that.
That's
But
why I
I'll-
said perception. It's,
I hear you. And so like has happened in the past, when there was a perception like that, I have consistently recused myself from those votes. We've had projects where I've had, as an example, ownership and property nearby, same thing. So I simply would, even in that case, if it were to become, and it is now a perception, recuse myself. And I made that statement and continue to stick by that, Commissioner Morris.
all right. One last thing, and then I'll shut up, because a lot of other folks in the queue, it looks like. I think it is a good move on your part, Mr. Turpo, to announce your resignation as interim executive director at the end of August 31st. I suggested in the press that for somebody to be the boss of the staff that makes a recommendation and be the chair of the board that acts on that recommendation, just it doesn't seem like an acceptable conflict to me. If I were you, I would recuse myself as chair until August 31st. Just my advice. You don't have to take it. But if it were I would recuse myself as chair till August 31st and let the vice chair run things till you step down to avoid that appearance of a problem. That's it, Mr. Chair.
You got a lot more, but I know you got to run. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try to go as quick as I can. Mr. Turpo, how long have you been the chairman?
Since November 2020.
Since November 2020? And the previous chair had been there how long?
As chair, I think 10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years? And who was the previous chair?
Bob Shaw.
Bob Shaw was the previous?
Before Shaw or before?
No, Shaw.
Shaw was the previous
No,
chair.
I'm asking you, how long was Shaw
Bob
there?
Shaw.
Bob Shaw was there for how many years?
At least 15 years as the chair.
15 years as the chair. Okay, so to put this in perspective, because I know the AJC and the media have gotten hold of this, but I think we do a disservice to our community when we lay certain accusations at the feet of leadership that was not in place when a lot of these decisions were going on or even made. And so how long has the per diem policy, the previous policy, how long had that policy been in place?
There was no policy until November 2020 when the new leadership took
Okay,
control.
so if there were no policy, how did you know what to pay? Was it just an accepted practice?
What I'll say about that, though, I'm probably the longest-serving board member, and I became a board member, I believe, in 2009 or 10. And that practice or policy, what do you want to call it, it was called then a stipend, was explained to me by several people on the board at the time. And I was told that it was a per-meeting stipend. Now, how it's gotten misconstrued or kind of a misnomer or per diem, I don't know, but I was told at the time, again, it was a per-meeting stipend and was told the amount. And I determined, again, that that meant, in my mind at least, without getting much in terms of a policy, but that meant every time we met officially, I was then entitled to, or could certainly earn, if you want to call it that, to Commissioner Morris's point, a stipend. Now, when I became treasurer in November of last year, and saw, you mentioned the previous leadership, and saw waiting at the time, per diems, I'll call them that because that's what the nomenclature is now, waiting for my approval that went beyond meetings, I immediately said, oh, no way, that is out of bounds, that's egregious, and would not approve those payments. And that's what led to, at that point in time, soon thereafter, us developing some policy, written policy around when we would issue payments for, again, per diem, stipends. I tend to think, again, the way they're explained to me, they're stipends and they're per meeting, and that's how I've always understood them from the very beginning, and had, again, that explained to me by the leadership at the time, including the former county attorney, who at the time was on the board. So I had, I think...
Who was the leadership at the time?
The leadership at the time? Yes. Well, Shaw. Yes, Shaw, yes, certainly.
So Shaw was the leadership, you said, for about 10 or 15 years?
Again, he was in place when I became a board member. I don't know how far back.
So, well, for us, just speak only to the time that you've been there.
Yes, that is correct. And before that, I believe it was Powell. I believe. Yes,
Okay,
Powell.
so speaking to the time that how long you've been there,
Mm-hmm.
has anyone on this commission came to you or any of the other members that you know about mismanage of per diem or a stipend, or have they ever questioned any of the practices of the board at that time?
Not to me, to my knowledge. Again, I was not leadership until November of last year.
Okay.
And I would think if that were to happen, I would think you'd go to leadership. So like, right now, at this point in time, if that were a question, I am now treasurer, I would think someone would come to me. But again, I was not treasurer during those times. So again, since November of last year, since I've been treasurer, only the media has come to me about this.
Okay, so let me ask Mr. Turpo this. So Mr. Turpo, let me ask you this. How long have you been on the board?
4 years. I just started my second term.
Okay, in those 4 years that you have been on the board, has anyone in this body, anyone elected official, unelected official, or what have you, anyone ever reached out to you before now about the stipend, about the policy, about how it's done, how it's received, how it's paid out? Had anybody said anything to you?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this as well. How many projects, how long have you been in leadership?
I guess about November, so about 8 months.
You've been in leadership for 8 months. In your 8 months leadership, have any projects been geared towards deserved areas in South Fulton, Southwest Atlanta, South Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am. So several projects that we could talk about. There was a project in the Vine City English Avenue area that came before the Board of Directors. And when we talk about board members being a rubber stamp, I like to push back on that because I sent that developer back to the community, and that has actually been the only recognized community benefits agreement in the city of Atlanta since to date. And so it is a legally recognized document with Vine City and English Avenue to help address the food desert that it's in. Not only that, but I sent the developer back to the Capitol View neighborhood with the Rangewater project to have more equitable conversations with that community as well. I can assure you that these were the first 2 times that the developers were sent back to community, but that happened when new leadership was put in place.
So you said when new leadership was put in place. Is that to insinuate that that had not been done when the previous leadership was in place?
That is not to insinuate. That is actually fact. That had not been done.
Okay. Mr. Turpo, what is the bond rating of the Fulton Development Authority?
We don't have a bond rate. Basically, we're a conduit, so we don't have, well, I don't want to misconstrue my answer.
We do not have a bond. What you're asking,
Okay.
We do not have a bond rating
You don't have a bond rating?
because we're a conduit issuer of bonds.
Okay, so your conduit issue of bonds, what is that rating? That you know of? Okay, all righty.
And each bond is rated separately.
Each bond is rated separately?
yes, sir.
Okay, so there's no AAA, AA, nothing like that?
Well, I mean, each individual developer would receive their own rating. We're a conduit, so
Okay.
it's a bond for title program.
Okay, so the bond rating can be different?
Right.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, so another question that I have to you is this. As far as the monies that you all receive, is any of that percentage of money comes out of the taxpayers or from the Fulton County budget?
There's, nothing comes from the Fulton County budget. We receive no dollars from management. And there's some people that say that it's not taxpayer dollars. I don't subscribe to that because in my mind, it's future taxpayer dollars. However, it's future taxpayer dollars that exist because we help make them exist. Now, there will be a debate that they'll build anyway or they won't build anyway. The question then becomes when. So it gets kind of confusing, but it's future taxpayers' dollars that we use to incentivize the projects, lock down and get the jobs and services in.
Okay, Mr. Turpo, just a couple of more questions. Since you've been in leadership, how many new board members do you have?
So we have 3 new board members. Right.
And those board members are who by name, please?
Joanna Potts. We have Erica Long and Mike Looney.
Okay, and for your executive search, for your search for executive director, is there one particular group that does that, or does the whole board give information for the executive
There
director
is
search?
a executive search committee, and if I missed over in my notes while we're dealing with those that reverberation, Brandon Beach is the new chair of that executive search committee because of his experience with North Fulton Chamber and the North Fulton CID, so that we could do something in a quick manner. But what we're doing is we're opening up the search process so that we can collect resumes and put the offering out so there can be full transparency. Kyle is on that committee. Kyle, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think your question is, who's on the committee? So there is a search committee, and it is made up of both myself, Brandon Beach, Samuel Baycoat, Marty Topo, and Commissioner Liz Hausman. But not only that, as we lean into transparency, we have opened this committee up for full board participation so that no one is left in the dark as we move forward in naming a new interim director.
Thank you for making that distinction for full board participation, leading to the reforms that this organization need. I can only speak for myself as a commissioner and those that have come over from the school board. When you have individuals that are outside of the process and they have been appointed by members of the commission, then it gives the appearance that you are doing something in the dark, that you don't want individuals. And I'm not saying that you all have, but it's very important, especially with this executive director search, that the full board has access to that and has input to that. I just will say in closing, I am very impressed with Joanna Potts, as well as others I have had an opportunity to speak to because they've given me the good and the bad. But of everyone that I've talked to, no one has told me that they think that Mr. Turpo should step down. They will say this, Mr. Turpo, that they need you to have more transparency, or maybe when individuals are making accusations and saying things, you need to be a little bit quicker in your response, because when there's a narrative out here that the Development Authority of Fulton County
needs to be shut down, just as we're trying to find equity and get projects in South Atlanta and South Fulton County. As a commissioner of the Mighty Six, I have an issue with that. And the reason I have an issue with that is based on what you're telling us today, these accusations and these improprieties were going on quite a bit of time before you came into chair, into leadership. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I didn't hear anything about that. And so I think it's very telling that when you had different leadership there and all of these things were in place, you heard crickets. But now we're looking at equity and we're looking at the Fulton Development Authority to live up to its purpose of serving blighted areas and serving areas that have been underserved. There's this real big call to close it down or to say that it's not done right. Now, I understand with my colleague, Commissioner Morris, I am for reforms. I think you all need to reform. I think there was an accepted practice that was there in place before you came into leadership, Mr. Turpo. And personally, on record, I'm not going to lay that at your foot. But I do think that we do need reform, but this organization needs to live up to its promise of serving all of Fulton County. It has served North Fulton County, it has served downtown and midtown, but it needs to remedy itself and serve South Fulton, Southwest Atlanta, and other blighted areas, especially where we have schools, and we know the schools, the abatement, they were left out. So I think that conversation with the school board members, suggestions of individuals now should be taken seriously, and some movement should be made in that area.
Commissioner Rockman, you are absolutely correct. As a son of South Fulton and a fourth-generation native Atlantan and former president in Oakland City, I understand wholeheartedly what disinvestment does to communities of color. It stifles our community, and we are here to say enough is enough. We just want to get to the work so that we can begin to do what this development authority is set out to do, which is drive economic development for the entire county of Fulton County.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Arrington, please.
I've said this before, we need uniformity between our boards. I've asked our county attorney, our county manager. We have, boards, task force, and committees and work groups. We need uniformity. How can you value one person's time more than the other? How can you value someone who's volunteering on a board for Fulton County at $250 if it's the audit committee, and then value someone else's time at $100? Why would you change the value? Why are those values not consistent? Does it have something to do with race? Should volunteers get less because they're a different race? Should volunteers get more because they're a different race? How in the world do you determine the value of someone's time? And everyone is volunteering on all those committees. I love Commissioner Morris. I consider him a friend. But my friend is racist. Disparate impact. Let me read to you the definition of disparate impact, because it's very important. It's very important that you understand this. Disparate impact is referred to as an unintentional discrimination, whereas disparate treatment is intentional discrimination. Disparate impact occurs when policies, practices, rules, or other systems appear to be neutral. It appears to be neutral. We should give them $100. They're black. Give them $100. Give Bob Shaw and Al Nash $200,000 a year and give them $100. That is racist. It's disparate impact. You're disparately impacting these people because of their race, because they are black. And you sat by and didn't say nothing when the white people was there. That is disparate impact, and that is racism. That is what we're talking about here today. Oh, what lobbyists do you have? Oh, you don't have a white lobbyist no more? Oh, now you got a black lobbyist? You can't pay him what you was paying the white lobbyist. You can't do that. No, you're gonna get in trouble, boy. You gonna get in trouble if you do that. You're gonna get in trouble. You wanna do development in south of I-20? Oh no, we're gonna run your name through the paper. We're gonna run your name through the mud. Bullshit. Bullshit. Again. Okay? That is exactly what this is. That is exactly what this is. Targeting people because of their race. Targeting people, excuse me, Mr. Chair, this is not the right time. I got the floor right now. All that's gonna do is make me take a lot longer. It's gonna make me take a lot longer. How much time we got? However much time y'all got is how much time I got. I ain't got nowhere to go. I ain't got nowhere to go. I can wait all day and all night. Disparate impact. Unintentional discrimination versus intentional. Because I know Commissioner Morris, I assume that this is unintentional and not intentional. Because I know him, I don't believe he's doing this on purpose. He just wants to get rid of the whole development authority. That's what he wants to do. He don't want to do no deals in Atlanta, nowhere else. So I assume that this is unintentional discrimination, but it's a pattern. Every time we get somewhere, they want to move the goalposts. We get in now. You can't do that no more. You get in now. You can't do this no more. How much was Al Nash making? How much was Bob Shaw making? Add that up. And then add their per diems and their extra salaries on top of that.
I could tell you,
Didn't say a word.
I could tell you those salaries, Commissioner Arrington.
Didn't say a word. Not a mumbling word. That is racism, and it's racist. And the only way you can devalue someone's time compared to devaluing your own time is if you look at them as if they are a lesser person than you. We need uniformity. I'm not supporting nothing until there's uniformity in how much we pay these people. The Board of Assessors gets $1,500 a month. Let's pay everybody $1,500 a month. Or let's pay everybody $150, like the Board of Zoning. But no, we're gonna pay the black people $100 a month. Please, please, it's racist. Change it now. Change it now, amend it now. Don't let people walk out of here thinking you racist, because you only want to pay black people $100 and you'll pay other people $1,500, $250. You pay Bob Shaw $250,000. But you don't want somebody else to serve as interim executive director. That is racist. Disparate impact. Disparate impact, unintentional racism. Make it look like it's not neutral. Make it look like it's not racist. We're gonna make it look like it's not racist. We're just gonna pay $100 per person. All the black people and the white people get $100 per person. Look at the impact. And look at the silence for 40 years. Look at the silence for 40 years when white people were in charge. When a white man was the chair. When a white man was the executive director. Let's get it started. Y'all want to get it started? We'll get it started in here. You want to tell the truth? You want to know the truth? We're going to get to the truth. We're going to get all the way to the truth. And that is racist. Absolutely racist.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall.
Well, that's the reason why it's important to know your history, because I didn't know all of that, Commissioner Arrington, so I want to thank you for that information, because as you know, I like to deal with the truth and the facts, and that is disheartening. I do want to know what the salaries of the previous...
According to the AJC, from 2005 to 2021, Bob Shaw received just under $1 million.
Excuse me? Wait, excuse me, I'm sorry.
The annual salary.
So the annual salary was, what?
All right, let's go to this. Mr. Turco, can you get that information and forward it to us so we'll all have it? Y'all have to go back and do your research so it's accurate.
Okay, that's
You want
fine.
the annual salary, Commissioner Hall?
I did, but now I want to know what the $1 million was.
That's an accumulation of, and they'll need to report to that themselves.
You're the treasurer, did you want
Well, no, but I didn't come up with that number. That was determined by the AJC. And it's an accumulation over a period of time to make it look rather exaggerated. It's not like we did not pay Chairman Shaw $1 million to embarrass the authority.
Okay, well, now I want some factual reports on what was it, and I want a breakdown of it,
We can get that to you.
because,
We can get that to you.
thank you, because all of this is additional information that I had no idea existed. When I came on board as a new commissioner, Al Nash and Bob Shaw, and they brought along Samir, were the people who I met with trying to get an understanding about the Development Authority of Fulton County. And Kyle Lamont, I want to thank you as my appointee, because you've been doing an outstanding job of making sure that the communities of color do get affordable housing and everything else they need as far as development. So I want to thank you for your time on this board, and I want to make it clear that my appointee has not done any of these things. So his hands are clean. I want to get back to the business at hand, because we do have an item on the floor, 529, and I had a friendly amendment that I wanted to make to the item, because...
We're not at there yet.
529?
No, Morris isn't. That ain't, we're just on the discussion.
Oh, okay, look, I'm ready to get the business done, I'm sorry. Let me just say this. I don't know, I need facts. Do we have any audits of the Development Authority of Fulton County and the per diems and all?
We are wrapping up our 2020 audit. We'll have that presented to our board, so we'll be able to share that.
I spoke to the auditor this morning.
Beyond a basic audit, I feel that it is the consensus of the board, and it will go into full discussion at our next board member, to conduct a full forensic audit on all of the contracts at the Development Authority of Fulton County. Because much to Commissioner Morris's point, we do need to restore our faith for our community. Whether it was our fault or not, that is not the point. The point is that people understand that this Development Authority will move forward in an equitable and just fashion.
Thank you. I look forward to that audit. When can I expect it?
They haven't started yet.
Probably in August, in a couple of weeks. Well, it's going to be presented to our board. We expect to be presented to our board on the 27th. So once we've ratified it, reviewed the audit, then we can share it with the Board of Commissioners. We're also working the time for the EY analysis, the Gatsby audit. So we're putting all those dates and times together. The Development Authority of Fulton County is leaning into full transparency as hard as we can. We know about the practices of the past, the way things were done previously back in the day. It's a new day. We're not clinging to the past. We're leaning into the future and look forward to working with the BOC to do it effectively and look forward to the partnership.
I appreciate that.
Okay, I have a question and to maybe in Commissioner Khadijah, you brought up this about, has anyone come to, and I'm just thinking about something with the audit as it relates to that. It was my understanding that an audit was presented to the Board of Commissioners each year. I mean, did you all ever not get an audit?
Well, I'm just going into my 4th year. I was just completing the 3 years of my
And you
boss's term. So this is going to be my 4th year, so I wasn't here. So I don't know.
Well, okay, all right, that was my understanding. We'll make, again, but not as. again,
I'm
just
sorry,
to be
can you
clear,
repeat that? You say you did what
It was my
now?
understanding that the Board of Commissioners
Mm-hmm.
received like a report, an annual report.
Okay.
And an audit
Okay.
from the Development Authority each year, at least starting maybe a couple of years ago. This would not be the first time, I hope, not the first time you've gotten an annual report or an audit from the Development Authority of Fulton County. That's my question. Will this be the first time you've gotten something from us? We're going to do it, but I want to make sure that this was not, because I'd been told this would not be the first time. Commissioner Hausman?
We've received a GASB report and
Okay.
an annual
An
report,
annual
but not
report,
an
but never
audit.
the audit. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying.
You still have the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I also want to make sure that moving forward, that whatever county attorney is assigned to the Development Authority of Fulton County is a little more engaged, because when I asked the question of how did we get here to a point where the Development Authority approved for themselves to have these per diems and everything, and they're so off balance, I was told that you didn't have the authority to approve it for yourself, that it was actually the authority of this Board of Commissioners. And so my question was, well, how did they even get that far along if they had a county attorney assigned to that board? And so I would say you need to start utilizing your attorney more in vetting what you're doing before you move forward. I know I don't even half the time write a support letter for anybody without, and Kay and Geraldine are laughing behind the mask because they know I send everything to the county attorney and the ethics office. And if I have to go outside for some outside advice, I'll do that as well. But you need to start doing that. It'll help you out moving forward. And I am looking forward to the great things that this board is going to do. I do not think it makes sense to completely abolish the Development Authority of Fulton County, because you do great work. And as Kyle mentioned earlier, there are some outstanding projects that have taken place in communities that have needed something for a long, long time. And I have a lot of those legacy communities in my district. So, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hausman? What? I'm sorry, yeah, Commissioner Ellis.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we've identified some big problems. We've discussed them at length. I think it's appropriate to talk about the good things that y'all do and the benefits to having a development authority, because they're quite significant. And I'll just look at the last year that we've got that GASB report, which was for 2019. After the incentives were given, Fulton County had an additional $16.2 million in tax revenue. The Atlanta Public School System, after the incentives, received an additional $22.1 million in tax revenue. Most of the projects done in the city of Atlanta do not produce a lot of students. We both know that. The multifamily housing that is done generally has loft or one-bedroom apartments, very little apartments that would be of the size that would have many children living there. So that is revenue that should not have a negative impact at all on their operations. Fulton County Schools in that same 2019 calendar year received $9.4 million in additional tax revenue after the abatements. Also in that calendar year, we had 88 projects with the Development Authority. The job commitments associated with those 88 projects produced 31,000 additional jobs for Fulton County, and the capital investment was $7.3 billion. So I just want to say to the general public, we're not giving away the farm. There is a benefit that is derived by your work. It is very meaningful and impactful work, and I think it's going to be even more meaningful and impactful in the future as we work through an economic recovery and try and get folks back to work and get our economy stabilized again. So I just feel like we need to share that. There is good news coming out of the Development Authority of Fulton County. All right, so I'm very happy to hear you're going to do a forensic audit. I was going to make that request, so I'm very pleased to hear that. And I also want to tell you that I've done a little research myself on how other counties operate their development authorities. And many other counties in Georgia use the fees that are derived by their development authority to go directly into economic development projects. And while you've done a little of that, you haven't done a lot of it. And so I would suggest to you that that is the direction you need to go in specifically, and come up with some plans on how to utilize that money. I talked to the chairman of the Bartow County Commission just the other day, and he said that they've used that money to go on economic development trips and try and lure businesses to their community. So I think that there's many, many ways that those fees could be used in an area that historically Fulton County has not funded properly. We're competing with Invest Atlanta on some of these deals, as we all know. I'm here to tell you that I don't think any of the deals that we do as a county development authority, Atlanta wouldn't do them either. It's about the fees. But they are very well invested in their development authority and in their economic development effort, far greater than we are. And then the other thing that I want to say is that, you know, there was a discussion a minute ago, and Marty, you and I have had this conversation. I wholeheartedly think it's inappropriate for you to serve in multiple capacities on the board and as interim director. I don't really care which one you choose to stay in, but I do think you need to pick one. So if you think it's more important to remain chairman, I would suggest that you have an interim director named until you find a permanent director. Or if you are going to stay as the interim director, then you do step aside from the board. I just think that the appearance right now is not positive, and we need to have a positive outlook for the future.
Thank you. I agree with just about everything that you said, but let me go ahead and correct and say everything that you said. While the board asked me to serve as interim director, it was out of a need, and I'm happy. Well, let's put it this way. Again, I turned in my resignation as of October 31st so that we can have
August 31st.
I'm sorry.
That's still a month and a half away, okay?
Well, we're leaning into transparency. And we'll consider the suggestion that Commissioner Morris came up with so we can think through our transition.
Again, I'm not telling you which one to choose, but I think you need to choose one.
Look, Commissioner Hausman, I'm going to remain chair. I never intended to be the interim director. I just stepped up because the Development Authority needed someone to step up and take care of operations and lean into it. So I did it. So as soon as we can get this process going, and we're dealing with the internal processes now, we had our meeting on Monday. Brandon Beach is the chair of the interim committee, so we're moving quickly. We're going to move as quickly as we can, but we got to open it up and we got to have transparency. We are not going to be criticized about going through a process and not being transparent.
You've heard my opinion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'll make this quick.
I'm sorry, just a minute. All right, I skipped over Ellis again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make this quick. I was the one that was in the forefront asking you all to come, and I appreciate that the chair brought it up, but I said you all needed to come. It was too much conjecture. It was too much of people putting a narrative out there. Mr. Turpo, I go on record today saying I have full confidence in your leadership. You and I have met several times, and we have discussed different things. I would just ask going forward, and it's almost sad that I have to ask this, but I have to ask it on the record because for some reason, there is this notion that you all are not trying to be transparent, which the organization was not transparent. You all are putting transparency in place. When I asked you
to think about stepping down as the executive director, you did, and you said why. You didn't hesitate. And so why I want to commend my colleague Hausman and what she's saying, because she's correct, the Fulton Development Authority needs to stay in place. But what has happened is the sins of the father is on the son. And so now you've got to do double time. And it's unfair to what Commissioner Arrington is saying. It's very unfair that you all are having to be questioned for actions of someone else. But moving forward, I need for the Development Authority to stay in place. I need for you've already brought transparency. You've already started some reform. I read something in the paper about some person was going to bring reform to it. Reform is already here. And so I don't want to be remiss in not saying you all are already reforming. You all are already bringing transparency. But understand, we can't do what somebody else does. And when we do it, we suffer a higher consequence. And so I'm not saying that you all will do that. I have confidence in you all. But understand what we are dealing with here. We are dealing with African-American leadership in place for something that happened in the past, and for some reason you all have to have that scarlet letter. So please make sure the reforms are in place. Please make sure there's transparency. Please make sure that the search is open to everyone on the board. Make sure that the board has equal access across the board from everyone, so we will not find ourselves again at this juncture.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, I totally agree with you. And in speaking of particularly the district in which you represent, I have a letter from the South Fulton Municipal Association. We come together to share our support for the Development Authority of Fulton County and our concern if the authority is dissolved. While we do not condone the questionable practices of the past, we are encouraged by the board's new leadership and the steps they have taken to ensure these practices do not happen in the future. Many of our cities rely on our partnership with the Development Authority of Fulton County to provide the incentives that can make a difference in whether or not we can attract and retain quality businesses and jobs for our communities. The authority's ability to work across municipalities to be able to be the single point of contact and coordination for global corporations helps us all be competitive when a business is actively evaluating, expanding an existing operation for development and a new one. These projects are mostly positive revenue generators for us, bringing with them enhancements to the property that will, in year one, significantly increase property taxes collected along with other community benefits like sewer, sidewalks, and road improvements that we do not have the budget to provide otherwise. The Development Authority's new leadership, along with its board, wants to enhance our partnership, focusing on the needs of South Fulton region. It is no secret that we have been frustrated with the lack of investment in our historically underserved communities. We are excited that the Development Authority wants to help us spur quality development while also focusing on the need for true workforce housing and affordability to attract new residents and help current residents remain in the county. In closing, please take into consideration that the Development Authority of Fulton County is an essential economic development tool for Fulton County. We need to give the authority the chance to move forward with its new leadership, new board members, new policies, and new focus on intentionally serving South Fulton region. Thank you for your consideration, partnership, and service to Fulton County. Signed, the Mayor of Union City, Vince Williams. Signed, the Mayor of South Fulton, Bill Edwards. Signed, the Mayor of the City of Palmetto, Clark Bodie. Signed, the Mayor of Hapeville, Mayor Alan Hallman. Signed, the Mayor of Fairburn, Elizabeth Carr Hurst. Signed, the Mayor of East Point, Dina Ingram. Signed, the Mayor of College Park, Bianca Boom. And signed, the Mayor of Chattahoochee Hills, Tom Reed.
Thank you, Carl.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, and that letter should really go to the state, and I'll explain why I say that
Yes, sir.
when we all get finished.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Ellis, at last.
Yeah, we've been around the block a few times here, haven't we? Well, just a couple of things and a couple of observations. Number one, authorities in general are sort of the, if you will, they're some of the least, in general, whether they're development authorities, rec authorities, or airport authorities, a lot of times they are some of the least scrutinized or maybe lesser transparent forms of government because of what they do and the way that they're structured. And that's just sort of by their very nature, right? And you know, we've seen things crop up or questionable stuff or things that would happen within the scope of different types of authorities in this city and other cities, in other counties, and we probably always will, or in state authorities, it's the same thing, right? You know, because a lot of times there are a lot of money flowed through them and so forth. And this won't be the last time that there'll be a practice, it'll be questioned around an individual authority. You know, we've had stuff even, you know, in the city of Atlanta, you know, when the rec authority chose to hire, you know, now mayor as their executive director, you know, that invited a lot of different questions, et cetera, right? So, so there is that part, and I just want to make that sort of general observation about as we're here. And I think that, you know, also, something that's never going to change is people are always going to have opinions about real estate development projects and whether they should take place in their neighborhoods, whether incentives should be provided or whatever. There's always going to be a debate around that, right? That's going to be a given. And certainly, you know, kind of the projects that you entertain, that will continue to be, you know, a debate about whether or not an incentive should be provided, and that is your job to kind of vet through that and make those decisions about which ones are the right ones and which ones are not, and what sort of conditions should be placed on them, et cetera. But within all of that underlies sort of this piece of, which we're all trying to get at today, is how do we be transparent about it so that a discussion like this doesn't recur, right? And I think that is sort of everybody's aim today. I think it's been fairly well documented that development authorities play a proper function and are a good tool for economic development. And that's been borne out throughout the state, multiple counties and multiple cities. So I do believe that, you know, this is an instrument that we should have at our disposal as a county, right? And so I definitely don't think we should throw the baby out of the bathwater. But I want us to be transparent on two ends. On one end, I feel like that we have made a tremendous amount of strides, and that is in transparency around the activities of the development authority as it relates to the projects that you've chosen to make decisions on. Now, and there have been a focus on this really around the country. I think that this GASB process was put forth, I don't know if you all can help me with this, or maybe somebody on the manager's team or finance team could help me with this, when those rules were promulgated 4 years ago or 3 years ago?
Three to four.
3 to 4 years ago. So, you know, for the listening public, what that does is that requires the development authorities to actually do a fairly robust disclosure around the projects that they've done and the impact that they have had or haven't had. And while we had smaller audiences and smaller interest from news publications and so forth, when the development authority personnel came forth along with, I believe, the outside accountants and so forth, to make those presentations to us, this board has been presented to on the activities of the development authority. Not every one of us fully agree in terms of stuff like what your role is in terms of residential properties and that sort of stuff, and I get that, right? And that's a debate I think that needs to continue, and you know, and probably will continue, right? But there has been a deliberate attempt to be clear and transparent around the actual activities, the projects, and the impact that they have had. You know, whether it's on healthcare, whether it's on office, whether it's on whatever the space, and in the areas of the county, impact on the school systems, and the accretive nature in terms of what is provided to the tax base. We have been provided, you know, individual audits. We've had those, and they have been provided to all of us. Some of us may have looked at them, some of us may not have. what we've not had transparency around as into the expenses of the authority. And that's what we're talking about today, okay? And I think there are two separate issues. Unfortunately, they're conflated, and they're going to be conflated, you know, just because of what it is, right? And just like we saw with our discussion around elections, you know, because of maybe some misperformance, some stuff, there is a crisis of confidence there in terms of our elections. We have a crisis of confidence here. You've acknowledged that. We all recognize that. So now it's sort of collectively, what do we do about it? You know, and so I think that's the discussion we'll have. I think you certainly have indicated some of the mechanisms of what you put forth, which you would, you know, in terms of disclosure and so forth. Now we need to reach resolution around this per diem piece. And I hope that we can put this to bed. It sounds like whatever we come up with, you're going to accept it and you're going to move forward because you do have the objective in mind of sound economic development throughout the county and focused in certain corridors, et cetera, as you've outlined. So it's my hope that we can get to that point, and that we can move forward in a fashion where everybody in this county feels like they may not agree with every project that's done, but that they have transparency around the expenditures that go on with the organization. And it's all out there on the table for everybody to see. You know, with this, I've not seen any indication that while some of the numbers and stuff certainly are questionable, they've occurred over a long period of time, they do add up. I realize there was this debate about whether or not people felt like this common practice that, you know, was the chair at different points in time really also doing some sort of, you know, employed capacity and so forth. Doesn't make it right or wrong. I mean, it just sort of is what it is, and we are what we hear. We are where we are with it, and it just needs to be set in stone in a way that everybody is clear on and everybody is comfortable with. So hopefully we can move forward with that here in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. I want to hear from Commissioner Morris, who informed me this
There's
morning.
nothing, I informed Commissioner Pitts, I should have left 10 minutes ago. I'm picking up my grandson at the airport, and I can't be late. I wish I could stay here for this because we're imminent on it, but I'd ask that we hold these. I got 3 more items on the agenda. I'd ask that we hold them because I have got to go and pick up my grandson at the airport.
All right, then I have no objection. Any objections to holding Commissioner Morris's 3 items? All right, hearing none. He informed me this morning he had to pick up his grandson, had a hard stop about this time, so no objections. Continue. Okay, it's 1 objection. Mr. Turpo, have anybody else in the queue here now? Any closing comments that you'd like to make?
No, just that we look forward to continue to work with the Board of Commissioners for the betterment of the Fulton County residents. Thank you for your support to get through this trying time. I will admit that in the past, things might have been a bit loosey-goosey, but we've got the goose, we've tamed the goose, and now we're just trying not to have the goose cooked. So thank you very much. Look forward to working with you.
All right, thank you for coming before us this afternoon. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 13, 21-0527, request approval of resolution by the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County to execute the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, Fulton County Rescue Implementation Plan, and for other purposes. Sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
All right, Madam Clerk. Now, why is this on the agenda again?
Even though this subject matter has been on the agenda, it's 3 times and failed.
Actually 4. Go ahead.
And failed. It was presented back to me as with different content. It has been revised. It's not the same item.
Well,
the same subject matter.
From a policy, we also took action earlier today, but from a policy point of view, our internal policies and procedures, you're correct. Anytime a matter's been on the agenda 3 times and failed, it cannot come back unless it is substantially different. I read this one. I had the county attorney read it, and we both concluded that this one is not substantially different. The number may have changed, but that's not That has nothing to do with the concept, so I'm going to rule that this is improperly before us and therefore out of order. Next item.
Chairman.
Yes.
Now,
you're welcome to overrule my ruling.
Well, I don't agree with it, Chairman, but in the sake of time, but I will submit to you that when we were dealing with the issue with the firing of Richard Barron, and also when we was dealing with the issue of the Board of Registration and Elections, that failed documents that were failed legislation that was submitted from Commissioner Ellis was allowed to be changed, very insignificant change, and it was brought back to the body. So I would say, with me, we need to be fair across the board. I do hear what you're saying, but if you're going to call for that ruling on my legislation, I would say that you need to call for that ruling on everyone's.
And the one thing that I am is consistent, Commissioner.
So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, because I think that you may have forgotten.
Is there a motion to overrule my ruling?
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. Continue, please.
Under Commissioner's presentation and discussion items, 21-0417, discussion, jail population review team, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Arrington. All right, hold. Continue, Madam Clerk.
The next item is Commissioner
Morris's hold.
So the next item, 21-0530, presentation and discussion, future of Fulton County Police
We'll
Department.
hold that till the next meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
do we have items were action items that were on the consent agenda?
yes.
Board appointments, yes.
What?
And, well, 2 board appointments and
Okay.
another item.
Are there other items?
And
or
one
just-
other
Okay.
action item. Okay, and the next item is
Now, we're going to lose a
21-
quorum before we get to that or not, but.
What?
The next discussion item is Vice Chair
Well, this is a
Hall.
discussion. Are you suggesting taking the 2 action items? That's fine. Any objection to taking the 2 action items before the discussion regarding the district attorney, who I understand is here? And the whole crowd, that's all of them? All right, go to the action items from the consent agenda.
Okay, on bottom of page 2. 21-0483.
By the way, for the record, just a little levity, we had 59 items on our agenda today, and had I made my $200 per item on the agenda, I would have made, that's $11,800. That's even before I signed probably 100 documents that I have to sign after every meeting, so I'd be in great shape.
We already have one, but thank you. Bottom of page 2, 21-0483, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, doing business as Grady Health System. Commissioner Abdul Rahman has nominated Thomas W. Dortch III for a district appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2024.
Okay. What's your pleasure? Now, what, I'm sorry. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, sorry, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. Not sure why, as a district appointee, here we are again at this juncture. I was the duly elected commissioner of the Mighty Sixth District, and I don't know what's going on at the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority that my appointee, this is a different appointee, this is a different selection. And it seems to be an issue for this board, for me being the newest member, to get my district appointee to the Fulton DeKalb Authority. So I think at this point, we may need a forensic audit or something, because in the history, I can only think of one other time that a board, a district, now this is someone from my district. And so how is it that someone from my district, who is a well educated active member of the community that lives in my district had to be moved from the consent agenda and taken a vote on. And so I would say to this board that not only have we set a precedent that is very dangerous, because I promise you, if this was the other way around, and this is the second time that a board appointment, a district, from my own district, my Mighty Six district, of the voters of that district voted me in overwhelmingly against an incumbent. Still had to go to court, still had to fight for this seat. And that's okay because like Nancy Pelosi said, sometimes in politics, you got to give one and take a few. And so here today, I'm giving one because I want my colleagues to explain what problem they have with my district appointee to the board. This is the second time I have put in a different person, and I would hope that they would approve it because it shows that there is something, like the old folks said, something in the milk ain't cream. Clean, whatever. It's mildew. So I would ask, with all due respect, that many appointments have come forward and I have voted for them. And so I think we need to move it forward. I think my district, the Mighty District 6, deserves its own appointee to the board. And I would appreciate if my colleagues would vote for my district appointee today. Thank you.
Commissioner, I think you're okay, but let's hear from Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner, I'd encourage you not to necessarily take things so personally so often. You won't be the first person and you won't be the last person that's had a board appointment that's come forth that's been voted down. You can join me in that regard because it's happening to me. So, you know, it happens. That's just sort of the nature of it. The reason I pulled this off the agenda is we've generally had a historic practice of, and maybe we've sort of gotten away from it a little bit, when folks have brought forth board appointees, they provided resumes and so forth. I looked at this, I assumed that we had dealt with this before, that this was the same person, it was the same name. So I had nothing to indicate any different to me. So that's the reason that I thought we dealt with this in a prior session, so that was the reason I pulled it off the consent agenda for discussion.
Well, I'm sorry. You want to speak? Yeah, Commissioner Hall, then how do I get it?
I know this individual because they live in my district, and we've been doing these events called the Indie Market on Cascade, in the Cascade Heights community in my district for the past several Saturdays. And right near Barbara King's church, God rest her soul. And this is Trey. So for anyone who mistook this for Mr. Dortch, the chair emeritus of 100 Black Men, this is not who this is. This is his son, Trey, who has never been appointed to the FDHA board before. And this is a good, very good appointee candidate for this position.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. That's my understanding, too, that the name before us today is the son of Tommy Dutch, and that it's a totally different person, although related. There's no restriction with respect to that. But with respect to the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority as an entity, they're going through a lot of reforms as well. They got many new members. They have new officers, and there are a lot of good guys on that board now. And so I'm hoping that this person, if confirmed, and I'm going to second the motion to confirm him, that he will join that group and work to better the goals and objectives of the authority. So I'll second the motion to approve this nomination. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
On page 4, 21-0491, Development Authority of Fulton County, Commissioner Hausman has nominated Mike Bodker for a district appointment to a term ending May 31st, 2025.
Would you like for me to go?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we've heard a lot about the Development Authority and the importance of that board, and I'm offering Mike Bodker for your consideration as my board appointee. I have just passed out some information on Mr. Bodker. He, of course, is the mayor of Johns Creek currently, but he is not running for reelection, so he will not be an elected official as of January 1st of next year. As he has been mayor, he has served as the vice chair of the Tourism, Arts and Park and Entertainment Sports Committee of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the 83rd president of the Georgia Municipal Association, the Metro Atlanta Mayor's Chairman, treasurer of the Atlanta Regional Commission, and currently serves as chairman of the North Fulton Municipal Association. In his professional life, he's a business owner, a CPA, and a very detail-oriented, I'm sorry it's late, and rule and policy follower. He knows Fulton County extremely well, and with his experience, his vast experience in community service, his contacts all over our great state, and access to many people involved in this work, and has access to best practices on this particular Development Authority program. You have gotten some comments and some emails asking not to appoint Mayor Bodker because of some previous ethics investigations. You know, we're all involved in politics. I will just tell you, as a resident of Johns Creek, these ethics investigations were definitely politically motivated. One was pursued by a candidate that was running for mayor. They were all dismissed due to a lack of evidence, even the one where $100,000 was spent on the investigation. So I would ask for your favorable consideration to the appointment of Mike Bodker to the Development Authority of Fulton County.
All right, the motion to approve is by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman would like to be heard.
Thank you, Chairman. I am going to support you in this, Liz, Commissioner Liz Hausman. I just want to go on the record that I did receive quite a bit of phone calls in opposition as well as people that were in support. And what I would say openly to those individuals that decided to send me quite a bit of emails and quite a bit of phone calls. I haven't dealt with Mr. Bodker but that long, but in my dealings with him, they have been above board. I have not personally had a problem with him. He may have some issues, I don't know. I can only go at this point in time on my own dealings with him. And so I want to say openly for the record, I was concerned about the amount of individuals that reached out to my office, but I just want to openly say just as many people reached out in support of him as well as against him. And I could only at that point take my own dealings and interactions with him, and I will be supporting that today.
All right, and likewise, I'll be supporting Mayor Bodker as well. I mean, the ethics issue, we received the same correspondence, I assume we all did, but he's a CPA, and he's tough. If anybody who knows him, he's tough, he's no nonsense. I think he's gonna be a great addition to that board, and the board members need to get ready because he's gonna look at every item on that agenda with a fine-tooth comb, so I'm happy to support him. Anyone else? If not, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, 21-0506, Community Development. Request approval to amend the Coordinated Intake Assessment System Emergency Solutions Grant and Emergency Solutions Grant COVID grant awards with sub-recipients.
Commissioner Hall, is that right?
Yes.
You have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you. Quick question. It says that Gateway was reducing their funding from $249,079 to $176,779. And I just wanted to know why this was being reduced, because all the other ones were being increased. And we need these services so much. I just need an answer. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, that is a request that they made. They felt that they couldn't expend those dollars, and so they're making them available now so we can provide it for these other agencies and get those dollars spent.
They felt they couldn't expend these dollars to do what?
Well, the dollars were initially going to be for hiring employees. They had challenges with those hires because of COVID. So they've asked that we take those dollars to meet our funding commitments and provide them to other groups.
So they're going to give up on hiring the employees? We're past the worst of COVID. So how are they going to do their job? If they needed the employees before, they don't need them anymore?
Well, their feelings were that there's a time limit on the dollars, and they felt that they couldn't meet the time limit in terms of expending the dollars.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, now we had one other item that we held to the end of the agenda, which was the issue on revising the public comment. So, Madam Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you and your group, you ready? Yes. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'm gonna renew my motion to hold that to the next meeting. We have the elected district attorney over there, that she's been waiting for 2 hours to speak, and y'all talking about some procedural rules. Hold that to the next meeting, or I'm getting ready to go home. I'm trying to wait. But if y'all gonna go with that, then I'm leaving.
And what's the pleasure of the body? What?
If y'all go with the procedural stuff, I'm leaving, because I'm trying to hear from our district attorney. If y'all not gonna hear from the district attorney, then I'm leaving.
Vice Chair?
I don't, can we leave it up to the district attorney? Does she want to be heard, or does she want to wait until we actually have a full board? We missed, I know they've been waiting for a long time.
Just a minute, just a minute.
I would like to hear what she has to say, because I put it on here.
We're gonna hear from her and her crowd, her team. What were you about to say?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I think we do a disservice when we come together. I understand your concern, Commissioner Arrington, but Commissioner Ellis, as well as Vice Chair Hall, at the last meeting, we were tasked with coming together to revise this. We came together, we revised it, we were all in agreement, so it will not take that long to decide whether we're going to revise it or not. And the problem that we're having continually is that this board, we keep saying that we're going to deal with the public comment section, and then we don't. And so I would just say, can we deal with that? It would take all of 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Okay, sound it, please.
On the bottom of page 12, 21-0466, request approval to amend the Board of Commissioners procedural rules for meetings, specifically Rule 6, agenda
Madam Clerk, you're
preparation
gonna have to speak
and
into
public
the mic.
comment.
Okay. All right, who's gonna, the three of you, who? Commissioner?
I would say that,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chairman, you know what, I am going to yield to Vice Chair Hall, because what we did, we came together as you had tasked us to do, and I had no problems. I thought it was very seamless how we did it. And so I'm going to, or either Commissioner Ellis, if they would like to say what we did and how we thought it would be better.
Okay, can y'all just summarize what your recommendation
Quickly,
are?
I want them to do it because I already know what.
Okay.
I just have one thing I want to add.
All right, It's not complicated, guys.
So you can sum it up
All
and
right,
then
I'll sum it up, and just, there are two documents, and that, just so we're clear about which we're referring to. The first one, you'll see that has some red on it, I believe. That was the previous one, and the other one that's not, has enumerations, but has bullet points is the final one, correct? So basically, just to frame out what this is, if you have not had a chance to fully read it, we will allow for public comment via speakers. They have to be at Assembly Hall. They can speak live here or at one of the two facilities we have available at North Fulton or South Fulton Service Center. Comments can be sent via email and provided electronically to the board. And our staff before the meetings, and we ask that all the comments would be included as part of that Board of Commissioners meeting that does get to us as soon as possible, preferably right before the meeting. And I believe we set a time frame for which those are to be received. And comments via email will be categorized and read in the same fashion they have been, grouped together, names, et cetera, read. And the substantive piece would be different. So a lot of that is sort of the same way that we've been sort of conducting it right now, but pieces that would be different would be the public comment will occur prior to the business portion of the BOC meeting and will be strictly limited to 30 minutes. In-person comments will be made first, followed by written emailed comments, and regardless of the form of public comment, the time limit will be 2 minutes, and no time shall be read to other speakers, just like it is right now. In the event that we reach that time limit and all of the public comments have not been completed, the public comment will be suspended and we'll start the business portion of our meeting, and public comment will resume at the end of the meeting in place in the same order that it was. Written comments that were not previously read or other public comments. The speaker cards will be provided 3 options for individuals that were not able to comment during the 30-minute, if you're not able to comment during that 30-minute public comment time at the front end, they can speak at the end of the meeting, they can be placed at the front of the line for public comment at the next meeting, or they can provide written comment that will be read at the end of the BOC meeting. If they choose none of those, they'll forfeit their right for public comment. And then in the event there's certainly some sort of pandemic or that sort of stuff, the board would reserve their right to change the procedure and come up with different public comments. Have I fairly summarized that?
Yes, you did. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, you did. And,
Excellent summary, excellent report.
yeah, it was absolutely excellent. And the only thing that I had added that I do not see in here that was removed was for us to continue to do the Zoom. And a lot of my constituents have asked that we continue to do the Zoom because they're seniors. They're still seniors, whether you like it or not, who do not want to come out. They're still restricting themselves. They're doing their own CDC restriction to not come out, and they like the Zoom. And as we can see by Senior Services' continuation of their virtual programming, that it is a necessary thing. So I'd like to make an amendment to add the Zoom to this, if my colleagues are okay with that.
So, but even if there are, they would still, that would be a part of the 30-minute limit, though, right?
That is correct.
All right, is that a motion to amend?
Yes, that's
I have
an
no
motion
problem.
to amend.
Okay. All right, on the motion to approve as amended, let's vote. Yes. Yes.
Yes, what I have here is a report and recommendation, which is excellent. That needs to be codified. The board's rules are reflected in the Code of Ordinances, and so your report that you've given today, Vice Chair Hall, needs to be reflected in the form of an ordinance, which I recommend be brought forward at the next meeting.
Okay. So do we need to approve this today or wait until the next meeting?
It's not in the format for your usual legislation. What you've done is you've just heard the report and recommendation.
Okay.
So now what needs to happen is the legislation to effectuate that needs to be prepared.
Understand. You have it prepared for us at our next meeting. However, I mean, the legislative intent is clear.
Yes,
which
we'll
means that
do.
we can operate under these new rules at our next meeting. All right.
Because it's on here.
It's not necessary for a vote on this, correct?
Well, I guess what are you
I
saying?
think we need to vote on it,
We'll
don't we?
vote. All right, let's do it, Madam
You can accept the report, but what I'm saying is it's not, the comments are read into the record, so your intent is clear. But what I'm saying is the board's rules of procedure are codified in the Code of Ordinances.
I understand.
Just a point of order. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Just a clarification or
Ellis.
question for our attorney. The document I guess I'm looking at, I guess maybe this is where the confusion lies, states that it requests adoption of a motion to amend the Board of Commissioners procedural rules for meetings, specifically Rule 6 agenda, preparation of and public comment. And then there's an annotation of that, several of which the highlights I just shared. Are you stating that the reason you're bringing this up is because it wasn't received in the same format as other items, or do you not have record of this, what I just was referring to?
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Yes, the document that you're referring to, I believe, is the agenda item summary with the attachment behind it. And what I'm recommending is that the code itself be amended, because that's the foundational document for your rules of procedure.
Okay.
It will
Maybe
be
we can
less
vote.
clear.
Maybe we can vote on it and then vote on the intent, and then it can be codified at the next meeting.
Yes.
So, okay.
All right, let's
Fair
vote,
enough.
please. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right.
Last item on page 13, 21-0531, discussion, District Attorney, ORCA funding and backlog, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall.
Okay, you want to introduce this or hear from the manager and his team, or how do you want to do it?
I didn't know that the manager had anything to present.
There's nothing to present. Madam District Attorney, where are you? Where is she? Oh, here she is.
Good evening, Chairman. Commissioner Arrington, I see you here. I appreciate the deference. I want to show you some deference if you take your seat. What we have to discuss today is too important to not have you in your seat. I did provide a PowerPoint. I hope that
Madam DA, can you turn on your mic, please?
or speak in my outside voice, but one way or another, I'll make sure you hear me. I do appreciate it, and I thank you. Does the clerk have the PowerPoint? I got the PowerPoint. There it goes. Magic. First of all, I want to give my sincerest thanks to Commissioner Natalie Hall. We attempted to get on this agenda, and without you, that would not be a reality. And I just want to thank you, not just from me personally, but from my team, but more importantly, from the people that each of you were elected to serve. We have a public safety crisis going on. And Commissioner Ellis, it affects your jurisdiction in the same way it does all of your colleagues. I learned something as I met with each of you this week, and that was kind of what makes you tick. What information do you need to make decisions? And so one thing that you said was you wanted specifics. So I made sure that my staff pulled out specifics just for you. And as we go through this, we're going to talk about them. I have watched the entire day, so it has not been hours I've been waiting. It's been an entire day. But I'm like Commissioner Arrington. I got all night to deal with these issues. I am sorry that Commissioner Morris left, because I wanted to tell him by example that we are in a crisis. In his very district today, there was a shooting in Buckhead at the Toast of Lenox. Commissioner Hall, you know what I found really interesting today? You all were talking about the Hammond House. That's in your district. I have some murder numbers in here, but they're already wrong. Last night, 2 blocks from the Hammond House, there's yet another murder. So if there's anyone in here confused and thinks I'm here to talk about widgets, I'm here to talk about human life. So why am I here with you today? Well, I promised transparency and that I would bring integrity to this office and that I was going to be open and honest with the public when it was working well, Commissioner Hausman, and when it wasn't. And so I'm here today so they're not backdoor meetings. There's not secret conversations, but the public knows what I'm doing and when those efforts are frustrated. When I took office in January, there was already a problem. Will you give me the next page, please? The next one. The next slide, please. The problem that this county is facing, each of you have heard me say it, it's the great trifecta that puts us in the predicament that we are in today. One, I took over an office that was mismanaged. Now that just sounds like fancy words, or I'm trying to bash the last elected. But we're going to talk about what the effects of that mismanagement were. We're going to talk about the fact that my brother stands here as another person trying to seek justice, and that before me and him took office, there was zero relationship between the sheriff and the DA. We're going to talk about an historic backlog from 2016 to 19 that doesn't have a damn thing to do with COVID. We're going to talk about staff that was not what the staff is today, qualified to handle this level of cases. We're going to talk about a crisis that's going on in each and every one of your districts. None of your constituents are safe. Not yours, Mr. Pitts, Chairman Pitts. Not yours, Commissioner Hall. Not yours, Commissioner Ellis. Not yours. And we're going to get to how do we fix it. On top of the historic backlog, then came COVID, creating other issues, and then the rise to crime. Will you take me to the next slide? Historical mismanagement, what does it mean? It means I walked into an office that had 6,085 cases, unindicted, uncharged, felonies. That's what it means. It means I had 51,000 cases going back to the late 90s that had not been appropriately closed. It meant I was sitting with 11,000 cases indicted in the pipeline but not reserved. And it means I was faced with unqualified staff. Take me to the next slide, please. Then COVID hits, so we make a problem worse. I shared with Commissioner Hausman, and she was just in shock. Not only did COVID hit, but there was an office that went home March of last year and didn't return till the new DA came. That's a reality. You had about 10 to 12% of dedicated staff there, and you had cases and crime going on, and nothing was happening. Take me to the next slide, please. What does this rise in crime mean? What does it really mean? It just sounds cute, right? What it means is last year at this time, there were 51 rapes in Atlanta. This year, there's 95. It's an 86% increase. What does it mean about rapes? It means last year at this time, Commissioner Hall, this is before last night, so my number's inaccurate. There was 61 cases. Now there's 76. Those aren't just widgets or numbers, and I need you to tell your staff that. That's 15 more of your constituents dead. Go to the next slide, please. And we're in a crisis. Recently, the Supreme Court issued an order. There's a rule within the law that defendants have to be indicted within 90 days. It had been put on pause. But on May 13th, the honorable justices decided that that rule had to go back into effect. And so we had over 1,000 defendants sitting that either needed to be indicted or they were going to get a bond and be released. It's real simple. The Honorable Judge Brasher, because the court gave him authority, said, well, I'm going to give a little breathing room, and he extended that 90 days, 30. And we begged. But he says, I can do it no further. I have no authority. Prior to COVID, what the DA's office was given was 0.01, somebody write that down, percentage of the money to deal with this unprecedented problem. Can you take me to the next slide? So maybe you're thinking, well, this ain't really my issue, not in my district. But no, the murders are occurring everywhere. There is 154, although the slide represents 150, coming from each and every one of your districts, suspects that may get out of jail on September the 13th. Write it down. There are another 78 rapists, and there are 1,433 violent offenders. Let me tell you how violent the offenders are. My brother here, he shared a story with me. See, he's trying to deal with this problem of jail overcrowding. And so he went to sheriffs in other counties to see could we get some relief. Then they looked at our defendants and said, oh, no, I'm gonna leave that with you because those folks too violent. That's other law enforcement. That's what kind of crises we're in. Can you please take me to the next slide? So maybe people are confused and they think that once again, I'm just talking about widgets. No, I'm talking about human life. I wish I could give you all 154. I wish I could give you all 154, but let me talk to you a little while about these victims from your district, Mr. Ellis. This young lady, she was in her 70s. My mama would say that's young. Her tenant bludgeoned her to death. That's one of the 153. Take me to the next slide. What about this beautiful baby from District 2? Femur broke, dead. Can you take me to the next slide? What about this handsome young man? He moved here from Pennsylvania. He's a high exec at UPS. After a hard work week, he went to have a drink. I think that's his right. He walked up and became a victim to gang violence. He's dead. I'm the one who talks to his mama. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? She's not even from our county. She's from Cobb. Her and her mama and auntie shopping at Christmas. Anybody here don't go to the mall around Christmas? How about dead? How about this is part of the 153? Next slide, please. How about this person? Driving on our interstate. Anybody here that drives on the interstate? Anybody? Young man driving, reckless speed. Maybe you think from District 4 this was the only victim. No, there was also a 3-month old baby killed and 3 others seriously injured in your district. Next slide. He's a famous actor, well known, goes to the convenience store. I'm wondering if anyone around here ever goes to a convenience store. Gets in a verbal dispute, is followed home, and shot in the back multiple times. Your district. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? Ever pulled off an interstate? Oh, and what about coincidences and how I know there's a God? I saw all of y'all this morning stand up here and cry with a young lady who had lost someone. Guess what? Same day, hours after, some of the same people at both scenes and both suspects are in the 153 days. Excuse me, the 153 murder suspects. Both the victim of that mama that you stood up here with and the suspect in this one. What's next? Can you take me to the next slide? This gentleman with acquaintances, District 6, they in the dispute with a shooting. Now, Commissioner Pitts, each of them has a percentage. But you and I know one thing, 100% fall on you, because you represent all these districts, and 100% falls on me. Next slide. What does justice require? Hey, here's the cold truth. Resources. Resources. So you wanted specifics, so I want to give them to you. And me and Commissioner Hausman, I shared with her, she was one of the last I spoke to because she had been traveling, but she truly asked some of the most poignant questions. It's no criticism, it's just a reality. And so she wanted specifically to know about the homicides. Want to know how many we're facing here? 665. I heard you on the news talk about reasonableness. Let's talk about what's reasonable to successfully do 665. Those aren't widgets, by the way, people. Those are lives. Of those, 313 are indicted. That means they're part of that 11,000 in process. 153, they may get out on September 13th. You have another 187 that are in various stages. Each represents a life from your district. Each of them. Can you take me to the next slide? To the next one, madam. So you want to know what I need? You want me to be specific? For that historical backlog, 2016 to 2019, I want 2.7 million. That translates into 23 employees that will focus on those cases, getting them charged and processed. Newsflash, before COVID, it took 2 years to get through the system. By the way, when we charge those 153, each of your Superior Court judges will get over 10 murders. Some of them got 40 right now. It takes a week at least to try the average murder. You do the math. And those are just the murders. The COVID backlog, I've been promised, but see, I'm like Commissioner Hall, I want receipts. I want it on the record. They say I get 2.46 million to help. And I do appreciate the work of Alton Adams and Shay Alexander. You all should give them a hand clap for all the work that they've done, the listening, the hours. But let me tell you what I'm faced with. We come to commitments. I have documents on paper. We do this. Did you hear what they said? I listened all day to y'all. Since December, we've been doing this. Now, last week when I'm trying to get employees hired, because everything working so well. See, that ain't transparency. That's what we call a lie. And all of a sudden, everything we've been agreeing on for 6 months is no longer so. So I would like a vote when the whole board is here. The list I was sitting by your representatives at those rates, I'd like you to enforce your staff to keep their commitment. So that's my ask one. Just do what you said you was going to do. On paper, in writing. What about crime on the rise? I'm asking for 2.5, but the truth is it 641 is already mine. But I'm tired of the games that keep getting played. Am I going to be able to use it to hire staff or not? Next slide, please. Next year, because I don't want to surprise anybody. You can write the numbers down. You know, we'll have to flesh this out. But if anybody thinks with what's going on with this trifecta, we can do what was done last year when we both, and everyone in this room knows, the DA did not even allow the current DA to participate, that's a joke. And the number one issue for the mayor's race and for each of your races is going to be crime. You want to know why? Because you can't even go to the gas station in our county anymore. So this is what I'm asking. I'm being transparent. And not one dime of this is going to me. I haven't asked for a raise, a car, anything. That is investigators and that is lawyers. Your people who gave me COVID money, just so everybody's clear so we can make it make sense. They figure by September that there are 10,000 cases. They are probably right, since we're at 7,800 now. They're giving me 10 investigators. That's 1,000 cases per investigator. Commissioner Arrington, you've practiced criminal law. It's a joke, exactly. It's not reasonable, Commissioner. Let me tell you what's reasonable, because this is what the county now has the benefit of. Ms. Willis is a murder prosecutor. And Ms. Willis is one of the best murder prosecutors in this country. I've tried over 100 cases. In case you don't know, Commissioner, I've tried the longest case in Georgia's history and the third longest in the history of the United States. I know a little something about a trial. What is reasonable is it will take someone with my level of experience, and it ain't many. At most, they can indict 5 murders a month and do it the right way so that your family or your constituents' family can get justice. At most, when I was a superstar prosecutor, I was trying 12 to 13 a year. There are people that are going to fall out in shock because most lawyers don't try 13 murders a year. Because a murder takes a week and months of preparation. We need resources. We need to stop being treated like this is a game. I've heard a lot of people say stuff about Mr. Herman today, but it ain't always on HR. Because oftentimes, I hear y'all talking about 300 transactions. I got to tell you, I've done 90 over the last couple of months. It's been a nightmare. Every transaction been a headache and a problem. And it ain't always on HR. Sometimes it's on finance. See, we're going to tell the truth today. Just like I got a list approved from you all's representatives. So you know what? The first thing I'm asking for is I want to come back for a vote. I want you all to tell the public, see, I don't like all this, oh, when we lights, cameras, action, ooh, we serious about crime. But when the DA and the sheriff come ask you for resources, oh, wait a minute now. You tell me how we supposed to get these cases indicted without lawyers and investigators and legal assistants to do it. Tell me. How are we supposed to get them tried? And how am I supposed to tell them mamas we're going to do the very best job possible? So here today on the record, I'm asking for you all to approve the resources that we get. Finance needs to look at them. They can't tell me how to try a case. They treat me like I'm talking about library books. I'm talking about lives, sexual assault victims. And Mr. Ellis, one more specific for you. In the last month, I have opened up 11 human trafficking investigations. And please understand when I say 11, I don't mean 11 victims. I mean 11 cases with multiple victims. 7 are from your jurisdiction. Why do I tell you that? Because crime is in your colleague to the left's jurisdiction, it's in your colleagues to the right's jurisdiction, and it's in yours. This problem affects all of us. It doesn't matter if you're black, if you're white, if you're young, if you're old, if you're poor, if you're rich, if you're educated, if you're uneducated. They don't care. They will take what is most precious to you, your child, your life. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. So what do I want? I want on your next month's agenda. What do I want? I want a vote. What do I want? I want resources so I can hire the staff that we deserve to have so that we can get this job done right. Commissioner Hall, let me thank you again. They tried to keep me off the agenda and you wouldn't let it be so. I want you to know I will always appreciate you for that. And that I can't be quieted. So I'll be back. And as I told Commissioner Ellis, oh no, I'm going to speak to you all as the electeds, and I'm going to speak to the public, because that's my boss. Thank you. If there are any questions, I will take them now.
Let's see, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Vice Chair Hall, Scott, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Madam DA, you know, you're so passionate, but it doesn't come as a surprise to me. I remember us all going to each other's swearing in because all three of us unseated incumbents. And we swore to each other then to keep each other abreast any way that we could help out, get the information out. I was one of the first people to bring to the news media about the jail. I took heat for that. I was one of the first people to get out here in the streets and let people know that business as usual at Fulton County is over with. First of all, I want to do two things. I want to commend Vice Chair Natalie Hall for getting you on the agenda, but I apologize that you had to go through that because crime affects us all. And when we have a sitting DA that has to beg to come in front of us, this is the climate and the culture that I have to work in. See, I'm not a junior commissioner. I'm not an intern. I'm not somebody who has on training wheels. I'm someone who can speak with authority because of my work ethic. And I know our work ethics mirror all three of us. You all don't work 9 to 5. You all take calls 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. You have very early mornings and very late nights. The issue I have with this, going on record, the crime issue has to be more than an election tagline.
Correct.
We gotta stop playing this game. Oh, I'm against crime, I'm against crime, I'm against crime for elections. And then when it's the time to put the resources in place, oh, Madam DA, you got to choose with this, or you got to choose, or you. No, we got to stop playing if we want to do something about crime in Fulton County. We've got to give you the resources you need. We've got to give the sheriff the resources he needs. When are we going to stop dealing with this petty politicking and telling our sheriff one thing and our Madam DA another thing, and then I have a conversation with them on the phone, and it's totally different for what's been told to me.
And Commissioner, that brings me to a really good point. The sheriff and I were told today we would be on the agenda about an evidence facility that I spoke to each of you about in January.
We've got to stop it.
And we're not here.
This is the thing, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I want to make a motion to give them the resources they need because this is ridiculous. Crime is an all-time high. We're getting ready to be in a position where we may have to release murderers. This is not a third world country. This is Fulton County. We got inmates sleeping on floors. We got inmates waiting to be tried, waiting to get a bond. We've got people that are getting arrested that are very dangerous, And we're making you jump through hoops. Shame on Fulton County. You can get mad with me all you want to, but we should be ashamed that you have to come here and beg for resources. First of all, and I want to go on record knowing that as an unelected official, I knew the problems in the DA's office before I took the oath of office here. So as an unelected official, and I knew the problems in the DA office, you can't tell me that this body didn't know. And it was unfair for you to walk into that situation with no resources. I remember the first meeting begging for just this. The same thing with the sheriff. The sheriff and you both were not even allowed into transition. And then we want to get up here and say we tough on crime. Know what you're doing, you're playing with folks' lives. So as much as I thank Vice Chair Hall, this whole culture of blocking resources and this whole culture of lying to elected officials and going back and telling the DA one thing, telling the sheriff one thing, and then coming to the commissioner, telling them something totally different needs to stop. Give our elected officials the resources they need because the next death may be at your door. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. This information is horrendous. When we met and I asked you for the numbers of cases, I did not expect this. And you know, this is a lifestyle for me. And I tell every member of my team that you live this job. You don't punch out from 9 to 5. So if anybody interviews with me, if they think they're punching in and punching out, keep it moving, because you can't be on this team. This is a lifestyle. It's hard work. When I say heart, I mean it comes from your heart. And I see your passion. And I understand what you're dealing with just by looking at these numbers. And I just want to say, I don't know who was trying to block you, but shame on them. Shame on them. Because not one member of this Board of Commissioners, I can guarantee you, was trying to block you. Now, outside of this, I would like to find out, if we can, who was actually trying to keep you from speaking, because that should never happen. Now, I want to address a couple of things that you said. You said that you're supposed to get $2.46 million. You were told that from this project called ORCA. I've never heard of ORCA. What does the acronym stand for? Can somebody?
I actually learned the other day after you asked me that question that ORCA is actually not an acronym. It's what they have referred to for this COVID backlog. ORCA, and I can't make this up, is a big whale. I guess they thought because this is a big problem, they would call it that. I didn't make it up, but we need those funds.
Okay. Okay. And so, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO and COO, can you speak to this funding? And what is the situation with this $2.46 million that the DA is saying she was supposed to receive? Is she going to receive it? Is there a, I mean, explain if you can, please.
And I would ask you, ask another question, if respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask that the chart that was sent by your representatives at those rates and those positions, if we are actually going to get that, or if we're going to keep going through this song and dance. If
I
you
don't
could
know
ask
of a chart, so you're going to have to tell us about that, because I don't know about a chart. I haven't received, has anyone on this board received a chart of positions or something?
I'm sure they're aware of the chart.
Is there a chart, Mr. County Manager, that she's talking about that you can share with us?
I'm not sure exactly what chart she's referring to, but as we presented today, the budget for the court backlog reduction is now at 75 million versus 61. So it is fully allocated in terms of the resources that we have from the American Rescue Act. So now, I guess from a does she get it, I'll turn to Sharon, but now the process is that it's fully funded, the positions are allocated, and she has the ability to hire. But let me defer to Sharon.
Is this the sheet that you're speaking of that's
Yes,
coming?
yes, Vice Chair Hall, that is the chart. These are the positions. Those were the rates of pay we were told. That was agreed upon. As you see, it is in writing, and I just want to make sure that it is honored because I did 2 transactions and already there were problems.
So who told you that this was approved? Because I don't see, I'm looking for the county manager, the chief financial officer, and the COO at least to be on here, and Hakeem, our director of finance, but I don't see any of them on here. On this email, it's coming directly from Shay Alexander, who isn't Shay still just a contractor?
Yes.
So she told you that this was approved?
Yes, we met with Mr. Adams and Ms. Alexander. We did that for months. We wrote out the positions. They met not only with my office, they met with every justice partner. We worked out the things, and then we were sent that this is the list of how you are to do things. And so then we began to do things in that order. And as I told you, transaction 1 and 2, problems already. And so those immediate 1 and 2 have been resolved, but I can't do that for transactions. I've heard you all today talk about hiring for different projects. And what I have to tell you is I've been hiring for the last 6 months, and every time it is difficult. And so I want to assure that what we said was going to be done is going to be done the way it was outlined for us.
Mr. County Manager, did you know about this document that was given to the DA and said it was approved?
Yes, ma'am. We met with the DA and discussed it with her recently. I think it was Friday.
Okay, and so it was approved then?
Well, you know, fundamentally, what the disconnect, I guess, if you will, was Shay, and don't let me speak for you, where did Alton go? But Shay and Alton were working with all the justice partners to outline the plan for court backlog reduction. When this document was put together, to the best of my knowledge, and you can look at this and somewhat surmise this, these salaries are rounded numbers, 75,000, 53,000, 80,000. They are not precise numbers. So as the DA went forward to hire based on this, which was essentially a consultant working document from Shay Alexander, as it so happened, the first 2 that went forward did not have a good coordination with HR, and an offer was made to 2 people that's slightly above the authorized salary grade, the higher limit of the salary grade. So we did have to get together and either do one of 2 things, change the offer letter back to the lower number, which I think, I don't remember, Ken, exactly what the number was, but let's say $15 less. It was an absurdly small number, or change the position title to a higher title. And that was the decision that we collectively made.
And so are you currently working on moving forward with completing this list of hires?
Yes. So, and let me ask Sharon to speak to the plan that we gave to the DA that I think will facilitate not only better working, but elimination of any miscues.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Vice Chair Hall, the one thing that we, after the meeting with the district attorney, we have the HR staff reviewing the list to validate that the grades and the salary ranges all are in line with what our grades and salary ranges are, and that we don't have any more issues relative to that process. We've also shared with the DA from a procedures perspective, the time frame and the timeline for offers to be made, to make sure that the offer letter itself is reviewed by HR to ensure that it has all the correct language, since these are going to be time-limited positions, and that the title and the grade and the salary on the letter all agree to what's in the list. And so there were a few, I think, issues that needed to be corrected on the list, which HR and Shay Alexander and the Finance Department have been working on the last couple of days. It's not just the list for the district attorney. They're reviewing the entire list of all 300-plus positions for the backlog project in general, just to make sure that we don't have any other issues pop up like this. The DA just happened to be out in front on this. So we are trying to work through these issues and get her where she needs to be relative to continuing to move forward. The positions are staggered by month. And in addition to these positions, we also are working with the DA so that she can utilize her salary savings that she's accrued this year to be able to hire some additional temporary positions through the end of the year to help meet part of the need that she identified in her slide.
And so, Commissioner Hall, I want to say a couple of things right there. My brother in crime said, hey, they told me they were taking my salary savings. I said they told me the same thing too, till I had the pleasure of seeing County Manager Anderson in the parking lot and told him that when I spoke to the commissioners, they all said that wasn't right, Commissioner, from the mighty District 6. And so after I can get to you, then things change. And so I won't speak because I want the sheriff to be able to utilize some of my time and speak, and I want to make sure you know that this is the struggle that we are going through. And quite frankly, Commissioner Hall, I've told this, I don't say anything behind someone's back, I don't say to their face. And what I have told your county manager, your employee, is I don't have the bandwidth anymore for these games. I need to get to the business of solving crime. And I believe the sheriff wants to address you.
Sheriff Labatt.
I want to do everything in proper order. Let me be clear. First of all, thank you, Madam DA. And I said this repeatedly, we got the baddest DA in the country.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So the line, I didn't just come up here to be cute. And this vest is for a reason, because I had a county commissioner say that sometimes sheriffs talk big. So I don't play one on TV. I am the sheriff of Fulton County. I'll be on the street tonight fighting crime. Yeah. We started putting people on the street long before tonight, working with APD, working with Georgia State Patrol, creating a Scorpion team that's gonna fight crime. We're gonna I told Madam DA, we're gonna fill your desk up. We're gonna fight crime and we're going after these bad guys. Some of y'all thought I was playing. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint. I will ask for permission to be on the next board meeting. Can y'all put that in whatever the 28-day cycle is? Because when I first started, I said, I learned that I had to be 40 days ahead of the conversation to even come speak to y'all. See, I'm not used to that.
What?
Let me back up and say thank y'all. Thank you for coming to visit. Thank you for having the conversations. Thank you for the $6.8 million. Let me be clear that I had to get 4 votes on, right? I can do the math. Only to find out later, it wasn't a pay raise, it was a salary adjustment. Let me be clear. We are underpaid and overworked. I had 15 people in the last 30 days leave the Fulton County Jail as detention officers to go work somewhere else. I text you every time I see Sandy Springs offering $7,000 to come work for us and a $3,000 relocation fee. Cobb County offering $5,000 and a $2,000 relocation fee. It's a tough time to be in law enforcement.
Wow.
But each and every one of you call me when you're going up Bankhead Highway and it's nothing but ATVs blocking the street. But I can't get a Bearcat after I work go through the process, well, Mr. Davis, thank you, I appreciate that, of playing you all's games in finance, because that's all they are. Everybody wants to move the goalpost when we get to the end. It ain't your money. It's been approved here, and I'm going to spend it accordingly. And the next time, Ms. Whitmore, and I've sent you emails, and I appreciate you responding. Eventually, and let me be clear, when I sign my name as the sheriff, which one of y'all, when you sign something on your staff, write a check, Ms. Whitmore and her team rejects? Because we just haven't done it that way. When I work a deal to get a Bearcat so that I don't have an MRAP breakdown on Georgia 400 on the way to a SWAT call where a guy has been charged with killing 28 people. Ends up killing himself. My MRAP sitting on the side of the road. But I put a plan together, following the rules. Mr. County Manager, I appreciate it. We have a relationship. That's what this county's not used to. We talk 2-3 times a week. We talk, and I appreciate that. But what we have is a bad culture. And we need to figure out how to fix it. When I signed something, I was elected to do it. I'm going to manage my budget, I promise you. But don't tell me that these salary savings I can't use to do other things proactively. When I've heard for 2 years, I ran for 2 years, and what you heard was the sheriff just didn't really come to the board. He didn't talk. I would encourage you to understand this. And this is not you all's fault, let me be clear. Because as I've churned and overturned Plymouth Rock, what I found is the rock landed on you. You didn't land on Plymouth Rock. And so what you were getting was bad information. And so when I come to you and tell you that I got a K-9 unit, that in the middle of a search, the unit goes bad, we got to borrow one from Clayton County because it doesn't have air conditioning. My dogs deserve better. When I tell you, and again, thank you, I appreciate the conversations around the jail. And I appreciate the passion in which the county commission has said to the city, we got to do better. And we will. And we absolutely will. But let me tell you about the equipment. I ordered rifles the SWAT team hadn't had in years. And somewhere along the process, be it my folks, be it finance, we ordered $90,000 worth of rifles, the best equipment you can get. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody in finance said we had to send the sights out for the rifle. Let me put that in. You look through a sight to make sure you can hit the target down range. But because of our processes, 30 days later, the sites are approved. And guess what? They're approved by the same vendor. We have a flawed culture. It is time we fix it. And if you don't believe we're out here fighting crime, come meet me in Metropolitan tonight. Right? You don't believe we're out here fighting crime, meet me out at Fulton Industrial. We put the necessary resources in place, but it's like pulling teeth. It is absolutely absurd. I do want to give a shout out to the county attorney and her team. The 11th Circuit ruled in our favor today. Hopefully you can give the board some update on that, because it's good news about how we treat people. See, I didn't just get in here to walk around. We are going to handle our business. I am going to bring you the facts. And Commissioner Hausman, I appreciate you asking for the facts. But we are going to bring you what you need in the next board meeting, right? That will show you that we are $20 to $30 million understaffed if you want to have a true sheriff's office in your county. We are partnering with all 15 cities to include colleges to get the best training we can get to give our citizens what they need and deserve. See, what I come to learn is that you being plural, in many instances, didn't understand the breadth and aspect of what the sheriff's office actually does on a daily basis. I appreciate the additional conversations so that we can, but now we're 6 months in. The education is gone and we need your help. So I wasn't privy, and I appreciate Alton and Shay in the conversations around this rescue money. But when I said I needed 50 deputies and it comes back on that chart that I'm getting 15, somebody didn't hear me. Or the allocation of funds simply was not done appropriately. I don't get it. I come from good government. And I'll tell you publicly what I've said. The city's behind five years behind the rest of the world, and the county's 10 years behind that. You don't get it because you breathe rarefied air, right? Everything you get in here from this board over, right, outside personal meetings is, yes, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner. This is what we'll do to fix it, Commissioner. And so we thought it, my sister and I thought it our duty to give you what we honestly said we were going to give you from the beginning of taking office, is the hard facts, the truth. I appreciate the time. I do indeed. I appreciate you taking my call, Commissioner Hall, every time. I appreciate, Chairman, every meeting we have. No one has not been responsive to the call. It's time to vote. It's time to put the rubber on the road. It is time to invest in public safety, and not just on the telephone. It is time for us to really show the citizens of Fulton County what a sheriff's officer can be, what a DA's office can be, if properly resourced. It's simple as that. It's simple as that. And so while the notion was, not notion, the facts were, we didn't get a chance to transition. But you didn't either believe in us when we said the fat meat was greasy, or you wanted to give a test of time. We're 6 months in. And it is time for us to look beyond where we are. I was so happy the other day, I printed it off, I sent it to your office, and I'll make sure everybody has a copy when the president said we can use this rescue money to fight crime. Let me give you an example of what this looks like. We got the largest sheriff's office in the Southeast. We use these things that we call tag readers. We mount them to cars, $17,000 a piece, right? For the whole setup. We have the sum total of one vehicle that can read tags. And it's broken down. So when I work with Joe, when I work with director to put together the equipment I needed, we got women and men out here protecting the best we can, and we're not resourcing them. You heard the DA early on, and you mentioned it, Madam Commissioner, about vests, right? I got vests that are expiring. The expiration date long gone. And maybe some of y'all thought this was for show, but I can't go to a funeral because of a vest. I refuse to. And maybe it's a culture that you just were not informed. I don't know what the answer is. But what you will get is transparency. What you will get is honesty. But we need, somewhere along the lines, Mr. County Manager, the understanding that when the DA and the sheriff, we're elected just like you, right? See, some of y'all are confused, and maybe this is for the audience, because every time you say sheriff's department, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I don't run a department. I run the sheriff's office. And it's insulting to say otherwise. So I say that to say, here's the good news in all of this. We're on the way up. We on the way up. We don't have nowhere else to go but up. Let me be clear. Let me be clear with my choices, right? But the DA laid it out for you. My heart breaks every time you see someone get killed in Fulton County. But let me take it a step further, and I'm gonna wrap this up. I got a secondary phone. That phone is tied into 911. That 911 system goes off every night. Every night. In Atlanta alone, and DA can give you the rest of the 14 cities, in Atlanta alone, somebody's either shot or stabbed, carjacked or robbed. Every night.
Or trafficked.
Or trafficked. Every night. Every night. And we have an obligation to do better. We took a duty, we took an oath to do better. And we want to be good partners in doing it. But I'm afraid sometimes you all don't get the whole story. And so we thought it necessary to come and have that conversation. And so I'm going to get out the way of my sister.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Sheriff.
certainly appreciate it.
So Commissioner Hall, because
Yes.
I know you said you like receipts. See, I've been watching you all day.
Yes, ma'am.
When the DA has an assistant chief, Clark, stand up, please, that spends 1,000+ hours and 28 meetings to try to get an evidence facility straight, to do the architect, to work with who are supposed to be our partners, and does it along with 1,000 hours with the sheriff, and also the attendance of 28 meetings. And we are guaranteed to be on this agenda for the 14th, because if we don't get this facility, cases are gonna get overturned. And then no one even gives us the respect to call and say it's not on the agenda, we're not gonna deal with it. Although when I met with Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Hausman, they all said, but you told us about this in January. Exactly. And since January, we've been doing the work. See, if my people treat any one of you like this, this is what they can each tell you. They're gonna be fired that day. I'll deal with the consequences later. So I'm asking you to get your staff together so me and my brother can stop being treated like this.
I'm so sorry because I didn't see anything about an evidence facility on this agenda,
You're the
nor
one that told me.
any, I told you I didn't see anything. I didn't know anything about it. And so I just want to make sure that I get all my answers. I did hear Madam CFO say that the salary savings that you have would be used, that you will be able to use them, and I just want to make sure this amount on here is correct, is $641,000 in salary savings, Madam CFO?
We calculated 617 for the salary
I'll take the
savings.
617 because I was told I can't use anything.
All right, so 617 it is, going once, going twice. All right, and so you're gonna move forward with these positions to help the district attorney try these cases, because I heard you loud and clear when you said that over 1,000 people could bond out and get back in the streets, and these are serious crimes. These are not just, I jaywalked, I spit on the ground, I'm loitering. These are serious crimes. And I don't want to see not one of those people get released out just because we didn't do what we needed to do financially for your office. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Commissioner Hall, I would ask with my brother that I could be on the next agenda so that the other pot that I want to deal with, because we have been strictly told that money is for COVID, and it's all right because I have enough to do with COVID, that we can ask for the other 2.5 that I referenced in the PowerPoint to deal with the rest of the cases. And so I would ask to be on your agenda.
So let me ask that, Alton never came back. Well, let me ask this question, Mr. County Manager. In the COVID-19 plan that we just passed, it says that there's a court case backlog line item, but it only is speaking to cases. Is there, can we add a line that specifically addresses these areas for the sheriff and and Madam DA? And can someone confirm if we can use, whether or not we can use ARPA funds for what they're looking for? Because as I stated in the last meeting in June, reading the ARPA website information, it said specifically that President Joe Biden set aside these funds that are that can be used toward law enforcement and can be used toward preventing violence and funding peace. So I would like to see that you go back and add a line for these things and let us know what can we fund through ARPA so that we can at least have something to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington?
Okay.
I would love to hear Mr. Herman and Ms. Whitmore why they are here right now. I would love to know why we are here at this hour. Why are they frustrated that why would you tell them they can't get their salary savings? Why would you not expedite their hires? She said coming in, she's gonna get rid of 70 people and hire 130 people. We've been knowing that for 9 months. So how do we get to this point where she's out trying to hire people and we're having hiccups? I want to say it's unintentional. But then when I look on the agenda and I see Commissioner Hausman talking about all week passing the lowest millage rate ever. Fuck the lowest millage rate. We gotta get these people locked up. They gotta be arrested. I don't give a darn about no damn low millage rate. Where's the money that the DA's office needs? Where's the money that the sheriff's office needs? Where is the cooperation that they need? It's not even really the money. Where's the cooperation? They gotta spend 1,000 hours to negotiate a damn lease and then gotta come down here and wait 10 hours to fucking speak, and y'all won't give them the money that they need? You won't cooperate with them to give them, to be able to hire the people that they need? That's preposterous, Mr. County Manager. Please make sure that this never happens again. But see, when somebody sneaks the lowest millage rate ever on the agenda, now I really start to question motives and intentions. This is not, I've said this for the last 4 or 5 years. This is not how you set a budget. You don't set a millage rate and then you find out how much you gotta use first. You find out how much the DA's office needs, how much the sheriff's office needs, how much these other departments need, and then set the budget. You set your budget based off of needs. Oh, this is what we had last year. Oh, we're trying to get the millage rate low again. Oh, we don't care if 1,500 rapists and murderers go running free. We want to have the lowest millage rate ever. Let all the rapists out. Let all the murderers out. We want to have a low millage rate. That doesn't make any sense. Cooperate with these people. They shouldn't have to come here, Mr. Herman, Ms. Whitmore. They should not have to come here and beg for money. So, can anybody tell me why this evidence building is not on the agenda today? No one? No one? Has anyone ever heard of the building before?
So, Commissioner Arrington, I'm not sure why the original, Madam D, I'll address you as well, Commissioner. I'm not sure why the original evidence facility was not on the agenda today. We met with your staff not a week ago, to view the consolidated warehouse that we.
I don't know anything about a consolidated warehouse. My brother doesn't know anything about a consolidated warehouse. I'm not sure that I would approve a warehouse with departments I'm investigating, but when you don't consult the DA and you have her staff spend 1,000 hours and 28 meetings, and his staff spend 1,000 hours and 28 meetings on the warehouse we were told would be on the agenda, and Madam, I want to be really respectful, we were asked in June to be on the agenda. And we listened and deferred to your staff who said what the county manager, these people will want is not just the warehouse, but also they're gonna wanna know about how much money is on improvements. And so me and the sheriff's men agreed, okay, we'll wait till the July 14th menu so we can give these people the full picture. And then I gotta go meet with Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Pitts, Commissioner Ellis, and they all saying, what are you talking about? It's not on the agenda. It's disingenuous. It makes me not trust you, and it makes me talk to them. And that's the truth.
And I understand that, DA Willis, and I apologize for not, there was a clear lack of communication, because I believe from the presence of your staff that you were aware about the consolidated warehouse we were discussing.
I never agreed to a consolidated warehouse, and nor did the sheriff, and he can speak for himself.
I understand. We will revisit that discussion and bring the item forward for the evidence facility we were previously discussing.
Okay, where are we? You finished, Commissioner? All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay.
The same reason is when we can pass an agenda item in March and the county manager can bring it back, a plan that doesn't have it on it. I've been talking about this culture since day one. I've been ridiculed about it. I've been said I'm loud and wrong, you know. But this culture we have, we can't get mortgage assistance. We can't get nonprofit assistance. We can't get all these things. We can't, the DA office can't get what she needs. The sheriff can't get what he needs. But more importantly, this culture of lying to elected officials when they're telling you what their needs are and you blowing smoke. Now, I know we don't want to hear that, and I know here I'm supposed to be loud and wrong, but I'm loud and right. Because the culture I walked into here is one of tell them anything to get them out your face, point blank. And this is where the rubber hits the road, because welcome to Fulton County, where we're not going to give you help with mortgage, we're not going to give you nonprofit assistance, we're not going to take crime seriously, we're not going to take crime, and I commend you, Sheriff, because you're trying to do criminal justice reform. You're a cutting edge. Welcome to Fulton County, where we can't do any of the things to make the county better, but we can give the county manager an $11,000 bonus. Shame on Fulton County. This is where the rubber hits the road. You are lying to these elected officials. You are not holding your colleagues accountable. And then we come down here every meeting, get a check for coming down here, lying to the public, lying to the elected officials, and they can't do their job. But we can get an $11,000 bonus. Shame on you. Welcome to Fulton County.
All right, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Ellis, it's 8:40, no, 8 o'clock. And we've heard a lot today, and we got a lot to talk about prior to that next meeting. But let's
Yes,
get
sir.
it all on the table.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Vice Chair
Chairman.
and
I just want to make sure that the county manager and county executives are going to provide us with the information that I requested, because before I could even finish or they didn't even respond, we had moved on to the next speaker. So I'd like an acknowledgement of at least if you can take care of that. No one said anything before Commissioner Arrington spoke. Are you going to be able to provide that information?
I can respond. Whatever you're requesting, Commissioner Hall, will provide you before the next meeting.
And bring the millage rate back after you provide the information.
We already voted on that.
We're going to vote on it again.
Commissioner Ellis.
Just sort of 2 or 3 questions. Well, first off, I just want to say this. Thanks for coming down. I appreciate the remarks. I do think we can and need to reach a point where we have conversations that don't look like this, that allow things to get facilitated and work gets done. And I'm not going to point fingers at anybody in terms of where the breakdown lies on this. I think it's important that we move ahead and move ahead in that spirit. We're not each other's enemies. I think we're all fully aware of what all the crime issues are. Certainly you deal with them and see them day to day and have a different viewpoint on those than each of us. And I get that, but we all recognize where we are with it and are fully intent on doing something about it, from our management team to this board and certainly to you all. We did just approve today, $75 million of expenditures, that will be spent over the next 2.5 years, I guess, or two and a quarter, I guess, is that it? Right? I guess my ask in terms of our staff, it would be to ensure that all of the justice partners, not just our sheriff and our DA, understand what that means for them, and that we're all on the same page on that. Hopefully that's the case, but it seems to me like there's maybe some disconnects with that. Maybe some of that means because we've just been trying to get this thing fully assimilated and numbers down on paper and then get it approved by us. It was approved today. Nobody was holding that up. Everybody wanted to do it. We wanted to do it at the last meeting. We wanted to ensure that it fell under these guidelines, and it does, and we certainly all want us to move ahead on this as quickly as possible. So my ask of the management team certainly is to ensure that everybody understands kind of what their components, individual components of this are. I know this issue of salary savings, I hope that was never was communicated that to any department that they can't use salary savings, but maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, maybe there was miscommunication around it, but I do think whether it's whether our sheriff's office or other departments, that everybody have a full understanding of what the rules are around using salary savings, because that's been a breakdown at different points in time. So I do think if we could have those guidelines spelled out for everybody, it's the same, they understand it, understand what the rules are, right? So that there's not confusion around that. And then, and I think as we move forward with all of this, it's what are the numbers in front of us? Anecdotes, I think, are important. The emotion of it behind it is fine, but really the hard data is important too. We've talked about this in terms of the efficiency of our court system. And this, gets outside of our sheriff and DA even, and stuff we've had conversations around before. And courts got shut down, we realized that changed, but that we continue, that we get in a pattern of looking at that and looking at that data over and over and over and over, so that we are making the right investments and making the right resource allocation that's needed. And that we're not dealing in the anecdotal, that we're dealing in the facts. And we're dealing in the facts and making a difference in the lives of our citizens. So,
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick request while we're asking, right? And this is not the fault of anyone here. Our radio system, and I just learned this today, Mr. County Manager, when we send people to go pick up extradited inmates or go do extraditions outside of Fulton County, we can't even communicate. Only to be held hostage to a Motorola contract that says, in order for it to work, it's going to cost us another $400,000 or $500,000. So if we could look into that, I certainly would love to have that conversation. And Ms. Whitmore, I'd love to publicly ask for our teams to be able to meet in person so that we can too drill down on these cost savings, these salary savings, and use that accordingly. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate it.
Let's sum up here now. Commissioner Houseman wants to be recognized, and then we'll.
Just briefly, first of all, I appreciate very much you coming and communicating. And I, again, also really regret that we're having this conversation, and I can feel your passion and your frustration, and, it's contagious, if you will. And honestly, the breakdown with finance, I think we've all experienced it. You know, sometimes we can't understand why a contract approved for a partner in January doesn't get paid until June because they call a commissioner's office and ask why it hadn't been paid. It should be paid automatically. You shouldn't have these problems. We've got to fix this. We have to do better than this. It's just, you can't work in that environment. We don't need to hear this. The public certainly doesn't need to hear this. You've asked for things that are COVID-related, that are non-COVID related. I think, you know, we've talked for years about getting a mid-year budget review. We haven't seen that in a while. I would like to know where we are with our spending versus what we budgeted, where our revenues are, so that we can have a clear idea when these specifics are presented to us, hopefully next month, on what we can and cannot do at this point. Because we hear you. We hear you.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Madam DA, Mr. Sheriff, thank you all for coming here. We've heard a lot. We had a lot of work to do, and we'll be back in touch. And Commissioners, thank you all for your patience in being with us this evening. Any other matters to come before us, Madam
Are
Clerk?
we on the agenda next month?
We can put you on the, that's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
Now, let's be clear about being on the agenda. So we will have a lot of work to do between now and then. So being on the agenda is one thing, but solving the problem is something entirely different.
Specifics.
Okay. All right, thank y'all for coming. Anything else to come before us, Madam Clerk?
No further
On the
items.
absence of any objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
See everybody in Mount.